Let us start with a reading from St. Paul's second letter to the Corinthians, chapter 12, verses 6 through 11, through 10. If I wish to boast, I shall not be a fool, for I shall be speaking the truth. But I refrain from it, so that no one may think more of me than he sees in me or hears from me. And to keep me from being too elated by the abundance of revelations, a thorn was given me in the flesh, a messenger of Satan to harass me, to keep me from being too elated. 3 times I besought the Lord about this, that it should leave me. But he said to me, My grace is sufficient for you, for my power is made perfect in weakness. I will all the more gladly boast of my weaknesses, that the power of Christ may rest upon me. For the sake of Christ, then, I am content with weaknesses, insults, hardships, persecutions, and calamities. For when I am weak, then I am strong. We begin a new part in our lectures this evening, and as we begin, I'd like to summarize very briefly where we have come to this point. On the first evening, in lectures 1 and 2, we had an introduction, which I stressed the need to work, that this course is about working. It's not about giving you the answers, but rather opening up areas for you to work. It is also, on that evening, we defined certain parameters within which we work. We stressed the need for a new science of formation, one that was integrational, one that sought foundational principles. The lectures 3 and 4, we stressed the mystery, particularly the participative attitude that is called for, as distinct from the manipulative attitude. We also looked at the experience of abandonment to or abandonment by the mystery. Lectures 5 and 6, we looked at formability, directionability, and the human spirit. Particularly with directionability, we stressed the need to become aware of the directives that influence our formation at this time, critique them, and aim to develop structures of life that can help to mitigate the directives we don't want to influence our life and foster those that we do want to influence our life. We emphasized, when we spoke about the human spirit, that there is more to human life formation than simply bodily material development. Human life formation concerns a dimension of reality that is beyond the material. We call it spirit. Spirit is the locus of freedom. Freedom is essential to an understanding of human life formation. Lectures 7 and 8, we talked of the fallenness of formation, the call for humble realism. In acknowledging and embracing our brokenness, we come to experience and know the merciful God at the same time as we know our need for the merciful God. Lectures 9 and 10, we spoke of the life forms, the various ways or forms or shapes that the self expresses itself. And also we spoke that time of transcendence, that energy, that urging that is within all of us, calling us beyond, constantly impelling us to go beyond towards the more than. It makes life dynamic rather than static. And last week we spoke of crises in life formation, and we emphasized that every significant crisis in life formation has a threefold pattern to it. There is a dying, there is a decision-making process, and there is a rebirth process. It is possible for us to postpone, repress life crises. We can make deals with life and say, life, I'd like to postpone this. We never do this consciously, it's always unconscious. And life says, okay, let's postpone it into the knapsack for a later day. And we often have accumulations of crises when a big one does finally hit us. For example, as we pass into middle age, or as we pass into old age, or as we retire, or something like that. Further to those reflections on crises in life formation, I was thinking about the whole meaning of happiness. And my thoughts arose out of a tutorial we had out at Hunters Hill, in which one of the young ladies in the tutorial group was a not long entered religious life, and people constantly ask her, both nuns in the community and other people, are you happy? And her response is, no, but it's right. And it made me reflect. I remember Ronald Conway, in his book The Great Australian Stupor, spoke about this whole issue. There's nothing wrong with wanting happiness and having happiness as something of an ideal, but happiness has a way of being elusive to those who grasp at it, and happiness is something more than simply material pleasure or lack of inconvenience or lack of pain. Typically, I think we pursue happiness in the Western world as if it were graspable, as if it was something you could acquire, like a house or a car or a boat or a holiday or something. Ronald Conway, in The Great Australian Stupor, page 60, quotes Dr. Radhakrishnan, the Indian philosopher. Happiness is not the end of life. A lifetime of happiness would be out of boredom. Growth to fulfillment is the end. We are in this world not so much to be happy, but to grow. All growth includes moments of struggle and pain. So we are here to become the people God made us to be, and that involves life crises. And when you enter into the death process of a life crisis and you start to talk about nothingness, confusion, depression, anger, frustration, anxiety, you're not talking about what normally passes under the heading of happiness. But yet it's right. That's the way life is. Okay, moving more properly now to tonight's topic. We're going to talk about power. Power as an issue in life formation. Power is good stuff. I'll talk about it in a very basic sense. I will, as usual, not give you any answers. I'll open up, hopefully, a lot more questions than answers to invite you to reflect on power as a reality, as a good reality, as a God-given reality. And I'm going to talk about the power to participate in life. Father Van Kaam uses the expression form potency. I find the expression power to participate in life or power to participate in the mystery just a little bit more humane. It says something a bit more, it's not quite as jarring as form potency sounds, a little bit like it belongs in the physics lab or something. I don't know. Not that I've got anything against physics lab, but this is another lab here. Now, what are we talking about when we talk about the power to participate in life? All events, things, and people, first of all, have their own power to give and receive form as part of the mystery. We've mentioned this before. There's nothing awesome about that truth. It's a matter of fact. All events, people, and things have their power to give and receive form as part of the mystery. Second fact, all events, things, and people tend to exercise that power inevitably, necessarily. A rose is a rose is a rose is a rose. Consider a few examples. Events. On Sunday, Palm Sunday, there was a peace march in Sydney and other cities in Australia. An event. That event gave shape to Sydney's life on that weekend. People saw it on TV, heard about it on the radio. Some people participated in it, other people watched. Some were all for it, some were dead against it, some were indifferent. But it gave shape. It had power, that event. Some events obviously have more power than others. If there were, as the organisers said, 170,000 marching, that was obviously a more powerful event than if there'd been 17 marching. The event of night passing into day has power. If you don't believe me, wait till the dawn comes tomorrow morning and you have to get out of bed. The passing of night into day shapes your life. It does things. A birthday party, an examination, a meal, a chance meeting, events, they have certain power. Things have power. Houses, for example. When I went to live at Toongabbie in 1965, it was a dairy farm, open fields with dairy cattle, which we used to milk, and supplied the milk for the seminary. It was the good old days. Thank God they've gone. But the shape of the landscape and the shape of the lives of the neighbourhood there was different then than it is now, because things have been put there other than cows. There are houses now. It is typical western suburbs territory now, with roads and sewerage and drains and houses. Things are there, and they have power to shape people's lives, as do plants, as do cars, as do clothes, as does water, the seaside. Things have their own inherent power to participate in the mystery, their own form potency. Now, in more traditional cultures, especially Eastern cultures, I would suggest they have far greater respect for the power of events and things to participate in the mystery than we have in our Western technological cultures. E.g., in Japan, in some Buddhist temples around temples and monasteries, they have gardens where the stones have been raked and have been that way for centuries. They respect the place of the stone. The art of flower arrangement is built on this respect for the form that the flower can give. Each flower, each stem, each leaf, each branch has its power to participate in the shape of the flower arrangement, and the art of flower arrangement is to listen to and respect that power and let it give its form, give its shape. A typical Western way of doing it is to do it in a more manipulative way. If it appeals to you, then that's a good arrangement of flowers. Not so in the Japanese tradition. There is a harmony there. It's objective. It's given. You've got to participate in it. In a Buddhist monastery, if the master is training a novice and the novice goes through the door and slams the door, a typical thing is the master says, "Go back and apologize to the door." Silly. But it's all part of this respect for the power of events and things to participate in the mystery. I think in our own culture, environmentalists are beginning to draw our attention to the power of events and things, the rights of events and things in the total mystery of life. Christian life formation may be seen as the ongoing project of living in creative tension with all the form giving and receiving powers of the mystery. All events, all things, all peoples. Powers to give form within ourselves and powers outside ourselves. Considering people and their power to participate in life. People, through their very existence, like events and things, have power to give and receive form, and thus shape and be shaped by the mystery. However, when we start to talk about people, human beings, we're talking about things with consciousness, things that are free. Human beings are unique in the order of things. Human beings are a special case because they have the vocation to be conscious and free participators, co-creators with the Creator. We share the power, which we can use freely, of the Creator. Thus, the power to participate in life is for us problematic. It's not problematic for a dog or a tree or a stone. Human beings are questions to themselves. Life situations are questions. Dogs don't question life. Dogs don't have to think about how they participate in the mystery. If we talk about a dog having a nervous breakdown, it is only by analogy. It's only because something seems to be going on in this brute that is remotely similar to what goes on in a human being. Dogs don't have psychopathology, neither do chimpanzees, not in the same sense as a human being does. There is an essential difference. If you ask me to prove it, I say I can't. It's self-evident. Let the philosophers argue over that until Judgment Day if they want to. However, it's not absolutely essential to our case anyway. The fact is that for the human person, the power to participate in life is somewhat problematic. Now, add to that the fallenness of life formation that we have discussed. All events and things, because of the fallenness of formation, fail in some measure to exercise their power to participate fully and harmoniously. Things fight against each other. It's pretty hard to see the harmony in a tiger ripping a gazelle to pieces, or a funnel-web spider biting and killing a little baby. the fallenness of formation is violently and starkly present in those situations. Because of that fallenness, the power to participate is not always harmoniously present between events and things and people. Amongst human beings, this fallenness manifests itself in irresponsibility, in immaturity, and indeed even in maliciousness and viciousness. Misuse, or failure to use, irresponsible use, immature use, vicious or even malicious use of power to participate. It affects us because we do it and because others do it to us. And the consequences for human beings are more significant. If you frustrate the form-giving power of a stone, you take it and you put it in a crushing machine and grind it to sand, that's one thing. Or you take the family pet and you put it down, that's one thing. Like a friend of mine was saying their dog gets very excited when they come out in the morning or they come home in the afternoon and it wheezes all over the floor where it is. Well, supposing your dog does something like that and you just get so het up with it, it might have to go. You give it to the neighbours, or in an extreme case you have it put down out of kindness to the animal. That's a frustration of the power-giving potential of that particular thing, the stone or the dog. But it's one thing to do that with a stone or a dog. It's quite another thing to frustrate the power to participate in a human person. And it is precisely the human person and his or her power to participate that I would like us to meditate on tonight. I begin with a foundational principle, an absolute principle that applies to all human beings at all times, in all places, and it is this. All human beings have an absolute need to develop and maintain some conviction that they have the power to participate in life. All human beings have the absolute need to develop some conviction that they have the power to participate in life. Put negatively, in contrast to that, if a person loses absolutely any conviction that they have the power to participate in life, that is what we call despair. Total, absolute despair. You cannot live with that situation. You must have some conviction that you can participate, even if it is deformatively, even if it is pathologically, even if it is crazily, even if it is in a fantasy world. You must have some conviction that you can participate, you can fit into the world. I'd like to quote to you from the writings of E.T. Hall, who is a cultural anthropologist. His book, Beyond Culture, which is a very fine book and one we'll come back to later when we talk about culture and life formation. He talks around this topic of the power of a person, the power inherent in an individual to participate in life, the potential to become who you are. He writes on page 3 of Beyond Culture, "This brings us to an important question that has grown in my mind in the process of living. It has to do with man's basic and underlying attitude toward himself. I'm not speaking of something superficial, which can be easily observed or experienced, but something else, deeper and more subtle than surface man. The question is, why are most people so unnecessarily hard on themselves? And why do they not make better use of their talents? Why is mankind so hard on mankind? It is as though we nurtured the child that is in all of us, and in being childish, we're afraid of each other. This is not a simple problem, and it may be worldwide." And he goes on to talk about Freud's theory of the death instinct, which he developed in the light of this. That reflecting on these questions, Freud came up with the notion that people do these dastardly things to each other and to themselves and really hold themselves down because we have this innate instinct unto death. An interesting theory, and one that I'm sure Freud would have been prepared to question and play with later on. As he did, he changed his theories. Hall offers another alternative. He writes, "I would suggest another alternative, namely that once man began evolving his extensions," now that is a technical word that applies to the development of realities that enable us to extend our basic human facilities. For example, an extension of the voice is language. An extension of the voice also is the telephone. An extension of the ear is the telephone. An extension of the legs is the car. Extension of the hands are the various tools that we've developed. You get the idea? So that these whole array of machinery and technological advancements are, in fact, extensions of the human person. Namely, that once man began evolving these extensions, particularly language, tools, and institutions, he got caught in the web of what I term extension transference, and was both alienated from himself and incapable of controlling the monsters he had created. Extension transference happens, according to Hall, when we lose sight of the reason that we created the tool. And instead of the person using the tool uses the person. So instead of the telephone becoming an extension of the human voice and an expression of the person and a means to bring people together, it becomes a dividing factor. It becomes an alienating instrument. It becomes an end in itself. Instead of the motor car being used as an extension of the legs, a completely utilitarian way to get you from point A to point B, it becomes an end in itself and becomes something that divides people from each other, maybe even an instrument of violence. In this sense, he has advanced at the expense of that part of himself that he had extended, and as a consequence has ended up by repressing his nature in its many forms. Man's goal from here on out should be to rediscover that self that is lost behind the extensions, the technological tools that he has created. Certainly, there are tremendous areas of conflict between Western man and his material as well as his non-material extensions. The instrument he has created is like an ill-fitting shoe. According to some of the most distinguished and thoughtful students of the mind, one of the most devastating and damaging things that can happen to anyone is to fail to fulfill his potential. To use the language that we have been using tonight, to fail to develop his power to participate in life, his own unique and communal power to participate, to become the person God made him or her to be. A kind of gnawing emptiness, longing, frustration, and displaced anger takes over when this occurs. We'll come back to those themes afterwards, a number of times tonight. Let me mention in passing particularly one with respect to anger. When you frustrate, hinder, or take away a person's power to participate in life, inevitably that generates anger, rage in a person. We'll come back to that point most particularly. Whether the anger is turned inward on the self or outward towards others, dreadful destruction results. One of the prime causes of depression is anger turned inward. Yet how man evolved with such an incredible reservoir of talent and such fantastic diversity is not completely understood. Man is not anywhere nearly enough in awe of himself. It's a beautiful statement. People are not anywhere near enough in awe of themselves. And we as Christians ought to be able to appropriate that truth more than anybody. We are made in the image and likeness of God. We share the power of God. We share the autonomy of Almighty God, the divine, the eternal. We are made in the image and likeness of God. That's awesome. It's incredible. We are not anywhere nearly enough in awe of ourselves. He goes on, further on. If the totality of man's experience with factory work and schedules means anything at all, and if current pressure on the part of workers to do something about the monotony is significant, industrialists could hardly have done better at creating an anti-human work situation if they had deliberately set out to do so. Man has put himself in his own zoo. He has so simplified his life and stereotyped his responses that he might as well be in a cage. He goes on page 6, but to continue with our basic theme, many people's sense of worth, the value they place on the image of the self, is directly related to the number of situations in which they are in control, which means that many people have a problem with their self-image because they are in control of so little. He goes on to make a statement which I think is very much in tune with what we're saying here. Everybody needs to experience themselves as a factor in the equation of life. That I matter. And to the extent that you experience yourself as a significant factor, to that extent your self-worth, your self-image is likely to be higher, qualitatively higher. To the extent that you don't experience yourself as a significant factor, to that extent you're likely to have a low self-image. It's got more to do with simply functional power, although that is part of it, functional competence. The ultimate in human degradation and the subservience of human needs to institutional forms is shown in Kesey's novel One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. And if you haven't read it, read it. It is very, very fine, insightful, powerful literature. The novel is much better than the film, although I think the film is excellent too. Big Nurse, in Kesey's book, epitomizes all the anti-humanism and destructiveness, all the distortions of the communication process, all the violations of cultural norms that one finds in the bureaucracies man has created. The book is a statement of the powerlessness and lack of self-affirmation so common to our times. And finally, on page 7, he writes, "The cultural and psychological insight that is important for man to accept is that denying culture can be as destructive as denying evil. Man must come to terms with both. It is man's powerlessness in the face of culture and the limitations placed on the development of self that result in aggression. Paradoxically, the only way that man can escape the hidden constraints of covert culture is to involve himself actively and quite consciously in those parts of his life that he takes most for granted." Some thoughts. Erich Fromm, in his book The Anatomy of Human Destructiveness, page 5, talks about existential needs, one of which being the need to effect, the need to make a dent. People have this need. Alfred Adler bases his whole psychology around the fact that what we as human beings long for most is power. Now, one of the people in the class this morning took me aside at the break. She was a religious, and she said, "I can't bear that word power. I don't like it." And I think that might be the experience of many, that power is a kind of a negative word. It has negative connotations. The people who are powerful people, or people who exercise power, are somehow or other not quite normal or acceptable. The way I'm using the expression here, I make no apology for it, it is a gift. It is part of your right and your responsibility and your challenge as a human being to accept the power that God gives you and to use it creatively. Okay, moving on. The power to participate, this power, the gaining of this conviction that I have the power to participate in life, and the maintaining of that conviction have many different causes and influences. One of the primary ways in which that power, that conviction that I have the power to participate is won or lost, more or less, is early in life with the experience or lack of experience of affirmation, where the infant and the child are affirmed more or less not affirmed. That is, the child experiences faith, hope and love in the environment in some measure. We believe in you. We have hope for you. We love you. Now that is communicated subtly, generally tactilely in the early days, and is absolutely essential. To indicate how essential it is, especially in the early days, literally the days soon after birth, consider the following examples. I was talking to a nurse who had been in a MASH unit in World War II and had soon after that gone to work in a New York hospital. And she was working in a ward that was set up as a nursery. It looked after infants, very young infants, who had no parents. Their parents had abandoned them. And the state had very strict controls over the way the nurses looked after them. The conditions had to be absolutely sterile. They put on a coat, a mask, cap, gloves to feed the children. And after you'd fed one child, you threw away those gloves, cap, mask and gown and put on a whole new set to feed the next child for fear of transferring disease and so forth. Keep the atmosphere as sterile as possible, as clean as possible. And we talked about this, and I said to her, "Emma, what was the prognosis for those children?" And very immediately, without a second thought, she said terminal. Frederick II, Erich von Gagin in his book Marriage Partnership records an experiment done in the 14th century by Frederick II in Italy. He wanted to find out which language was natural to the human person. Was it Greek or was it Latin? So he took a number of infants and he put them in a nursery. and he got some nursemaids to look after them, give them everything they need, but under no circumstances were they to communicate, because they might give away and lead the children to start speaking Greek or Latin, you see. So they looked after them and gave them all the care and warmth and protection and food that they needed, and all of them died. Rene Spitz has done a lot of pioneering research with institutionalized children this century, in the 30s, 40s and 50s. And he spoke of those children in institutions who failed to thrive. And he coined the phrase hospitalism as a syndrome pointing to the experience of children where they did not get this sufficient affirmation. Now, in the first days or hours, if a child doesn't get that, it's likely to, if we can use the language we've been using tonight, experience that lack of the power to participate in life. I don't belong around here. I don't fit. And the child, as it were, slips out the back door of life, literally dies. As it gets older and a little bit stronger, it has the resources to develop certain tactics and strategies. It learns to know what works and what doesn't work to get it attention, etc. So it can survive, but it will fail to thrive, even with the best medical attention. A counter to that, he said in his research of hundreds of babies who had been institutionalized and who developed this syndrome of hospitalism, there wasn't one case of colic, with one exception, he said. A woman dearly wanted one of these children, and she adopted it, and loved that child and hugged that child and nursed that child and was very, very solicitous of that child, and Spitz says within 6 weeks succeeded in turning the child into a whingy, colicky baby. Over-solicitude can do things to the child's being too. It's not a simple question. I just throw that comment in from Spitz to put in a bit of balance there. Not only affirmation, but in the course as life goes on, the ability to develop functional competency is very important. To feel useful. You take a social situation where you take away from human beings their ability to participate in life. In other words, to gain gainful employment. Supposing you've got a suburb or an area in the city where there might be, say, 30% of the youth unemployed. They don't do anything. They have no functional competence. At least they're not using any functional competence. As we said, lack of a sense of power to experience oneself as a factor in the equation of life generates rage. To those young people when they start breaking windows and roaring around the streets in wild parties and what have you, and blaming them for venting their anger on society. Society has enraged them. That is a predictable equation. It will happen if you take away people's power. Something has to be done, and I think it is a serious social question for our time. The lack of employment, what that does to a person's sense of power and therefore sense of wealth, a sense of well-being and self-image. Again, too, a special situation that has arisen many times in religious congregations, where people have entered the religious congregation because they wanted to be nuns or brothers or priests, but found that in order to be a nun or a brother or a priest, they had to also teach. And they never wanted to teach, and they never cut out as teachers. Or they had to nurse, or they had to do something else. Or they had a competency in music, and they went and taught science, because that's good for your humility, sister. That happened. That actually happened. What does that do to a person? It doesn't do anything for their humility generally. What it does is takes away their sense of personal power, the power to participate, because it attacks their functional competence, unless of course they're talented enough to operate in science as well as music. And you take away a person's power to participate, you also damage their self-image, their sense of self-worth, and that has all sorts of repercussion in prayer life, in participating in community, and self-confidence. And it saddens me the number of older religious that I've spoken to who can look back in their life and what they remember and reminisce most about are the days before they entered religious life. Because for many of them, religious life was a putting of self on hold. That was a time of functional work, but it was like their personal power was usurped by the system. They had no say in it. Their options were cut off. Their freedom was taken away. Obedience has nothing to do with simple conformity. It has nothing to do with surrendering your freedom. It has nothing, absolutely, your basic freedom. It has nothing to do with surrendering your power. It simply is a redirection of your freedom and a redirection of your power as a unique and communal person. And I think what happens when you take away the power is you engender rage in a person. And many of these religious people who had their power usurped, taken away from them, became very angry. But it's not okay to express your anger in religious life, in a Christian community. So what happens to all that anger? It's not overtly expressed, it's turned inward on the person. And then you end up with very depressed, anxious people who wonder about their life. Has it been worthwhile? What have I done with my life? It is a very sad and a very serious issue. As I reflect on that kind of a thing, and I think it is widespread, people say, well, the Vatican Council has come and gone, the turmoil and the disintegration has already happened, now we can get down to the hard work of rebuilding and renewing the church. I think we're entering, far from the rebirth, if we can use the language of the crisis, we are entering a whole new stage of death, of disintegration in the church. And I say that with utmost optimism and hope. It has to happen. There are a lot of people in the church today who are living out lives of quiet despair, who are suffering intensely, suffering the effects of a system that took away their personal power, their God-given right to express themselves as women, as feminine human beings, or their God-given right to express themselves as masculine men, as unique and communal individuals, made in the image and likeness of God. All done in the context of holiness and dedication and virtue. Virtue can become very easily vicious. It's only a slight step from vice. Okay, pushing on. When you get a situation of overprotection and overdirection, it can initially in a person's life formation engender a kind of pseudo-affirmation where the child is really brought into an environment that is very predictable, very sure. But in the long run, what that does is usurps the person's power to participate. I think it is a very common situation, has been a very common situation in the typical Catholic family and in the church and in religious congregations. Over-direction, over-protection. Let's examine that a little bit further. Where the environment is moralistic, particularly with a lot of negative reinforcement, don't do that. You shouldn't do that. If you do that, you will be in trouble. If you do that, you will get belted, reward and punishment. Don't go there. Don't go here. Stay within these boundaries. It's a very oppressive kind of a teaching environment. Pierre Solignac, in his book The Christian Neurosis, describes that kind of oppressive environment very well, and I think quite rightly says that that operated strongly within the church. And of course we have had the ultimate sanction, namely eternal damnation, if you do disobey, and that has been held over people, that's quite rightly. There is no institution in the world today that has had as much experience of the misuse and use of power as the Roman Catholic Church. The Roman Catholic Church knows power better than any other institution in the world, both the misuse of it and the use of it. We're much bigger and we've had a lot more practice at it, that's all. But it's not only, the overprotection and overdirection has not only happened in the church, it's been, I think, society-wide. Now what happens when you usurp a person's authority, when the system, whether it's the family, the school, the church, society generally, the religious community, usurps that power and provides the authority, then a person's power becomes externally based. A person's authority is out there. They're constantly looking out there for directions, out there for answers, out there for their choices. They must go and ask Father whether it's right to do such and such. Now that kind of a system can persist, sort of, for a time. I think it is deformative inherently. But it can persist and can hold together and can be very efficient for quite a time until those external structures lose their credibility. And then when they lose their credibility, the person's power base is gone. and the person feels lost. And the person then must look around for someone to tell me what to do. And I think this is precisely what we've got with so many people in the church today, so many people in religious life. So many people who've grown old and still morally are childish. They can't make decisions about moral questions, about moral matters. They lack that inner authority, that inner power, that inner energy to do things done, to be accountable for their lives and be responsible for their decisions. The church has let me down. This is why, of course, you get in times of turmoil where structures fail, e.g. Germany in the 30s, authoritarian figures can be very successful. People don't want freedom, as we've discussed before. And in situations where everything seems to be going well, what's really happened is they surrender their freedom to their structures, and the structures make most of the major decisions for them and guide them, and the power is out there. The structure fails and they are lost, so they look around for another structure. Hitler comes along, or Moonies come along. The success in our own day of authoritarian sects. It is amazing how, for example, in Madison Square Garden in Manhattan about 3 or 4 years ago, 5,000 Moonies were married, all to spouses that they hadn't chosen, but were chosen for them. Why do people, and they seem to do it quite happily, someone else has taken over their lives for them. They don't have to face up to the responsibility and the accountability of living for themselves. Fascinating. In the church, you have an interesting phenomenon when this happens. It is frequently done not under the guise of raw power. In fact, it's probably never done under the guise of raw power, otherwise people would flee from it. In the church, it's done under the guise of virtue, of kindness, of look after that, do that and you'll go to heaven. It's very reassuring. It's a kind of a sweet fascism. It's still fascism. Whenever you usurp another human being's power, that is fascistic, even if it's done sweetly. Finally, I'd like to yes, we could say a lot more about the whole usurpation of a person's inner authority and inner power. Perhaps if I just finish with a quotation here from Abraham Maslow. I would refer you, for your own personal reading, however, to a book called Autonomy and Rigid Character by David Shapiro, which he discusses the person who hasn't developed this autonomy, this inner authority. But Abraham Maslow writes in The Farther Reaches of Human Nature, thinking in this way of neurosis as a failure of personal growth has had for me at least the one special advantage of directing my attention sharply to what I called at first the impulse voices, but which had better be called more generally something like the inner signals or cues or stimuli. I had not realized sufficiently that in most neuroses, and in many other disturbances as well, the inner signals become weak or even disappear entirely, as in the severely obsessional person, and are not heard or cannot be heard. At the extreme, we have the experientially empty person, the zombie, the one with empty insides. Recovering the self must, as a sine qua non, include the recovery of the ability to have and to cognize these inner signals, to know what and whom one likes and dislikes, what is enjoyable and what is not, when to eat and when not to, when to sleep, when to urinate, when to rest. The experientially empty person, lacking these directives from within, these voices of the real self, must turn to outer cues for guidance. For instance, eating when the clock tells him to, rather than obeying his appetite. He has none. He guides himself by clocks, rules, calendars, schedules, agenda, and by hints and cues from other people. How about we make a break there and throw it open for comment or question? Okay, as we look at our second topic for tonight, which is the use and misuse of the power to participate in life, I'd just like to tidy up a loose end from our last lecture and mention the importance of structures in maintaining a sense of the power to participate. If you place a person in a totally structureless environment, insofar as that would be possible, it tends to generate a certain loss of energy, a certain depression, even an anomie. Henry Nouwen, in his study of seminaries after the Vatican Council, noted this mood of depression and anomie, A-N-O-M-I-E, that overtook houses of formation. They shifted from that excessively objectivistic approach to training in the seminaries and novitiates to an excessively subjectivistic, where non-direction supposedly became the order of the day, which was another word for purposelessness and meaninglessness, and we don't know what the hell's going on here, but it was all done under the guise of competence. And it generated in people depression, enemy. People need structures. People need structures to bounce off, to create friction, a creative tension. If you, for example, have had anything to do with children in a school, one of the ways that a child will test a teacher is to get them to do away with structures. It's a vying for power. And the children, although they may appear on the surface to want to conquer the teacher, that's really the last thing they want to do. Children lose respect for teachers that they conquer. The classroom becomes chaotic and eventually sinks into a kind of a listlessness and depression when the teacher loses control. And you'll get kids saying, I wish he would pull those kids into line or whatever, set up structures. So, structures, and I refer you to the diagram there at the end of that first set of notes tonight, have a threefold value, and we've looked at this before. They're relative. They're set up to facilitate a person's participation in the mystery, and they're to be left there until such time as they no longer are useful. They're facilitative and they're protective. Okay, moving now to our topic more properly for the second lecture tonight. And we're going to look at the use and misuse of power, and specifically at the topic of strategies and tactics that human beings develop to enable them to survive, to cope with life. We all do it. Strategies and tactics are okay in themselves. They're neither good nor bad. They're just matters of fact of life. And I would link this up with the whole notion of apparent form that we discussed before. It is necessary to have strategies and tactics in order to relate with people. And again, I'm not using it in a negative way. Often when we talk about strategies and tactics in human behavior, that's somehow a derogatory term. I'm not using it in that sense. Where there is a more or less healthy environment in which the child grows up, more or less healthy affirmation, those strategies and tactics are adopted. They are flexible. They are used as long as they are useful, and then the person moves on to others and can more or less let go. Where the affirmation is more or less lacking, there is more or less desperation in developing tactics and strategies, because it's a question literally of life and death. So that the person may develop strategies and tactics as a child, and if they work, the tendency is then to pursue them through life. So that if I, for example, discovered as a 5, 6, 7-year-old in a place where there was a lack of affirmation that I could earn my place, earn my keep, and God forbid that anybody has to earn their place in the world, it should be voluntarily given because God gave it. But supposing I'm in an environment where I have to win my place, I have to earn my sense of form, giving and receiving, and I earn it by performing, by being the winner at school, the bright kid, the one who performs well at reading and arithmetic and whatever. Or I get it because I have athletic prowess. Or I get it because I'm able to make people laugh. Or another tactic I might use is to withdraw. And particularly, say, in a larger family, it's quite likely that at least one of the children will develop that as a tactic. Withdraw. Maybe into bewilderment, maybe into fantasy even, in order to survive. It's a very serious business, survival. Strategies and tactics, we all develop them, and it's worth reflecting on your own life and asking yourself the questions, what strategies and tactics did I use as a child, because you did use them, to survive? What strategies and tactics did you use to get your mother to do things for you, to get your father to do things for you? One of my earliest memories, for example, is sitting on the floor looking at my mother, who wasn't paying attention to me, and screaming, and having this sense that if I keep it up and loud enough, she will eventually get round to paying me attention. I think I was about 3. I hope I was that young. But we all have tactics and strategies, and they become more subtle and more sophisticated as we get older. Later in life, we'll tend to relinquish or cling to these childish strategies and tactics, depending on how entrenched they've become, how important they are to us. And this will ultimately depend on the desperation with which they were engaged early on, which in turn depends on the quality of affirmation that more or less engender the conviction of inner worth, power, security, or lack of it. So you could draw a diagram so that affirmation, more or less, leads to a sense of the power to participate, more or less, which leads to a development of flexible, formative strategies and tactics. Lack of affirmation, more or less, tends to lead to a lack of inner sense of power to participate, which leads to more or less desperate and deformative and rigid tactics and strategies. I'd like to make a brief excursus and use an example of a well-known person of our time to illustrate this development of strategies and tactics that are deformative and rigid, arising out of a childhood which was lacking in this kind of consistency and predictability that would have affirmed the person. The person I'm talking about is Richard Nixon, the former President of the United States. Gary Wills, in his book Nixon Agonistes, The Crisis of the Self-Made Man, talks of Nixon in that vogue. Here is the person in the wake, in imitation of Horatio Alger, is the self-made man. He compares him to the loneliness of the long-distance runner, that remote person who has success as an obsession. He has a self-improving mania, Wills writes. This ambitious pursuit of self-perfection may be explained, at least in part, by his early life. His father was described, and here I'm quoting from Earl Mazo, cited by a psychiatrist by the name of Cheeson in his book President Nixon's Psychiatric Profile, a Psychodynamic Genetic Interpretation. And incidentally, that odd title, that has a fascinating introduction because he describes an imaginary idealizing person and then goes on to talk about Richard Nixon. But he talks about his father, as a Bible-thumping Methodist, an authoritarian man capable of violence in an argument, a man who experienced a series of business and workbench failures, a man very different from the mother, who was a very authoritarian, domineering, puritanical, straight-laced person. And Nixon said, "We dread far more than my father's hand, mother's tongue." Theodore White, in his book Breach of Faith, The Fall of Richard Nixon, writes, "Poverty soiled Nixon. He grew up to be hard and vulnerable. And as in all those who grow up so vulnerable, the instinct for control of one's circumstances and perimeters of dignity would grow." I won't mention I'm quoting here from my own dissertation, so I won't mention all the authors that I used, but moving on and quoting Richard Nixon's mother talking about Nixon as a child. Two of his brothers died, one when he was 20, when Nixon was 20, one when Nixon was 12. And Nixon's mother recalls his reaction when the younger brother died. "I can still see Richard when he came back. He slipped into a big chair and sat staring into space, silent and dry-eyed in the undemonstrative way in which, because of his choked, deep feeling, he was always to face tragedy. I think it was Arthur's passing that first stirred within Richard the determination to help make up for our loss by making us very proud of him. Now his need to succeed became even stronger, and after the oldest brother's death, it seemed that Richard was trying to be three sons in one, striving even harder than before to make up to his father and me our loss. You can see the child or the young man starts to transfer his energies into an idealized image and away from himself. And that is really the story of Nixon's life, becoming an idealized image, and he pursues it with tremendous ambition. Again, Ellie Cheeson makes a very telling comment here. He says, "We can know much more than we do about Richard Nixon and his fan club. We need only look closely at the subtle but revealing aspect of these men to discover what makes them run. One early surmise I can offer is that they run rapidly and powerfully like a well-tuned Ferrari, but the fuel is not high-octane gasoline, it is anxiety. A person can in fact become a very successful person, a very powerful, in inverted commas, person, but in fact suffer from a profound sense of personal impotence. And this gaining of structural and functional power is really the substitute. It's substitute power. It gives them a sense of belonging. And if you stripped away from them their structural and functional power, you would destroy them as people because they have no inner resources." Cheeson goes on to speak about the physical expressions of this, and the fathers of the church spoke of the body as the kind of sacrament of the spirit. The body expresses the spirit. Dis-ease of spirit is registered by dis-ease of body. Body posture tells you a lot about what's going on inside a person. And Cheeson speaks of Nixon's robotized arm movements. His back and trunk usually remain still. He moves like a cumbersome, unitized structure. This appears to be the result of high muscle tone, which in turn reflects tension and conflict. Hamilton, another author, speaks of Nixon's compulsive defenses, where real feelings must be avoided in the interest of control, an issue that is so paramount that it involves also bodily movement which becomes rigid and constricted. Also, genuine humor is also sacrificed. Nixon's lifelong addiction to work and his ability to relax and take vacations that are not in some way associated, and his inability to relax and take vacations. Life becomes a grim preoccupation with survival and endurance to avoid the helplessness and the vulnerability resulting from such excruciating childhood trauma, forcing him to seek and exercise strict control over every situation at the expense of spontaneity. Cheeson goes on, "One important psychological mechanism used by Nixon to ward off anxiety is to control himself and not allow anyone to look into his inner life." Nixon himself spoke about his involvement as a lawyer in divorce proceedings and how he found it terribly distasteful to have people reveal themselves in public. He hated it. He couldn't bear to reveal himself, and he found it very distasteful when others did it. By constantly preparing and planning, he attempts to control every aspect of his future and tries to provide for every possible uncertainty. By doing so, he wards off the anxieties associated with the unknown and accomplishes impressive amounts of work. He is like a submarine or a nautilus lurking about in the fluidity of his own mind. He is protected by a solid shell. No one can sight him except on occasion when he inadvertently surfaces. His perfectionistic attempts to be all-knowing, with Khrushchev, and all-powerful, with his 50-state campaign before his election, led from fear of omissions to a general posture of grandeur. By assuming this stance, Nixon can see himself as superhuman and therefore not endangered by the usual threats that ordinary human beings must face. In this unconscious milieu of heightened self-importance, he proves to himself and the world that he need not operate by the rules. How can the usual standards apply to someone who is, by the way of his overwhelming perfectionism, exempt from the laws of man and nature? The comforting illusion of grandeur tends to extend across all aspects of Nixon's functioning. And so, the strivings for super-excellence grow into unconscious feelings of grandiosity, and at times they become conscious as well. He goes on, the mechanisms that turn insecurity into grandeur are not in themselves pathological. I do not mean to imply that Nixon is afflicted by delusions of grandeur. The more subtle mechanisms of evolving grandeur that I have just described are almost universal. We all need to defend ourselves against anxiety, and this is one very effective way it is done, unconsciously and consciously. With respect to Nixon's farewell speech, there's some interesting things emerged when Nixon was overtaken by the Watergate scandal and had to leave. He never really resigned, psychologically. As far as Nixon is concerned, he's still the President of the United States. When Nixon got on the helicopter to leave on the back lawn of the White House, he gave the V for Victory sign. This is when he was being threatened with impeachment. Several weeks later, he's playing golf out at San Clemente, and he's passing out golf balls with the presidential insignia on them and signing them, wearing a jacket with the presidential insignia on it. When Robert Frost interviewed him on TV and asked him, you did really deny that you knew anything about this, and it's there on tape. You knew about it, you lied about it, didn't you? No, he refused to admit that he'd done anything wrong. To understand the immensity of what happened to Nixon, you've got to understand that this man's identity was found in that grand, structured, functional power position that he had acquired for himself. And what the Watergate scandal was doing was stripping him of that, and he refused to let it happen, because that was his life. That was his identity. They were gunning for his identity. That would have killed him if he'd let it happen, and it almost did. The night before he resigned, he was walking helplessly around the corridors of the White House talking to the pictures on the wall. David Eisenhower, his son-in-law, confided to a friend that he feared that Nixon might commit suicide during those days. So severe was the pressure, because they were threatening his very identity. They were taking away the presidency from him. And he refused to let them take it, ultimately. Another interesting point that comes out of this, too, is the observation made by one of the commentators, namely that in the 60s, there was an idealization of authenticity, coming out of the Vietnam era particularly, but generally out of an era in which society was discovering the failure of institutions, the double standards, the hypocrisies and so forth, and we moved into that whole encounter group era where we got to be honest and open with each other, a romantic, naive idealism about authenticity. Now, in the United States, you've got to understand the psychological place, or the place that the president has in the psyche of the American people. He symbolizes all that is American. And Nixon was carrying all these hopes, all these expectations, all these idealizations of authenticity that people projected onto him. And then when he failed, as always happens when an idealized image shows its clay feet, the idealization process becomes demonization. And you go for the blood. You go for the jugular in anger that they have failed us. He has let us down. Damn him. And you had these crazy bumper bar stickers as you're driving past the White House, honk for impeachment. So cars. And the Americans went mad over it. And Europeans looked at the Americans and said, what's upsetting you? That goes on all the time. That's part of political life. But you've got to understand what was happening, the psychodynamics of what was going on there. Nixon himself had betrayed the American people, according to the American people, had let them down. Nixon carried all their hopes of authenticity and greatness, and they were striking back in anger, partly because projected anger, that they themselves had failed in their own quest for the idealized image of authenticity. Okay, looking now particularly at some more common strategies and tactics that we can all develop. For Nixon, it is the strategy for survival is perfectionistic, is functional success, is grab as much functional and structural power as you can. Two general ones, and they're fairly blatant. One is an exaggerated pursuit of functional success. That is one strategy, a tactic that people use to make themselves feel as though they have some power to participate in life. If I am intelligent, talented, energetic, and get a few breaks, I may in fact become very successful, as indeed Nixon did. But that doesn't get to the heart of the problem, which is this haunting sense of impotence. this haunting sense that I don't really have the power to participate. And the more that haunts me, the more I strive and hunger after this other external sources of power. A second, fairly general but blatant expression of a tactic strategy that can be used to make up for a lack of personal power is excessive religiosity. Using religion as a tool to give me the power that I lack for myself. This is not to be confused with genuine religiosity, and the pursuit of holiness and perfection, in inverted commas, that happen with excessive religiosity should not be confused with genuine holiness and genuine perfection that are the call of the gospel. When I am excessively religious, I may be compulsively and irrationally religious, dogmatic, defensive about God. Of course God exists. You know, and get stuck into atheists and become very, very angry at them. Be constantly going to Mass and confession and devotions. Think of everything in terms of God and prayers and my dependence on God and my responsibility to God and my fear of eternal damnation and etc., the final judgment. When I am religious in this way, religious in inverted commas, I make myself very, very vulnerable to that sweet fascism we spoke about. I make myself open to manipulation by people who've learned how to work the system in the church. Those kinds of people who are compulsively and irrationally religious, excessively so, are very vulnerable to the charismatic type person, and I use the word charismatic there not in the typical sense in which we talk about the charismatic renewal, but those charismatic figures who are very articulate, very persuasive, are willing and able to lord it over others, can take advantage of such a person who's finding their sense of power, their ability to participate in the mystery in an excessive religiosity. Let's look at some more particular and perhaps more subtle and in some ways more entertaining strategies and tactics that all of us probably have slipped into at one time or another. One is being the peacemaker. Put things together, put things back in order, because when disorder comes, when conflict emerges, I feel threatened. That speaks to me of my hollowness, my inability to stand on my own 2 feet. So I've got to quickly, settle people down. Don't argue, for God's sake. Isn't it okay? Does it really matter if we differ? Very interesting. I would say, typically in the typical Irish Catholic home, with which I am very familiar, the ability to confront is almost entirely lacking. Instead of confronting people, you make innuendos. You get your message across by a mood, by not turning up, by a joke. We'll talk about that in a moment. But never directly. That kind of indirect communication is typical of neurotic people. The art of confrontation is a very healthy, creative, necessary part of healthy human existence. If you don't know how to confront other human beings, they'll either ride roughshod over you, or you'll ride roughshod over them, or you'll be alienated from each other, or both. Healthy confrontation would be husbands with wives, children with each other, children with their parents, parents with children, members of religious communities with each other, parish priests with their parishioners, parishioners with parish priests, etc., at all levels, in the workplace or whatever. The ability to confront another, to come out in the open, is an essential part of a healthy life formation process. There are ways of doing that, and if you wanted to look at it further, Gerard Egan and in his book People and Systems describes methods of confrontation so that it doesn't become simply a struggle for power, which it can, confrontation can. In most simple practical terms, a confrontation has to look at process rather than content. When there's a human communication, there is what is being said, but there is also what is happening. And it is the what is happening that you have to become aware of and pay attention to in a healthy confrontation process. Therefore, you say, when you come home late, darling, I feel very angry. Now, if darling says, you have no right to feel angry, keeps it up there on that content level, becomes a you did, you didn't, you did, you didn't, you did, you didn't sort of a process. That's when confrontation just becomes absolutely destructive, pointless at best. Whereas if you shift it to content, and the first person says, no, wait a minute, I said I get angry when you come home. That's what I said. Oh, you get angry when I get home? Yeah, when you come home late. Yeah, I get angry when you come home late. And then hopefully he can make some comment about the way he feels related to why he's coming home late. She's coming home late. And then on the basis of a revelation of what's going on here, they can start to look at some kind of a compromise. There always has to be some compromise. It's fairly simplistic. It is very difficult to confront creatively, but I would suggest it's an art that we all ought to learn. So the strategy or the tactic in lieu of creative confrontation often is, let's avoid the issue. Be a peacemaker. Just go on, forget it. Pretend it hasn't happened. If it's happened, it's there. It's in the knapsack. A second particular and subtle strategy is to become passive-aggressive. And this, I think, is very, very often present in so-called Christian circles, where it is not okay to express negative emotions such as anger and aggression. So what you do is you come in the back door. You be a little bit more subtle about it, and you put a velvet glove on the iron fist, and under the guise of kindness and a smile and saying the right thing, that's okay, you go out, I'll be right here, I'll stay at home and look after the kids. Look, if you want to find what's going on in a situation like that, get to the process, look for incongruities. The gap between what is being said, the meaning of the words, and the tone of voice, the posture, the whole structure of the situation. If you sense some incongruity, even if you can't put your finger on it, call it. Wait a minute, there's something wrong here. I don't know what it is, but there's something wrong. Get into process. Get away from the content. Not what you said, but what's going on here. I feel distressed. We have, I'd say, a real problem with this in our Christian situation because we confuse the appearance of virtue for virtue. And religious communities are great places for fostering this passive aggression as a tactic for survival and getting things done. Call it when you see it, because it's aggression operating in camouflage, and it can be very, very destructive. Thirdly, when we talk about particular and subtle strategies and tactics, guilt and pity. Great ways to get people wrapped around your little finger. If they don't have the ability to call what's happening again, to twig the process. Tears, to break down and cry, is generally a winner. To go back and remind the person that I really had a rotten childhood. Unstated, you should feel sorry for me and take better care of me, and you shouldn't confront me that way. Various subtle ways in which guilt can be imposed and pity can be elicited as tactics to enable me to feel some strength and security when I'm not able to stand on my own 2 feet and take responsibility for my life. Guilt, I think, is one of the prime unspoken movers in modern advertising. Look at it. In most advertisements, there's an element of evoking guilt in people as a moving force to get them to buy, use the product. That you're really giving your children a disservice if you don't get them a computer, and they're going to suffer because of that. Those kind of tactics and strategies can be very deformative and misuse and abuse of power. Another interesting one is negation. And I rather suspect that all cultures and all social groups use it in some way. The put-down, the cynical, the sarcastic comment, that you control the world by putting down the opposition. You salve your conscience, you make yourself feel okay by putting down the other people who, if they got up higher than you, would make you aware of your own lacks. So what you do, you don't let them get up any higher. We talk about the great Australian mediocrity. We in Australia are great knockers. We use negation a lot. I think it's
in its form of ridicule and sarcasm as a tactic is present in our society. And it's significant. I have here an article entitled Family Therapy with Irish Americans by Monica McGoldrick and John K. Pierce, and it's found in Family Process Journal, Volume 20 in 1981. I'll read out some of the observations that they make. It's a very professional article, a very enlightening one, and sometimes even entertaining. It's not because I want to say something about the Irish, but we live in an Irish Catholic church here in Australia. We are reared in it. And what pertains to Irish culture, I think, behoves us to listen to because it's filtered through with an Australian colour. So let us just look at one or two things here. Particularly take note of the use of ridicule as a tactic for control. Talking about sex. In this historical context, not surprisingly, sex has been called the lack of the Irish. The Irish viewed sex as extremely dangerous. As a consequence of sexual repression, they also avoided tenderness and intimacy. Even today, members of Irish families are often isolated from each other. When things go badly, the family atmosphere may become sullen, dour, and puritanically rigid. Messenger, as an author, researcher, a contemporary anthropologist who studied the cultural patterns of a remote Irish island community, described them as one of the most sexually naive people in the world. They are a cold, frustrated, sexless, repressed people with little emotional flexibility and practically no capacity to give themselves in intimate relationships. Emotions are kept under control by internal guilt feelings and external ridicule. The islanders are an extreme example of a ubiquitous pattern. Even the traditional dance, the jig, reflects and indeed caricatures repression of bodily experience. The skilled dancer agilely moves only his or her feet, while keeping the rest of the body as motionless as possible. Going on, talking about hostility and aggression. Like the modern Irish, the ancient Celts had a reputation for being bombastic, belligerent, and sentimental, a terror to their enemies and a joy to their friends. Pugnacity, rather than romance, was usually the theme of their tales, and occasionally the entire struggle was determined by whose skill in verbal attack and ridicule was greater. Talking about humour. Their sense of humour offers the Irish one of their few avenues for expression of disallowed feelings. The importance of their ability to exaggerate and to use humour is indicated by the many words the Irish have for this: malarkey, blather, blarney, hooey, the gift of the gab, and so on. Humour allows for sharing misfortune and overcoming difficulties at the same time that its indirectness softens the sting of an attack. Irish joking often has a mystifying and double-binding character. The listener is not able to gauge the intent and may be the butt of a joke even if he jokes back. An example: an Irish mother came over to her daughter at a party and said, "Ah, and here's the most attractive redhead in our family." The daughter was the only redhead in the family, but this was left unspoken, left unclear whether it was intended as a compliment or an insult. The daughter was left looking foolish whether she smiled at the joke or did not respond. The Irish form of banter says one thing and means another. It is often used to avoid responsibility or closeness with others. Teasing and ridicule are especially common in Irish family relationships. Unfortunately, their facile ability to joke can leave family members frozen in emotional isolation and unable to get close to anyone. Speaking of emotional problems, although they are unlikely to seek help for neurotic problems, and that's grounded on the basis of some research done, the Irish have had a strikingly high rate of hospitalization for psychosis. According to the World Health Organization statistics, the Irish in Ireland have the highest rate of mental illness in the world. Until recently, Irish Americans had the highest psychiatric admission rate of ethnic groups in this country, especially for schizophrenia, organic psychosis, and alcoholism. However, they rarely complain of hysterical, psychosomatic, hypochondriacal symptoms or marital problems. And if they do seek therapy, they are more likely to have anxieties, phobias, or obsessive-compulsive problems. Now, I don't say that to describe the Irish so much as to point to issues that I think are present in the Australian church. I have experienced them. I don't know whether you have. The use of ridicule as a way of controlling, as a tactic, as a strategy for keeping things in order, for avoiding facing up to difficult emotions, for dealing with people with whom one feels uncomfortable or by whom one feels distressed, for dealing with people with opposing views that are rather threatening. Ridicule, sarcasm, joke, banter with double meanings, and you can't quite get hold of it. It's elusive. One further strategy and tactic, and we've already implied it and mentioned it there, is humour. And Marshall McLuhan made the point, we joke about the things that grieve us. Listen to what amuses you most, the kind of jokes that really amuse you, and ponder Marshall McLuhan's comment. In Western society, typically, jokes, especially amongst men, related to sexuality, are very often the main humour. Humour is a tactic. Nurses will very often joke about death and bodies and so forth, and so will soldiers. It's a tactic, it's a strategy for coping. Quite a good one too. Finally, intellectualism. And we're going over time, so I'll just briefly... Knowledge is power. Especially if you have knowledge that others don't have. If you can name things, name people, categorize life, break it down to black and white issues, pigeonhole it, you know all about it. If you don't know it, you file it under M for mystery, and that's it, and it's gone, and it's all done with. Kennedy and Heckler, in their psychological investigations into the priesthood in 1972 in the United States, found that one of the major issues with priests was their over-intellectualism. They live out of their heads. It's a very efficient sort of a way to live to a certain point, because you avoid a heck of a lot of problems. I mean, life becomes very neat if you can force it into some kind of an intellectual schema. But it's unrealistic. You cannot live out of your head. You're made to be affective, emotional beings. And I can think of a priest at the moment who is a highly intelligent person, and this introduces another tragedy too, where our talents become defense mechanisms and therefore work to our disadvantage rather than our advantage. Highly intelligent man who now, as he approaches old age, is devastated because his intelligence can no longer put things together. His intelligence no longer has the ability to keep things in pigeonholes, and his emotions and affective life are starting to explode on him, and he's lost it. And he's escaping into illness and gets around like a man 30 years older than he really is. Let's leave it there, throw it open to comment. Let us begin with a reading from St. Paul's letter to the Ephesians, chapter 3, verses 14 through 21. For this reason I bow my knees before the Father, from whom every family in heaven and on earth is named, that according to the riches of his glory he may grant you to be strengthened with might through his Spirit in the inner person, and that Christ may dwell in your hearts through faith, that you, being rooted and grounded in love, may have power to comprehend with all the saints what is the breadth and length and height and depth, and to know the love of Christ which surpasses knowledge, that you may be filled with all the fullness of God. Now to him who by the power at work within us is able to do far more abundantly than all that we ask or think, to him be glory in the church and in Christ Jesus to all generations forever and ever. Amen. Loving God, we ask you to bless our work this evening. Pour out your Holy Spirit upon us, the Spirit of the risen Lord Jesus. Open our minds and our hearts to hear your word. May our hidden selves truly grow strong to your glory. We pray to you now, Father, in the words that the risen Lord taught us. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, And forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. Well, welcome back after Easter. Hope you all had a good break. A topic that has been asking to be discussed since we began this course is the one that we're going to look at, or begin to look at tonight. We started with the basic concept of the formation mystery, that all persons, events and things are caught up in that giving and receiving of form. There's a constant interreaction and interchanging. It is simply bringing out the implications of that to say that all human life is always in a context. You never have life formation outside of a context. You never have a human being growing up in isolation. You never have someone who is completely cut off from a whole multitude of other influencing forces. In order to understand that, we introduce a construct that is used in many different sciences, the field construct, the notion of a field. Scientists, researchers use the notion of a field to indicate a certain dynamic interrelatedness between factors which they don't fully understand. They know that there is some interrelatedness, that something is happening here and it's happening with consistency and with certain patterns, but we don't understand why or what fully. In physics you have electrical fields and magnetic fields. Astronomers use the concept, embryologists use it, social psychologists use it. Basically it points to that interrelatedness of things. It's a place to stand intellectually while we talk about something that we don't fully understand. In the science of life formation we can talk about the field of formation, or the formation field, by which we are talking about factors that are involved in our formation. We don't understand what they are, but we know that they are there and that they interact, and they interact consistently. That formation field can be diagrammatically outlined, as I've indicated here, and it's on the sheets that you have. The arrows going in two different directions indicate an interrelatedness in two different directions, a giving and a receiving. We'll have a brief overview of this, and then this evening we'll look at two poles of this formation field, the pre-formation pole and the intra-formation pole. Next week we'll look at the inter-formation and the situational formation and the world formation. Briefly, what we mean by pre-formation is the basic stuff with which you begin life, bodily and spiritual, body formation and soul formation. Bodily, the genetic program with which you start. Spiritually, the soul that is yours from the very first moment of your existence. There is something there that forms the basic data of your life formation. And life consists of unfolding that in constant interaction with a whole lot of other forces. One of which is the intra-formative forces. That is, the processes that go on within us. The ways that we process reality inside ourselves. Intra-formation is in constant interaction with pre-formation, and both are in constant interaction with inter-formation. Inter-formation concerns the influences on our life formation that interaction with other human beings has. Inter-formation refers to relatedness with other human beings. Intra-formation, pre-formation, inter-formation are not only in interaction with each other constantly, but they are all in interaction with situational formation. That is, the immediate physical environment has an effect on your formation. For example, the beautiful green color of the walls here affects what happens in this room. Intra-formation, please don't laugh too much, this is all going on tape and Alan might find it out. Intra-formation, pre-formation, inter-formation, situational formation are interacting with each other, and all are interacting with and in a certain world context. Sydney, Australia, the world, 1985. It matters what world you live in. That's part of your formation. I'll make a comment here by way of an aside and come back to it because I think it is an important one. Simple but important. When you get two people coming together, you get two formation fields coming together. You are always in some kind of a field of formation. You are always under those influences. So are the other people with whom you relate. No wonder it's difficult to have human relationships, and the more intimate those relationships become, the more we become aware of the intricacies and the complexities of the dynamic forces at work. Obviously, the formation field changes moment by moment, maybe only slightly, but it keeps on changing, and you bring to each formation field the effect of all the previous millions of formation fields that you have experienced. And so life goes on. Let us look now at the whole notion of pre-formation, that central pole of the formation field, the basic data with which you begin the human journey. Has two aspects to it: bodily formation and soul formation. We won't be able to say much about soul formation for the simple reason that it is not available to empirical research. We can make a few remarks about it. There is some interesting research done on the significance of body formation. The physiological stuff with which you begin life has a significant effect on the shape your life takes, a lot more significant than we would have hitherto believed. Especially the science of genetics has made us very aware of the physiological programming in a human life formation process and the effects that it has. I can remember a number of years ago talking to a fellow who held the chair of research at one of Australia's universities, and he made a comment which is stuck in my mind, me being a layman in terms of biochemistry. Said anyone who denies that the initial cell has everything there is needed to make the adult of any animate being doesn't know the ABC of genetics. In other words, in the initial cell there is already present in embryo, in potency, the adult. And physiologically speaking, biologically speaking, the rest of life is simply the unfolding of what is already there. So that you were present in the initial cell. The zygote contained you in potency. Now it is possible through genetic engineering these days, it seems, to interfere with that, to change it, to inhibit and so forth. But still, whatever basic genetic program you have, that's what must be interfered with. That's the starting point. That's where the life formation begins. Behavioristic psychologists offer us some interesting insights into this. Just recalling the three major streams of psychology, you have the classical psychoanalytical stream, which dates back particularly to Freud. You have the more classical behavioristic stream, which dates back to Watson in the early part of this century. And then you have the more humanistic stream, which is typically dated to people like Maslow and Van Kaam and Rogers in the 50s. The behaviorists have concentrated particularly on the physical aspects of life formation. And they have tended to concentrate on one of two, or sometimes both aspects: the learned aspects of behavior and or the innate aspects. It is particularly those findings that come from studying the innate or hereditary or congenital physiological aspects of behavior that I'd like to reflect on for a moment. I'm going to quote from an author who is referred to on the sheets, Daniel E. Berlin, Behavior Theory as Personality Theory, from Perspectives on Personality by Salvatore R. Maddi. I'm quoting from page 471-72. The most recent neo-behaviorists have maintained their predecessors' concern for motivational problems, but several new doors have been opened by their steeply mounting interest in intrinsic or collative motivation. Earlier neo-behaviorists hoped to trace all behavior back to external annoyances or organic needs affecting tissues other than the sense organs and the nervous system. Now it has become apparent that activities pursued for their own sake, without any practical consequences of an obvious and immediate nature, take up a large part of the time and energy of higher animals. These activities appear to be self-motivating and self-reinforcing, which must mean that the motivational factors to which they are subject depend on their structure, or in other words, on the relations, harmonious or discordant, between simultaneous internal psychophysiological processes. In other words, from observing behavior, it does seem that there are many factors in human behavior that come simply not from external stimulus, but from within the organism itself. It has its own self-motivating, self-driving, in other words, innate tendencies. Just to reflect for a moment on the members of your family, or if you don't come from a large enough family, say members of other families. The differences between children in a family can be extraordinarily marked. I think of a person I was with on the weekend. Her brother and his wife have 3 children. The eldest is about 6, the next is about 3.5, the next is about 2. The 2-year-old controls the other 2. The 3.5-year-old is a very placid, retiring child. And recently they were going out in the car, and Diane, the mother, got in the car and was about to go, and the little boy was in the back, and I've forgotten the 3-year-old's name. Let's call him Stephen. The younger one said, "Stephen out, Mummy." And Mother said, "Just settle down." She strapped him into the car seat. "Settle down, we're about to go, you know, we'll be going in a minute." And, "Stephen out, Mummy." And Mummy turned around, and Stephen's not in the back seat. She'd forgot to tell Stephen to get in the car, so he's standing outside there waiting to be told to get into the car. A very placid, retiring kind of a child. This other kid is rather more assertive and perhaps a little bit bossy for a little child. Both from the same mother and father, both living in the same environment, but there's something innate, something congenitally different in those 2 children. And from my own personal experience of our family and from other families I've observed, this is not uncommon, that you will get different behavior patterns, different temperamental types in the one family. And the behavioristic researchers begin to look at that. Some of them say all behavior is learned, and in extreme cases will go on to say that, in fact, given the right circumstances, you can make anything out of anybody. You know, you can make an artist out of somebody, or a footballer, or whatever. But as you begin to reflect on human experience and look at it, at families and so forth, it becomes fairly obvious that there are some innate propensities present or not present in different people that make a difference. Berlin goes on. Preoccupations with learning may lead one to disregard innate differences, which must seem the logical starting point to anyone who wishes to throw light on the dissimilarities among human beings. It does seem to me, as a layman in this area of neurophysiology and behavioristic studies, that one of the most obvious things is, it does seem to be that there is innate difference between people. Some people are born differently from others. They have a different physiological program. Nevertheless, interest in learning does not preclude interest in individual differences. One might well think that it must sooner or later compel attention to them. First, what is learned varies with the environmental conditions to which an individual is exposed. And since different individuals encounter different combinations of external stimulus conditions, they will inevitably acquire different behavior through learning. It has, in fact, been a commonplace among behavior theorists who have maintained contact with other social scientists that the contrasting child-rearing practices and economic circumstances that characterize different social groups must inevitably produce contrasting forms of learned behavior. Precisely because of the infinite variety that learning can exhibit, it has been difficult to find appropriate classificatory schemes to impose the necessary conceptual order on them. And this has certainly been an obstacle to progress in this direction. Secondly, individuals can differ in how they learn. Such differences might well be hereditary, even though they affect behavior in conjunction with learning. And Berlin goes on to discuss the theory of Pavlov with regard to the nervous system. Now let me point out here before we go any further, we are not dependent on the behaviorist theory, how they theorize about the relationship between temperament and character and behavior and physiological roots. what we do stand by when we talk about this formation field is that the body is important, the physiological givens of life are important to the processes of life formation. If somebody should prove that the body is not important to life formation, then this whole field theory would fall apart. If you were to disprove the behavioristic theory, we could shrug our shoulders and say, oh, well, let's look for another one. Because there must be some physiological influences there. And it stands to reason, because we are bodily beings. Based on Pavlov's theories of the nervous system, which may or may not be true, some Russian scientists have developed some, what they think are links between physiology and temperament. We are accustomed, for example, to hearing us say of things like the Myers-Briggs test. Some of you may have done that, to point up temperamental factors in people. And typically people outside the behavioristic school wouldn't place too much emphasis on the physiological basis of temperament. However, these people do place that emphasis. Let's listen to what they say. They may or may not be right. The fact is that the body must have some influence somewhere on our life formation, and it's interesting to hear how these intelligent researchers relate it. Teplov and his collaborators have attempted to identify the general psychological characteristics that go together with the variables on which the type of nervous system depends, which means extending the Pavlovian theory of individual differences to the elucidation of temperament. Strength of excitatory processes is said to go together with a capacity to handle complex materials, perceptually and intellectually, as well as with ability to withstand prolonged tension and to recover quickly from fatigue. Persons with strong inhibitory processes tend to concentrate their attention effectively, terminate and restrain their activities where appropriate, write and speak concisely, and generally exercise self-control. Weakness in both excitation and inhibition means inability to concentrate, lack of capacity for intellectual work, lack of initiative and perseverance. The signs of a balanced nervous system include placidity, freedom from impetuosity in thought, speech and action, and immunity to neurotic disturbances. High mobility implies adaptiveness and flexibility in rapidly changing conditions. Interesting. I think from just the layman's eye, my own observations of people, it does seem highly likely that there is some link between physiology and temperament. I haven't done any research. I don't know what it is. These people have done a lot of research. They say that's what it is. I don't know, worth listening to. Until someone comes up with a better theory, I will withhold judgment and say that's very interesting, and it's quite possibly true, at least in part. We are getting to Australia in June and July of this year. A very interesting fellow whom I met in the United States a couple of years ago, a priest and a psychiatrist. He holds the chair of, he's the clinical assistant professor at Georgetown University Medical School. His name is Father Michael Peterson. He's a practicing psychiatrist, ran a sex clinic not too long ago, now is president of a St. Luke Institute in Suitland, Maryland, for drug and alcohol-dependent priests and religious. But he has done significant research into the whole area of sexual development and its relationship, its physiological bases. And he suggests that there is a mounting body of evidence from the study of genetics that would indicate that homosexuality has genetic roots rather than environmental roots. It's still in the stage of theory, still in the stage of gathering evidence. If that is the case, however, and this is the kind of thing where science throws moral theology some very serious questions. If it is true that one is physiologically programmed to be homosexual, for example, and it seems to me that is saying God made me to be homosexual, or God made this person to be homosexual. Therefore, it raises very interesting moral questions for us with respect to homosexuality. That would seem to indicate what we have been emphasizing already in this lecture, namely there is a close correlation between physiology and life formation, something that we cannot ignore. We're not suggesting that physiology is overwhelmingly important and more important than everything else. quite frankly, I don't know how important it is, and I'm not sure that anyone could really say that, whether you can quantify it. But that it is a fact in life formation needs to be taken account of. Typically, I would suggest that life formation as we've understood it operating in our education system, in our church instruction system, say through preaching, in novitiates and seminaries, concentrated on learned behaviour, generally at the expense of and ignoring innate hereditary behaviour. I mentioned a moment ago that in extreme cases, some behaviourists will suggest that there is nothing really innate, that you can teach a person to be anything that you set your mind to. In 1924, Watson wrote, any normal child can be turned into any type of specialist I might select. Doctor, lawyer, artist, merchant, thief, and yes, even make a man and a thief, regardless of his talents, penchants, tendencies, abilities, vocations, and race of his ancestors. I don't think there'd be too many people would adhere to that theory, but it raises an interesting question where life formation is shifted simply in terms of learning and ignores the innate capacities. It will run into certain problems. Religious formation in seminaries and novitiates and schools and families, I would suggest hasn't typically taken sufficient account of, and medically speaking we didn't know too much about it, it hasn't taken sufficient account of the physiological factors in life formation, and even now we're not sure of them. Edward T. Hall, in a book which I've recommended before and will recommend again, Beyond Culture, has a section on education which is most stimulating and provocative, and I would say insightful, about page 190 through 200, somewhere in there. But in that he suggests two basic theses and then goes on to elaborate. One is that culture is a structure that we use to give ourselves a place to stand in order to protect us against reality. And what culture very often engenders, typically engenders, is cultural blindness. That we mistake culture for reality. We mistake our way of doing things for the way of doing things. So that's one thesis. And the other thesis is that if we are to understand human life formation or the process of education, we've got to go back to the origins, the nature of the person that we're dealing with. And there is, at least in part, in human nature, animality. We're dealing with a sophisticated primate. And we're not simply primates, we're not brutes. We are essentially different from the brutes, but there is something of the primate about us, if you accept evolution. And again, this is an interesting theory to ponder as we endeavour to come to understand how the physiological aspects affect life formation. And a couple of points he makes. For example, he quotes researchers in the area of education noting the importance of play, how typically animals learn by playing. The human animal has forgotten how to play, particularly in the Western world. We are, even our leisure and our recreation are business. Look at the way many people go about jogging, for example. It's big business. Look at what we call sport. A lot of the recreational playfulness has gone right out of sport. And we certainly, typically anyway, don't learn by playing in our school system. And the whole institutionalization of education has tended to delimit the possibilities. Another point he raises is that effective learning and effective work in groups, according to quite a massive amount of research, would indicate that the most efficient groups are 8 to 12. Beyond that, you get into too large groups so that people find it difficult to work with each other, to understand each other, to relate with each other, and consequent inefficiency drops, conviction and commitment drop, interest drops. And he suggests that the massive sizes of our schools, and he talks particularly of the American experience, where although several schools near where I lived in Pittsburgh of 2,500, 2,700 students, you wonder how much true education goes on in an institution that size, and we opt for big institutions. I can remember being absolutely staggered at some groups of religious where you might have 40 or 50 religious under the formation guidance of one person. How can one person engage in the life formation process of 50 human beings in a year? It's ridiculous. The most that the person can do with that large number is simply train them to fit into the system, and that's precisely what happened. There was very little formation occurred. I've quoted before instances, and I can think of a priest whom I know who in a certain seminary kept on going and asking, not in Australia, asking the rector he wanted to talk about problems that he was having, and the rector kept on saying to him, if you were really a man, you would buck up, pull yourself together and get on with it, otherwise get out. And that man went on and was ordained and has had, I would say, an irretrievable breakdown as a priest. A destroyed man. The whole question of life formation was seen in terms of behavioristic program, behavioristic modification, learning. Little account being taken of other factors. We followed the tabula rasa theory, the clean slate. That when somebody comes into a school or a seminary or a novitiate, you simply start off, you don't consider anything about the residue or accumulation of past experience, all the many formation fields and their effects that this person has lived through. You just put them into the system and they either cope or they don't. What Van Kaam talks about, the cookie cutter mentality, where there's a person's put into the system, and it's not so much a question of formation, it's a question of training. Again, getting back to our topic, the whole question of physiological influences. Some people in that kind of a system, and it was secular as well as ecclesiastical, what was more important was the group than the individual. And people's physiological differences very often make for a hellish life for some people. And I know a person, a priest, who for a long time suffered from serious illnesses, couldn't cope, psychologically, mentally, emotionally, could not cope, got a real bad name, was stigmatized as a hypochondriac, a bit of a nut, until he went to a hospital and they ran some tests on him and they found he had endogenous depression. He suffered from a chemical imbalance. Physiologically, he was different from the rest, but he was expected to fit in and conform to the program of the rest. I can remember in the seminary, we were expected to play touch football or the equivalent twice a week. Now, some people are physiologically not structured to play. I can remember in high school, and I went to a state high school, this is not a Catholic school, a state high school where about this time of the year, at the beginning of the winter, you were all lined up, you put your phys ed gear on and you went up to the scales and got weighed, and you put into the 5/7s or the 6/7s or the 7/7s or the 8/7s or whatever. But there were a few kids who had notes from their mothers and they got permission to play tennis, and they were publicly and clearly named the Queens. Now, I wonder, physiologically, whether any human being is programmed to play what we call football. Whether that kind of severe contact sport is kind to the physiology that we human beings have. I've spoken to doctors about the tremendous injury to joints that happen from the severe knocking that we give one another. But that kind of thing just fails to take notice of the physiological facts. People who drive themselves too hard. Rollo May, in his book Love and Will, talks about his experience in convalescing after TB. This is back about in the 40s. He said that he and the other patients, when they began to get better, impatient to be up and about again, would often start to take less sleep and do harder work and so forth, almost as if they'd gotten over it. And those times when they forgot to listen to their bodies, they went into, they got sicker again. It was only when they were able to listen to their bodies and flow with the physiological facts of their existence at that time that the healing process was promoted. We have in our own society a serious problem of burnout, especially for people in the helping professions. And part of the problem with the burnout situation is the inability, often, to listen to what's happening in one's body, to allow the bodily to contribute to the life formation process. When one gets a headache, instead of taking something to get rid of the headache, it might be more appropriate to sit down and listen. What's the headache saying? What's the backache saying? What are the aching muscles telling me? This brings in to the whole notion of spirituality and life formation such mundane things as diet, eating appropriately, exercise, sleep. These are all part of an overall life formation process. They are not aside from it. They are part of the way God works with us. They are part of the process whereby we become the people that God asked us to be, invited us to be, called us to be. When we start to reflect on the body, and here I'll make a few comments which will be developed at a later time, next term, but a couple of things become obvious. In Western society, we are under the rather tragically delimiting effects of dualism. We think of our bodies as somehow or other separate from ourselves. You may have heard the expression of Cartesian dualism. Descartes, who died in the middle of the 17th century, spoke about the self as situated in the pineal gland and operated the organism like a pilot operates a boat. So there's a person in there somewhere, inside, and the body is somewhere separate from it. And that fitted in with our spirituality, which had roots in the Neoplatonism of Origen, and the Jansenism that had picked up along the way, whereby the body becomes something to be shunned. And the pleasures of the body, well, you don't talk about them at least. The body is a burden. The body is something you put down and keep in place. If you have that dualistic notion, there's an inherent conflict that you establish for yourself. You put the body at enmity with yourself, as if you were apart from the body. The body has nothing really to do with life formation except as kind of a menace, something that you must control and keep at bay. Dualism is an important factor to remember when you start to think of the body as a part of life formation. The second thing is a point that is made by the French philosopher Merleau-Ponty when he says our experience of our bodies is always ambiguous. And that's just a fact. There's nothing we can do to get away from that. Ambiguous in two senses. The body is the means of being in the world and being able to come close to other people, particularly symbolized in sexual intimacy. It is the body that enables that kind of union, but it is the very body that prevents the ultimate union. It is the body that reminds us that we can never be one with the other person. The body brings us together and separates us. It is always ambiguous. Furthermore, the body in its bodiliness reminds us of our inside and outside. The body has an inner and an outer world. There's something ambiguous about that. It reminds us of our inwardness, our interiority, the deeper depths of reality. It also puts us out there in the world. By our bodiliness, we are able to be out there, to be with other people. Okay, we've spent most of our time reflecting on the physiological aspects of pre-formation. Pre-formation also includes the given spiritual fact, the soul formation. Now, anthropologists indicate that in various tribal groups there is the recognition of the spirit. The person has a spirit. When they die, the spirits go. That dimension of life is there. But empirically, we really can't talk about it. We must call on faith, the various world religious traditions. And also, I would say, and this does, it's like using empirical observation, but going one step beyond it. If you look at people, for example, Abraham Maslow's experience of looking at his child, you see that there is more to a person than mere materiality. Now, you can't prove that, but it seems to me from human experience, an honest looking at people, there is more to a human being if you look in the eye of a person than mere materiality. You look in the eye of a living person, it's very different from looking in the eye of a corpse. Something has gone. What has gone? Life. But what are we talking about? Not just life, we're talking about human life. We're talking about this human life. So this human life has gone. What is it? Empirically, we can make those kind of comments. What we're talking about here, if we can extend it and draw on the divine revelation, on faith, the basic fact that I am made in the image and likeness of God includes both my body formation and my soul formation. This bodily person, this animated bodily person, is made in the image and likeness of God. The soul formation particularly manifests that in its spirituality, in its freedom. The soul is the ground of freedom. It's the ground of the transcendent. The soul is the deepest reality that I am. The soul is the ultimate ground, ultimate relative ground, on which I stand and out of which I live, which gives me a certain uniqueness, a certain identity. God does not have accidents. God made this person, this person, this person deliberately, lovingly, wisely. It was very interesting when we were reflecting on this morning. A number of people made the comment that they had the sense, and they didn't quite know how to explain it or where it came from, that when we began, we were all the same. We had this thing called a soul, and everybody's soul was the same. There was a kind of a universality there. And in reflecting on it, it seemed to us that what we have grown up with is that there was no emphasis, no talk of individuality. The emphasis was on communality, on catholicity, on conformity, and on universality, on the group identity rather than the individual. So no wonder we don't have within our consciousness that emphasis on as a unique person. The scriptural evidence is there. If you go to Psalm 139, for example, God knit me together in my mother's womb. St. Paul talks about each of us being God's work of art. Very beautiful way of expressing it. So that we kick off life because God has deliberately placed us in the world, given us certain datum with which to go, certain talents, certain program, certain possibilities, and then we unfold and then we move on with life in interaction with many different people, events and things throughout our life. Let us pause there and throw it open to questions and reflections. Comment. Okay, our second lecture tonight continues the theme of the context of formation, and we have just reflected on the notion of pre-formation, and the thing that I would wish to emphasize there is that there is a certain data that are given, bodily and soul formation, with which we start life, which begins to interact with other factors in existence. Let us reflect now on intra-formation, which is the way in which we internally process reality at any given moment of life. Typically, I would say psychology would tend to focus on intra-formation. The behaviorists, as we have seen, tend to focus on some of them, on bodily formation, which would take in the aspect of pre-formation, but they also would look at learned formation, which includes some element of environment and mixing with other people. But I would suggest that typically psychology focuses our attention on what's going on inside us, the conscious and the unconscious, the imagination, the mind and the will, and so forth. Let us reflect on those inner processes, that intraformative dimension, which is highly intricate, highly complex, has many different aspects. And again, let me repeat a remark that I made in the last lecture. When you get two people coming together and trying to relate intimately, remember what you've got coming together trying to relate intimately. And that a person is a very complex, intricate, mysterious being. No wonder we find it difficult to communicate with each other. One of the processes of intraformation concerns the mind, the formative mind, which operates either as transcendent mind or functional mind. When we use the word transcendent mind,
We're talking about the mind as open to the more than, the beyond, as open to reality with a capital R. When we talk about the mind as functional, we're talking about the mind as able to figure out, calculate, put together two and two, and come to some kind of a practical decision. The mind as functional is utilitarian. Formative will may be either transcendent or functional. Transcendent will is the openness, again, to reality with a capital R, the basic orientation towards reality. Functional will or executive will, or secondary will or utilitarian will is that capability we all have of making functional, practical decisions. I will do this. This has to be done, so I go ahead and do it. Just looking at those two, very often our spirituality in recent times has tended to focus on formative mind as functional and perhaps transcendent, formative will as functional, so that the mind figured out the schema of life, what it meant to be holy, what it meant to be a housewife, what it meant to be a husband, what it meant to be a good nun, a good priest, or whatever, and the functional will had the job of making it happen, putting it together. You just tried harder. Reflect on the nature of sermons. Very often they fell into that try harder category. The advice that was very often given in the confessional was try harder. What they're calling on is the functional will, the executive, the utilitarian will. Grit your teeth and do it. That is one aspect, an important aspect of intra-formation. Not by any means the only aspect. As we'll reflect in a moment, when you overprize or overemphasize or overuse one aspect of the intraformative processes, an imbalance is set up. It tends to promote deformation. Thirdly, part of the intra-formation, the internal processes, is the imagination, the formative imagination. The ability that we all have to use images to lend shape to our lives. Some psychologists would suggest, and my own reflections, I would agree with them, that images are more powerful in moving us and shaping us than ideas. If you can give a person an example when you're explaining something, it is far more powerful than just the idea. Or if you can put forward, say if you're trying to sell something to someone or persuade somebody to do something, if you can put forward an image, get some image that excites, it's far more likely to convince them than an idea. The imagination is a powerful forming force. Formative anticipation. The ability to go ahead of oneself, to anticipate reality, and actually be there in a creative sort of a way. Now, formative anticipation also opens up deformative possibilities. Let's take an example. Supposing you have a dental appointment tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock. Through the ability to anticipate, you can start thinking in terms of that crazy dentist last time I was there, put a drill bit right into my gum. It was an awful experience. The analgesic wore off and I suffered intensely. I was in the chair for 7.5 hours and he forgot about me for 4.5 of those hours. It was a horrible experience. I just know when I go there tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock I am going to suffer intensely. Already you're beginning to make yourself suffer. Deformative anticipation. Another possibility, formative anticipation, which is more constructive. Yes, I'm going to the dentist. Sometimes it hurts. Last time it did. But it means it's a healing process. And in fact, the man is about healing. The whole process is about healing, about getting better. When it's done, it's going to be so good. It'll be great when that tooth is fixed up. Wow, I really can't wait to get to the dentist tomorrow afternoon. That's a bit of an exaggeration, but we can, in fact, do things. We can put ourselves forward. And of course, the other side of that coin is formative memory. Just as we can appropriate the future, we can also appropriate the past. In fact, we're doing it all the time. We can remember things constructively, or we can remember things destructively. Things that have happened to us in our family, for example. We can recall them, look at them, acknowledge them, work through them, and then in that way, formative memory becomes very constructive. Or we can look at things and say, what a dreadful thing happened to me. I belong to this family. I wished I'd never belonged to that family. It was a mean thing my father used to do to me all the time. I can't bear to think about it. Let's put it in the knapsack. Formative memory, the ability to remember, becomes destructive. We start to live in resentment and regret. All these formation resources, which are, to emphasize it, potentially constructive, as well as they are potentially destructive, operate at different levels of consciousness. At focal consciousness, that is what we're actually aware of, which is something way, way less than about 1% of what's going on at any given moment we're aware of. At a deeper level, prefocal consciousness, just out of our awareness, but sort of available to our awareness. You might have had the experience, somebody says to you, what's so-and-so's name over there? And you say, oh God, I know it so well, it's on the tip of my tongue. Yes, Mary Bloggs, that's the name, Mary Bloggs. For the moment, it wasn't in your focal consciousness, it was in prefocal consciousness. It was just out of reach, but with a little bit of nudging, maybe you start to go through the alphabet. A, no, it's not A, B, C, D, M, Mary, that's the name, yes. It elicits it from the prefocal. Then at a deeper level, very often in psychology, people simply say unconscious or subconscious. Van Kaam introduces a category here which I think is most helpful, namely, instead of talking simply about unconscious, he talks about the infrafocal conscious, the infraconscious simply. That is consciousness that's even deeper than the prefocal, not available to awareness immediately, but is either transconscious or unconscious. Unconsciousness refers to the accumulated sediment of past experiences, the inner conflicts, tensions, undealt with reality. Transconsciousness simply refers to that deep openness that we all have within ourselves, beyond our conscious awareness, to the transcendent with a capital T. Now, the value of that distinction, I think, can be seen in this kind of a situation. When people start to talk about deep religious experience, about visions, words of knowledge, prophecies, etc., 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 you're into the area where the hysterical and the religious exist side by side. The hysterical, perhaps moving out of the unconscious, genuinely religious moving out of the transconscious. I was associated with a charismatic prayer meeting at one stage where there was an individual who had words of knowledge for people, would call them up at all sorts of hours of the day or night and tell them things that God had told her. I would say these were not coming out of her transconsciousness, but rather out of her unconsciousness. In other words, her undealt with, sedimented life experiences. You have a tragic example of that in Jim Jones, the infamous situation where those more than 900 people went to their death. Jim Jones apparently had great vision, great ideas. God was leading him. He was a man of God, and they were following. But there may have been something of the transconscious there, openness to reality. Jim Jones had some reasonably good ideas, and he does seem, in the beginning at least, to have been concerned with people. But it does seem to have gotten mixed up with his own conflicts, his own undealt with tensions, and came to a horrible grief in the end. In the final analysis, in discerning words of knowledge or phenomena that come out of the deeper recesses of the psyche, the only test is by their fruits you will know them. In the church we have experiences such as that of St. Bridget of Sweden, who wrote the whole rule for the Brigittine nuns, not the Brigidine nuns, the Brigittine nuns, wrote it out of inner dialogues with God, inner visions. The testimony of the church and time indicates that they in fact came out of the transconsciousness, out of her genuine openness to God. Catherine of Siena, similarly, and a number of people, more recently or in less recent times, have had that experience. It is possible. but it is not always easy to discern. I would suggest that people who are involved in leading charismatic prayer meetings think very, very carefully about that distinction. And really the ultimate test is the fruits. And sometimes you have to withhold judgment and say, I don't know whether what you're saying is from God or not. Let's wait and see. If it is, the fruits will become obvious. If it's not, well, we haven't lost anything anyway. You've aired it. Leave it be. When in doubt, leave out. At a deeper and even more complex level, we can talk about the interconsciousness, and this is a fascinating kind of a phenomenon where groups of people will develop a similar hidden consciousness about life. For example, you would expect to find, say, in a group of Marists, provided that they have done their training well and absorbed the spirit of the Society of Mary and so forth, you would expect to find similar things coming out of the deeper recesses of the psyche. Not identical, certainly not, but some similar realities, which would be different from those coming out of the deeper recesses of the psyche of a Jesuit, or a sister of mercy, or a sister of charity, or a sister of something else, or a brother, or another priest, or out of an Australian versus a Japanese. The interconsciousness refers to that development of deep, sedimented experience that comes with a group of people, that the people share. Carl Jung spoke about something similar to that when he talked about the collective unconscious. Still very much hypothetical kind of a reality, but one that does seem to have some foundation in the real. The interconnectedness of forces of psychic energy, or whatever you like to call it, beyond the focally conscious or even the prefocally conscious. Somewhere in the deeper recesses, people are joined in the way they think and react. Culture typically is a great instrument of interconsciousness. And all these movements in intra-formation elicit and are moved by, in turn, feelings and emotions. The difference between feelings and emotions is, in the language of psychology, one of degree, not an essential one. Feelings are more superficial. They have physiological manifestations, but they are immediately available to awareness. Emotions are not always available to awareness, but they have more intense physiological expressions, manifestations. So when you talk about intra-formation, you're talking about that highly complex, intricate interrelatedness and interaction of forces. Because of our fallenness, they are never automatically integrated. One of the processes of life formation is to foster an integration between those. And there will always be a tension in that, because the temptation will be to bring the willpower to bear, the functional will, to make it, put it all together, to make it all happen in a way that is the way I want it to be. There is a need to wait, a need to set up formative structures in life which fosters the mind, allows the mind to grow, fosters the will and strengthens it, fosters anticipation, fosters imagination, fosters memory, so that all these forces are able to contribute to life formation in their own way. A good disposition to foster for yourself from a practical point of view is one of friendship. Be your own best friend. Accompany yourself. We spoke earlier on about dualism. What dualism in fact sets up is an enmity. The body becomes a burden. It becomes something separate, something you struggle against. A dualistic spirituality sets up an inherent conflict in life, constantly trying to stave off the body with its cravings and so forth, or constantly succumbing to the body with its cravings, which in other words sets up a relationship of enmity. What I'm suggesting here is a more formative inner environment is one that is fostered through friendship, one that is fostered through accompaniment. Be your own best friend.
what Van Kaam calls a transcendent self-presence, whereby you're able to stand and experience yourself as part of the mystery, as a participator in the overall mystery of creation. There's an interesting thing can happen with people. Take an extreme case of the genius. And the genius is a person who's typically born with one or more of these formation resources far, far more sensitive, more highly developed than the others, e.g. the intellect. Far outstrips the normal intellect of a person and far outstrips in relativity all the other formation resources. Over Easter I went to see Amadeus. Quite frankly, it was spoiled for me a little bit by the anachronistic Americanisms that are coming through, like Amadeus's wife says to the fellow asking Amadeus to write an opera, vaudeville, for God's sake, in 18th century Germany. We want a down payment for the opera now. And I thought, oh my God, you're ripped out of 1785 to 1985, this brattish little New York housewife. Was playing. Anyway, to some extent I felt a good film was spoiled for me by that, but it did portray well the plight of a genius. Mozart was a fantastic genius and obviously had an incredibly developed trans-consciousness, an openness to reality. His ability, for example, it didn't come out in that film, but one of the anecdote stories about him is he went to the Sistine Chapel and heard the Sistine Chapel choir at the Vatican, 6-part harmony, went home and wrote it down, all 6 parts, without missing a beat. But the guy was a very disturbed character, and that often happens with geniuses. One genius who doesn't seem to have been quite so disturbed, although I'm not quite so sure of that, a book I'd encourage you to read too is Yehudi Menuhin's Unfinished Journey. Fascinating story. There is a genius, a child prodigy, who had high intelligence, great intelligence, obviously a great openness to the real, a tremendous sensitivity in terms of music. Doesn't seem to have been any more disturbed than your average individual. But let's get back to the more average. A person who has a very good intelligence, say, is an ordinary enough person, but has a good, fine mind. One of the dangers always is that resource, which ought to be a stepping stone of openness to reality and involvement in reality, can very easily become a defense against reality. Let me give you an example of someone I have in mind. And this could apply to a number of different people. Let me meld a number of people whom I know into one person. Has a very, very fine mind, good intellect, able to figure things out and find an answer for everything, able to solve problems because he has a powerful intellect, able to stave off arguments, never be beaten in an argument, very good with words, very sharp, very logical. This is it. And they can solve their own emotional problems by intellectual strength. Then they get to be 60, 65, 70. The functionality of the mind begins to waver. The ability to solve their problems begins to diminish. And the emotional conflicts which were put in the knapsack over the past 60 years come out to play. And they go into orbit. And one person I can think of in particular literally has cut right off from reality, is way, way somewhere out near Jupiter. Nobody can get anywhere near him. And this is the mind or the strong will, instead of being a resource that plunges one into reality, enables one to become a harmonious participator in the mystery, in fact becomes a defense against reality and prevents one ever plunging into the mystery. And it is tragic to see it happen. And I've seen it happen with many, many different people, and particularly with priests, since our training encouraged us to be intellectualist and tended to attract people, at least generally, of reasonable intelligence, so that life is lived out of the intellect and intellectual schemas. And so many priests never really got down into the gutsy, earthy facts of life. And one of the reasons why they find it very, very difficult to relate with people, to share authority with people, to be comfortable with people, to really relax with people. Now, that doesn't apply to all priests, obviously. but it is a problem with us clerics. We're a weird mob. Be patient with us. Some people have a very powerful imagination too. A child who finds it difficult to cope but also has a powerful imagination needs to be watched, because they can fabricate through their imagination a whole world of irreality into which they withdraw every time things get tough. It can be a very normal, healthy thing for a child to do, but it also can be a dangerous thing, because then, typically as an adult, we call on the strategies and tactics for maintaining our conviction of form potency that worked as a child, and we keep repeating them as adults. And whilst it's an appropriate thing for a 7-year-old to do, to withdraw into an imaginary world, it's not so appropriate for a child of 47 to do. Looking at a few practical pointers that emerge from this. The first one I would draw on, by way of stating a general principle here, draw on an axiom of traditional scholastic philosophy. Whatever is received according to the manner of the recipient. Let me explain that. When I say to, let me take an example that's not going to get me into trouble. All right, yes, Amadeus. We're talking about Amadeus, the film. And I say, what a great film that is. Somebody else says it and says, that was trite. They ruined Mozart. I love Mozart, and they ruined Mozart. And somebody else says, it was deeply moving. Do you remember where they dropped his body in the pauper's grave and threw lime over it? I just cried. And somebody else has some other reaction. 1,000 people can go to that, and there might be a number of similar reactions, but each person will have their own nuance. Each person will receive that film in a different way. And it's an axiom of life. We all lend a subjective dimension to the objective reality. When we talk about reality, we're not talking about something simple. There is an objective reality about this room. When we all leave tonight, this room will still be here, with its green walls. But when we are here, there are many different lived realities. The combination of the objective and the subjective coming together. If we all sat down and described in our own words privately this room, we would come up with something similar. We would use different words, different nuances, different people would emphasize different things, which gives rise to a second general principle, namely that everybody's perception of reality is perspectival. That is, we only have a perspective on reality. There's that famous Hindu story of the blind men who were in the employ of the prince, and the prince decided to bring in an elephant so that they would describe it, to just expose them to different sensations and so forth. So they brought in the elephant into the yard and took one man over, and he went to the back leg and felt around it, and he said, oh, an elephant is like a strong tree, I can feel it, it's marvelous. Took the next one over and he grabbed the tail, and he said, oh, an elephant is like a broom, yes, it's like a broom with long whatever. Somebody else grabbed the trunk and described it as a hose. And they're all describing the elephant. The myth is used to say that's the way it is with human beings in reality. We all get hold of a different angle of it, a different end of it, and describe it differently. That's not to say that reality is purely subjective. I'm not saying that. And let me keep emphasizing. Reality, we couldn't talk about reality if there wasn't some objective base there. But let us also recognize that reality is perspectival when it comes to the lived reality of human beings. We all have a different perspective on it. We all grasp different aspects differently. We nuance it. That gives rise to at least 4 different practical points. The first one concerns empathy. If you are going to ever communicate successfully with people, especially in a close, intimate sort of a way, especially the kind of communication that might take place between husband and wife, or 2 people who have a close friendship, or counselor and counselee, or helper-helpee in some way. you must be able to, in some measure at least, enter into the perspective of the other person. If you are to communicate with that person, you've got to know reality in some measure, and it can only be in some measure, as they know reality. And they must know reality as you know reality. If you don't, it's just like two TVs faced to one another trying to communicate. You can't communicate because you have different worlds. And this is where you get cross-communications, confrontations that are non-creative. One of the best ways into a person's world, into their perspective, is to listen to their language. And practically speaking, it helps, if not out loud, certainly within yourself, to repeat the words they have said. Gee, I hated that film. She hated that film. What was it about that film you hated? Trying to find... Well, they just ruined Mozart. It was terrible what they did to Mozart's music. Ruined Mozart's music. It was terrible what they did. What in particular did they do to Mozart's music? You're not just trying to pin this person to the wall, you're trying to allow their language to draw you into their world so you can begin to see it as they see it. It occurs to me, in doing this, the whole process of empathy, the best paradigm for that is the incarnation. He was in the form of God. He did not count his equality with God a thing to be grasped, but became human, and being as all men are, became humbly yet even to death on the cross. The whole incarnation, the entering in of God into human experience. I'm sure a lot of conflicts, even to the international level, would be avoided if people entered into the other person's experience. That old Indian saying, walk a mile in your brother's moccasins. Enter into the world, start to see it as they see it. Take time out to understand them, and then, if you could imagine an ideal situation, say, with the Russians and the American diplomats get together, and each person, say, the Americans spend the first day trying to very honestly and openly, what are the Russians saying? What is the Russian perspective on reality? How are these people thinking? And to do it very honestly. Then the next day the Russians spend the same with the Americans. Would seem to provide a much more fruitful kind of a dialogue. Hopelessly idealistic to say that, but if you bring it down to more mundane, practical experiences, say husband and wife, two people who are close friends, parents and children, teachers and students, teachers and staff, people in work situations, if before you enter into attacking each other or simple argumentation, try to understand where the other person is coming from, what is their perspective on reality, get some kind of empathy, some kind of appreciation of their perspective. The importance of listening, the importance of discerning what is happening there for that person. Secondly, practically, how grossly inappropriate it is for any individual or group of individuals to think they have the corner on reality, to think they see reality as reality is. We have incidences in the history of nations, the history of the church, where cultural arrogance and religious arrogance has been used to the detriment of peoples. 400 years ago, when the early missionaries went to China, there was the whole question of using the Chinese language in the liturgy, the Chinese customs and the Chinese dress and so forth, and word came back from Rome, no, you will use Roman vestments, you will use the Latin language, etc., etc., etc. And the Chinese mission was lost. And you can give examples of for example, the imperialism of various countries, both the English and later on the Americans, and the disrespect for other cultures and other peoples who were regarded as somehow or other less civilized or having less value. A failure to appreciate the basic notion that nobody has all of reality, and nobody has the better part of reality. Everybody has some reality which needs to be respected. We've mentioned it before, and it's worth mentioning again, the new understanding of the church's missionary endeavour. The missioners go as much to learn as to teach. They enter into a two-way giving and receiving in the missionary project. It is never simply a matter of us going over there and telling them, showing them, giving them what they must know or have or do. Fourth practical point, and this is one that allows for great hope, I think. Since reality does have this subjective dimension to it, lived reality, it is possible for us to change reality. It may not be possible for us to change objective reality, but it is possible for us to change subjective reality in terms of imagination, anticipation, working with memory, working with mind, working with the will. Albert Ellis, an American psychotherapist, has developed the notion of rational emotive therapy, in which he operates on the premise that most, if not all, mental and emotional disorders are grounded in irrational ideas. And therapy consists in changing people's ideas. And if you can get them to change their ideas, their emotional and mental states will alter. For example, if you can see something at least of the practicality of this. The Jansenistic mood of our spirituality included the fact that to sit down and do nothing is bad. Idle mind is the devil's workshop. The devil will find things for idle hands. Therefore, the irrational idea implicit in that is you should be busy, or you should feel guilty if you're not busy. What I'm suggesting, that's an irrational idea which causes unnecessary anxiety and guilt. Now, if you are to deal with that anxiety and guilt, you have to deal with the irrational idea, that imperative which is imposing itself on you. And one of the best ways to deal with irrational ideas is simply to question them. Whenever you find yourself shoulding yourself or musting yourself or oughting yourself, simply say, why? You really should go and do this. Oh, I must give so-and-so a ring. Why? Well, I just must. Gently, again, within the spirit of accompaniment and friendship, just be prepared to question your shoulds. I'm not suggesting that should be struck from the language, but I am suggesting that many of our shoulds are irrational. And by working on those, we can change our reality. It is possible for us to alter our lived reality by working on some of these internal factors. By using the imagination, for example. Typically, we don't, our education process doesn't develop imagination as such. It develops the mind, especially the functional mind, but doesn't take too much account of imagination or anticipation or memory. But that can be very powerful. The imagination can be a powerful instrument for altering reality, making reality more pleasant. For example, supposing I have a job to do which I may not find attractive. If I can swing my imagination and my anticipation into play and colour it, even if I might colour it in an unrealistic way in some sense that makes it more attractive, it can elicit from me a natural enthusiasm, a natural drive, a natural motivation, which allows me to go through and do the job with far less energy, far more creatively, far more easily than if I'm just simply relying on functional will to get it done. The ability to alter reality is an important fact. Finally, and closely related to that, is the whole experience of freedom. The meaning we give reality affects the amount of freedom that we have. If, for example, supposing I'm a teacher on the staff and I've got grade 10 blue for mathematics, and in grade 10 blue class is this kid, John Bloggs. Now, I've never taught John Bloggs before, but every other teacher in the staff has, and John Bloggs is a fair devil. He's played up all the way down the line, he's dumb, he's just waiting till he can get out of school, and he certainly can't do math. Now, if I swallow that mythology about John Bloggs, I'm going to go in there, and the chances are John Bloggs is going to behave just like that. I'm limiting his freedom and my freedom in the relationship. However, if I perhaps say, well, maybe John Bloggs has behaved like that, but here's a challenge. I've had kids like this before. I wonder what the possibilities are. Maybe there's some experiments I can do I'll just let him go for a while, and I'll presume that he is one of the brighter kids in the class, and we'll just take it from there, and maybe have some other things up my sleeve, like special private programs, a bit of private tutoring. I know this kid's got more talent than they say, and that might not be true, but if I go with that approach, it allows the possibility, and it's amazing what talent is there if you elicit it. On that point, educationalists have done experiments, for example, in giving people exam papers, and they say these kids who did this exam all come from such and such a retarded area of slum kind of an area. These kids come from an upper class area, and invariably they will mark higher the kids who come from the upper class area than the other ones. Or here's a class, these kids have all got high IQs, and it affects the way they teach and mark those kids. Or these kids have all got low IQs. It's amazing the way that affects our freedom. That affects the possibilities that can take place within a situation when you come in with a predefinition of the way things should be. The whole business of self-fulfilling prophecies. Let's leave it there. Ask for comments or questions or reflections. St. Paul's first letter to the Corinthians, chapter 12, verses 12 and following. Just as the body is one and has many members, and all the members of the body, though many, are one body, so it is with Christ. For by one Spirit we were all baptized into one body, Jews or Greeks, slaves or free, and all were made to drink of one Spirit. For the body does not consist of one member, but of many. If the foot should say, "Because I am not a hand, I do not belong to the body," that would not make it any less a part of the body. And if the ear should say, "Because I am not an eye, I do not belong to the body," that would not make it any less a part of the body. If the whole body were an eye, where would be the hearing? If the whole body were an ear, where would be the sense of smell? But as it is, God arranged the organs in the body, each one of them as he chose. If all were a single organ, where would the body be? As it is, there are many parts, yet one body. The eye cannot say to the hand, "I have no need of you," nor again the head to the feet, "I have no need of you." On the contrary, the parts of the body which seem to be weaker are indispensable, and those parts of the body which we think less honourable we invest with greater honour, and our unpresentable parts are treated with greater modesty, which our more presentable parts do not require. But God has so composed the body, giving the greater honour to the inferior part, that there may be no discord in the body, but that the members may have the same care for one another. If one member suffers, all suffer together. If one member is honoured, all rejoice together. Now you are the body of Christ, and individually members of it. And God has appointed in the church first apostles, second prophets, third teachers, then workers of miracles, then healers, helpers, administrators, speakers in various kinds of tongues. Are all apostles? Are all prophets? Are all teachers? Do all work miracles? Do all possess gifts of healing? Do all speak with tongues? Do all interpret? But earnestly desire the higher gifts. Loving God, we thank you today. We praise you in your goodness and your truth. We ask you to bless our work. Open our minds and our hearts as we meditate on your plan. We are, in a mysterious way, united with each other. We have a single destiny, each with our own unique part in that single destiny. Make us more aware of our brothers and our sisters. Give us hearts of love, energetic in our care and concern for each other. Let us pray together to the Father in the words that the Lord Jesus has given us. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. In our 2 lectures last week, we introduced the notion of the formation field as a construct which enables us to look at a dynamic relatedness of various factors in formation that we know are there, but we don't know how they operate. That relatedness we looked at in particular last week between the preformative, which refers to our body-soul formation, that primary datum, the intraformative, which refers to the internal processes that go on. Tonight we're going to look at the interformative, the situational formative, and the world formative. Now, one of the problems is that when you draw a diagram like that, it appears static. The arrows, going both ways, are an attempt to indicate the dynamism of it, the giving and receiving of form. Secondly, when you take one aspect of that formation field and just talk about it, it sounds like that's what formation is about. Really, no aspect can ever be isolated from the other aspects. There's a constant interrelatedness of all aspects. First of all, tonight, let us talk about interformation. Interformation concerns the giving and receiving of form between ourselves and other human beings. We are always implicitly or explicitly interrelated with other beings. Much of our language, in fact all of our descriptive language about people, explicitly or implicitly, implies relatedness. Boy implies girl. Spouse implies other spouse. Parents imply children. Footballer implies other team members. Priest implies people. Doctor implies patients. Nurse implies, etc. Most of our language points to this relatedness. It is inconceivable to have a human being growing up or being formed outside some human context of relatedness, relationships. It's important to make this point. I would say in our spirituality of recent times, we have been heavily dominated by the traditional monastic view, which has been, I think, fairly described as a vertical spirituality. The roots of monasticism go right back to the latter part of the 3rd century and the early part of the 4th century. And you have the Neoplatonic view expressed in the spirituality of Plotinus, monos, pros, monon, flight of the alone to the alone. That summarizes spirituality. Mon-os, monastery, monk, alone, the one. So much of our spirituality, both in religious life and in the church, has been dominated by that monasticism, that oneness. We've tended to lose the horizontal dimension, the interrelatedness of people. You cannot describe yourself, you cannot imagine yourself, you cannot experience yourself in isolation from other people, no matter how hard you try, no matter how hard you kid yourself. You are always in relation. To be is to be with others. The Church's teaching and the mystical body of Christ, I think, takes this fact, this interformative dynamic, and says, yes, that is there. It is not something that you simply resign yourself to. It is not something that you simply tolerate. It is something that you work at, you embrace, you take it as a positive opportunity and a challenge. Because Jesus Christ has transformed the relatedness of all human beings. And there is an underlying mystical unity in the human family. The mystical body of Christ. Interesting. That is the center of the Church's teaching, and we'll go on and speak a little bit about the gospel too. Before we move on, there is, I think, a pervasive kind of a view today, a sort of a negative ethic, which says, provided you don't do any harm to anybody, that's a good enough morality to go on. I'll live my life and I'll do basically what I like, but I won't harm anybody, and that's okay. I call that a negative ethic, a backing off, a skirting the issue. If you look at the Church's teaching, the Church's belief in the mystical body of Christ, it says that is not good enough. That withdrawal. You must be involved with people. The fact is you are involved with them. Make it constructive, otherwise it'll be destructive. The gospel takes that same dimension, and Jesus, when asked, what is the essence of holiness? How do you become perfect? And he quotes from the Jewish prayer that the Orthodox Jew says several times every day, from the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 6, I believe it is, the Shema. Hear, O Israel, I am the Lord your God. You shall love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your mind, with all your soul, and you shall love your neighbor as yourself. Jesus affirms that dimension of life and says, again, it's not something that is simply to be tolerated. It is not something that we just resign ourselves to. It is not something that we work around. It is something that forms the very essence of humanity. Get into it. Make it work. Understand it. Embrace it. Make it a central feature of your life, that interformative dimension, that relatedness with human beings. The interpersonal relationships, and that very word has a somewhat negative connotation to it, because in the 60s we suddenly began to discover, and we'll reflect a moment on the processes of institutionalization, we suddenly began to discover the interpersonal dimension of life. When we recognized the heavy institutionalization within the church and within society, we began to move towards the interpersonal and look for deep and meaningful interpersonal relationships, and got into all kinds of messes in the process. That is not to say that deep and meaningful interpersonal relationships are bad. That is to say that they are not simple, that there is a problematic dimension. And if you go to the Old Testament and what we have reflected on, the fallenness of human life formation, you can begin to understand that. The book of Genesis, in the fall mythology, the first thing that happens when Adam and Eve eat the fruit is they notice their nakedness and they become ashamed. Their personal relationship is interrupted. To that point, they had related smoothly, harmoniously with each other. And not only their relationship with each other, but their relationship with God, and indeed their relationship with the earth on which they stand, becomes disrupted. Cain and Abel, their relationship is disrupted. Jacob and Esau, Joseph and his brothers. And constantly throughout the Old Testament, and indeed in the New Testament, and indeed throughout human history, you find this interruptedness, this brokenness in human relationships. We cannot enter into human relationships, we cannot proceed with this interformative dimension of life easily, calmly, perfectly, without difficulty. In fact, I would suggest that the more deeply you enter into the interpersonal dimension of life, the more you become aware of the brokenness of human formation. The more you become aware of your own fallenness and the fallenness of the person with whom you're entering into that intimacy. It all begins to hang out. And perhaps one of the reasons for that is, in order to get close to another person, in order to relate with them in a loving kind of a way, you must become vulnerable. You must relinquish many of the masks, many of the defense mechanisms, many of the things that protect you from the world, and thus you become able to be hurt, vulnerable, able to be wounded, and the other person does too, and it becomes a very insecure, unpredictable situation if you enter into it. It's interesting to reflect on the meaning of love. And I would invite you to play around with what you think is a workable definition of love. What I regard as a working definition of love for myself now is to affirm the other person as other person. There are three aspects to that. Affirmation. Affirm, you strengthen, you facilitate, you foster the growth of. Other person as other person. You engender the otherness, the independence, the individuality, the uniqueness of the other. This is one of the paradoxes of love, that the closer you get to the person, the further you get away from them. The more united you are, the more you appreciate their independence, their uniqueness, their aloneness, in the project of life. There is a certain arena within my being that no one else can reach. And the more I am loved and the more my being is engendered, the more I experience that aloneness, my uniqueness. It is really a terrible thing to be loved and to love, genuinely. To love the other person as other person. We're not loving things when we love human beings. We are loving people made in the image and likeness of God, people with a unique destiny, people who are emanations of the divine. Human relationships, human love, I would suggest that is the context in which we speak of it. Affirming the other person as other person. I'd like to look at two factors in life that tend to interrupt that interformative dimension, tend to make it destructive rather than constructive. The first is institutionalization, and the second is self-alienation. Institutionalization tends to beget impersonalism. So let's go back a step. Gabriel Marcel, in the First World War, one of his jobs he was a civil servant of the French government, and one of his jobs was to inform people of the deaths of their loved ones in the war. Joe Bloggs number 316492 is dead. It's one thing to read that on a piece of paper, and as a bureaucrat to take it along and say to Joe Bloggs' mother, or Joe Bloggs' wife, or Joe Bloggs' children, your father is dead, your husband is dead, your son is dead. And Marcel began to experience something of the tragic inadequacy of an institution to grapple with and deal with the human reality that was here. And he has gone on to become one of the outstanding philosophers of the 20th century, a man often described as a Christian existentialist. He disowns that title himself. He coined the phrase, which I think is a very beautiful one to reflect on, life is not a problem to be solved, but a mystery to be lived. You see, institutions, bureaucracies, cannot deal with mysteries. Of their very nature, they are geared to dealing with problems. And they must deal with life as a series of problems to be solved. You present a bureaucratic institution with a mystery, and you'll baffle it. You'll destroy it. You present it with a problem, and if it's got the resources, it can solve it. That's what that's not a criticism of institutions, that's simply naming what institutions are about. Human beings are about mystery. Human beings are mysteries, living mysteries. When human beings become too caught up in the bureaucracy, in the institution, become too institutionalized, they too begin to regard themselves and their lives and the lives of others in terms of problems to be solved. When we become possessed by institutions, we lose our concept of mystery. We lose the mysterious, that openness to the transcendent, to the incomprehensible. I can recall my own experience of coming face to face with the institution, bureaucracy. When I was coming back from the United States in 1979, I thought, well, I'm coming back to Australia. I don't need any more American visas. I went into Canada to Catherine Doherty's place at Combermere, and then had to come back into the country and visit a friend in Mexico City, then back into the country before I came back to Australia. Well, what I needed was a multiple entry visa. So when I tried to come back in from Montreal, they weren't going to let me get back into the country, but I was very humble and very begging, and I got back into the country. On proviso that as I left the country, I had to hand in the student's visa that I had there. It should have been handed in when I left the country, and go to the embassy in Mexico City and get a new visa. When I arrived in Mexico City, it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon when I finally got into town. And what time does the embassy close? At 3 o'clock. I eventually found a young lady there who was part of the embassy staff, the American embassy staff, U.S. staff, and I put my situation to her and I said, can you help me? And she said, no. And I said, but I've got a flight booking out, 2 days down the line. I really can't. It's Friday afternoon, incidentally, and they close over the weekend. I can't afford to wait till Monday. Isn't there something you can do? She said, no. And I put the case about 3 or 4 different ways, tried to be as imaginative as I could, but that I got no. I might as well have been talking to a computer. And that's when it twigged. I was talking to a computer. For her protection, she cannot afford to get personally involved. She's a representative of the institution, of the bureaucracy. And if she got personally involved with me and umpteen other people asking for favours, in other words, if she moves out of problem-solving mode into mystery mode and takes account of the personal dimension, her life would fall apart. Life would become unlivable for her. So she has to present that bland face. I can still see her face in front of my eyes. It was so bland and unmoving. And from then on, I said, boy, whenever I'm going anywhere, I will explore and study, so I'll cross every T and dot every I and presume I'm dealing with a computer. And it works. And that's the way it is. When you're dealing with bureaucracies, presume you're dealing with computers, basically. I did, yes. I had to wait until Monday. And it went through fine then when I got into the system. And I became a problem to be solved then, rather than a mystery to be dealt with as a unique person. It's interesting to reflect on religious life in recent years. If you go back to the foundation of religious life in the 4th century with the blossoming of the monastic movement, and there's a man there in particular by the name of Pachomius. The anchorites, those who withdrew into the desert, lived on their own, and that movement grew very, very strong, so successful it was suffering under its own weight. There were too many of them, and there were people getting mixed up in it who didn't belong there, who were actually brigands and getting dressed up and pretending to be monks, but robbing others and beating people up and so forth. So Pachomius moved in initially, and this is interesting for people interested in the alternate lifestyles. Pachomius moved in and said, we should be able to live as Christians. We're all here for the same purpose. Here are the ideals of the Gospels. Let us love one another and be meek and charitable and humble. And they rode roughshod over Pachomius and treated him so badly that he, in order to pull him into line, as one of the legends has it, that he ripped an iron bar off a gate and beat off some of them to get them out of the place. He formulated rules, he demanded obedience, and he said, that's fine if you want to come and live in this area, but if you do, this is the rule you're going to keep, and you're going to take what became a vow of obedience. And then you have the beginnings of the institutionalization of what we know as religious life. You have also a shift there in the understanding of obedience. Prior to that, obedience was in terms of the individual going to these monks, the desert fathers, and they'd say, Father, give us a word. And Father would tell them a story, give them a piece of advice, tell them to do something. The idea was they were listening to God through this holy man. Now, in this new concept, obedience becomes obedience to a certain system, to a certain set of rules. Already there's a whole institutional business begins to happen, and you find happening in religious life there, as happens in all human organizations, the institution begins to dominate. Whenever there is a charismatic person or group, a revolutionary person or group, someone who's energetic and got new ideas, watch what happens. They will set if their new ideas are accepted, they might have to struggle very, very hard to have them accepted, and people get behind them and they get underway, and then the institution tames it. It doesn't take too long. It might take 10 years, it might take 20 or 30, but sooner or later the institution tames it. One of the things that the Vatican Council has said to all religious congregations, go back to the spirit of your founders. Find that revolutionary, that charismatic dynamism that sets you on the way. They didn't put it in those words, but I would paraphrase them and say, you have been tamed by the institution we call the church. Break free. Rediscover the dynamism. And that is the instruction for all Christians, I think. You have been tamed by the church. You have been tamed by the institution. Go back. You don't have to throw the institution off. You cannot live without institutions. Pachomius discovered that, and people have discovered it 1,000 million times over and over again down through the century. Go back and rediscover the dynamism, the original foundational truths that are the raison d'etre for the institution's existence in the first place. And that raison d'etre has tended to become smothered, tamed by that institutional dimension. When religious life becomes institutionalized, when any group becomes institutionalized, so that interformative dimension becomes somewhat tends to become destructive rather than constructive. Rodriguez is a name that sends chills down the spine of most religious. Some of you may not have heard of him, but he was the regular fare for most novices for quite a few generations. The idea was that you sat around the circle and read or summarized Rodriguez. Rodriguez has a chapter in one of his books on how dangerous a passion is love. And he goes on to say, I'm not talking about concupiscence, I'm talking about the love of friendship, how dangerous it is and to be avoided. And that was the diet that most of us were brought up on, and that filtered through into the life of the church. We used to laugh about the little saying that was often quoted by some of the older men in our province, numquam duo. Numquam duo means never two. If you go for a walk, must be one or three or more, never two. Can't afford to have particular friendships, PFs, as we used to call them. Now, there was some sense in that, but it really got out of hand. The whole institutionalization tended to militate against genuine human care and concern for each other. We tended to experience each other as fellow work units, as horses in the team kind of an approach. Fascinating, in St. Paul's letter to the Romans, I think it's chapter 1, where he lists all the horrible sins that the pagans in Rome show because of their paganism, terrible deeds of adultery and murder and what have you. One of the sins, those horrible things that the pagans are guilty of, is that they are sine affectione, the Vulgate has. They are without affection. They don't love one another. These human beings don't have affection for one another. And I think in religious life, very often because of the institutionalization and because of a few other factors like a very bad theology and understanding of celibacy, very often the vow of celibacy and a commitment to religious life became an avoidance of developing into being loving people. Many of us never developed to be loving men and women because of that factor. I'd like to quote to you from St. Basil. Again, we're going back to the monastic time. Basil lived in the 4th century, a younger contemporary of Pachomius. He was born in 330 and died in 381. So it's almost exactly 1600 years since Basil died. Now, Basil is writing for these monks in the early days. Bear that in mind. This is the early days of religious life, of commitment in a very special way to the gospel. And he writes, and Basil set up rules for people to live this kind of life. Who does not know, indeed, that man is a gentle and sociable being, and not solitary or savage? Nothing is as proper, and this is a beautiful statement, nothing is as proper to our nature as to enter one another's society, to have need of one another, and to love the man who is of our race. After having given us these seeds which he has cast into our hearts, the Lord came to claim their fruits, and he said, I give you a new commandment, to love one another. The Lord, wishing to arouse our souls to observe this commandment, did not require of his disciples either unheard of prodigies or miracles, even though he gave them in the Holy Spirit the power to do such things. But what did he say to them? All will know that you are my disciples by the love that you have for one another. Everywhere he unites these precepts to such an extent that he refers to himself the good deeds of which our neighbour is the object. For I was hungry and you gave me to eat. And he adds, everything that you did to the least of my brethren you did to me. And so by means of the first precept it is possible to observe the second, and by the second to go back to the first. In loving the Lord, to love also the neighbour. For he who loves me, says the Lord, will keep my commandments. And my commandment is that you love one another as I have loved you. And he goes on in another place. As the foot has its own ability but lacks others, so that without the assistance of the other members it does not find in itself the power to subsist, nor help to procure what is lacking to it. So in the solitary life, what we have is without usefulness, and we are without aid in what is lacking to us. For God our Creator has decided that we should have need of one another, so that, as it is written, we should be united with one another. St. Aelred of Rievaulx, who wrote a treatise on friendship, a medieval Cistercian monk, dependent on St. Augustine for his thought, writes, and this is particularly pertinent to the kind of person who adopts that negative ethic. It's good enough to avoid hurting people. That's what really being a human being is about. The gospel says, no, that's not good enough. You must love people. Now, unfortunately, down through the ages, that love, charity, has been an instrument of hurting people. And so people tend to take a step backwards when you talk about loving them, according to the gospel, not without reason. Father Ed Farrell, whom some of you may have met or have heard of or read some of his books, was talking to a group of us once, and he commented on an occasion where he was at dinner with a rabbi. The rabbi was sitting alongside him. And the rabbi asked him what was really important in the Christian view of things. What did he regard as really important? And Ed Farrell thought for a moment and he said, charity, Christian charity, that's what it's about. And the rabbi looked at him and said, Father, we've had 2,000 years of Christian charity. That's about enough, don't you think? Rather cynical comment, but not without foundation, unfortunately. And a lot of it goes back to a bad spirituality, a willful spirituality. You've heard the expression, and we use it, cold as charity. I don't want your charity. What's going on there? Again, ask that foundational question of formation. What is happening here? Why does charity, the most warm, the most humane, the most wonderful of all the virtues, get that horrible epithet? Cold as charity. We must be doing it wrongly. Aelred of Rivaux writes, I would say that they are not so much men as beasts who say that one should live without being a comfort to anyone, taking no delight in another's good, causing no trouble to others by one's faults, loving no one, and caring to be loved by no one. Yet, heaven forbid I should allow them really to love who think friendship is a business affair, only professing to be friends with their lips when the hope of some worldly advantage smiles on them, or who try to make their friends the minister of some vile practice. St. Augustine also spoke of, and a moment ago I reflected on a working definition of love. You know, St. Augustine had a word for love, a working definition of love. He spoke about it as gravity, gravitas, weight. Love is that which draws you, that which necessarily is part of your life. You have no option but to love, according to Augustine. It's in your bones. It moves you. Whether you choose evil or good, it is love that drives you. It is love of something. It's very interesting to reflect. He writes, love cannot be idle. What is it that moves absolutely any man, even to do evil, if it is not love? Show me a love that is idle and doing nothing. Scandals, adulteries, crimes, murders, every kind of excess, are they not the work of love? Cleanse your love then. Divert into the garden the water that was running down the drain. Am I telling you not to love anything? Far from it. If you do not love anything, you will be dolts, dead men, despicable creatures. Love by all means, but take care what it is you love. Again, that thoroughly Christian desire to enter into the interformative dimension, to make it work, to be creative, to allow the energies that are there and part of every human being to be creative, to help one in living out life in a fruitful sort of a way. Okay, institutionalization can block the flow, the creative flow between people. So can self-alienation. Where human beings are cut off from themselves, there is no way they can ever make bridges with other people. If I am denying my own internal reality, if my intraformative processes are very repressive, ones of denial, if I am very conflicted and really very distant from myself, dislocated from myself, supposing I'm living out some kind of an idealized image to be the good priest, the good housewife, the good whatever, there's no way I can relate with other human beings. What happens is I begin to relate with them out of the counterfeit pseudo-reality that I am working hard to establish. And believe you me, that gets into all kinds of difficulties. Contemplate it. Boy meets girl. Boy is all out to be the top executive, idealizes himself as head of the company. Girl is also out to be top executive. They both have this idealized image of themselves as mastery, achieving it all on top of everything. How will they relate? They will relate as mastering, achieving it all kinds of individuals. Strong, self-centered, egotistical types of people. There's no way they can enter into each other's reality unless they break down that insecurity that drives them, unless they can relinquish that pseudo-image that they have put on for themselves. As we said when we began this lecture, entering into that interformative dimension opens up our vulnerability, opens up our brokenness. It is a rather frightening thing to enter into a truly loving relationship. And when a person is very insecure, they're not likely to do it. They are not likely to do it. In fact, they are very often likely to be violent when the prospect of a loving relationship emerges. It's a strange thing. Some people become violent in the presence of love, in the presence of gentleness and tenderness. I'd like to quote to you from St. Bernard of Clairvaux. Bernard writes most insightfully and is a good example of the classic. Literature is classical when it unveils in some very special way truth, in a deep sort of a way. So much that is written is ephemeral. Here today, gone tomorrow. A few years down the line, you won't hear of half the authors that have been writing today on so-called spirituality. Bernard of Clairvaux, especially this kind of material that I'm about to read, will last forever. He writes in his Steps of Humility, Chapter 3, paragraph 6. There are 3 degrees in the perception of truth. I will first explain these as well as I can, and then we will be able to see how the 12 degrees of humility lead to these 3 degrees of truth. We must first look for truth in ourselves, then in our neighbour, and then in itself. He says, we look for truth in ourselves when we judge ourselves, in our neighbours when we have sympathy for their sufferings, in itself when we contemplate it with a clean heart. And it is important to observe the order of these degrees as well as their number. You can't go knowing other people until you know yourself, in other words. And if you are alienated from yourself, there's no way you're ever going to know another person. First of all, truth teaches us that we must look for it in our neighbours before we seek it in itself. You will then see easily why you must seek it in yourself before you seek it in your neighbours. In the list of the Beatitudes, the merciful are spoken of before the clean of heart. The merciful quickly grasp the truth in their neighbours when their heart goes out to them with a love that unites them so closely that they feel the neighbour's good and ill as if it were their own. The merciful before the clean of heart. You don't become merciful except you know yourself, because the first object of mercy is yourself. If you're not merciful to yourself, any mercy you have for others is just a willful, dutiful thing, cold charity. You learn genuine mercy when you discover your own need for mercy, your own brokenness. With the weak, they are weak. With the scandalized, they are on fire. They rejoice with those who rejoice and weep with those who weep. Their hearts are made more clear-sighted by love, and they experience the delight of contemplating truth, not now in others, but in itself. And for love of it, they bear their neighbour's sorrows. A man who does not live in harmony with his brothers, who mocks at those who weep and sneers at those who are glad, has no sympathy with them because their feelings do not affect him. He can never really see the truth in others. The proverb fits him well. The sound man feels not the sick man's pains, nor the well-fed man the pangs of the hungry. It is fellow sufferers that readily feel compassion for the sick and the hungry. For just as pure truth is seen only by the pure of heart, so also a brother's miseries are truly experienced only by one who has misery in his own heart. You will never have real mercy for the failings of another until you know and realize that you have the same failings in your soul. Our Saviour has given us the example. He willed to suffer so that he might know compassion. To learn mercy, he shared our misery. It is written, he learned obedience from the things he suffered, and he learned mercy in the same way. I do not mean that he did not know how to be merciful before. His mercy is from eternity to eternity. But what in his divine nature he knows from all eternity, he learned by experience in time. St. Bernard sets up a very profoundly insightful process there, that it is in coming to terms, coming home to oneself, that one learns compassion. And compassion comes from the two Latin words, passus, come, together with, you suffer together with the other. You can get inside the other's experience and experience it with them. And you can't do that if you are the idealized holy person, the dutifully charitable person. If you've got it figured out intellectually and you're doing it willfully, that is not compassion. That's cold charity. That is objectionable. That is reprehensible. The person who is genuinely compassionate is someone who comes out of an experience of their own brokenness, experience of their own vulnerability, their own need for compassion. When I experience myself through self-knowledge and experience myself as a needy person, then that opens up the possibility of entering into creative relationships with other people that I block off, deny, avoid the inner reality, refuse to suffer my life, refuse to face up to the reality of who I am and the reality of who I'm not. To that extent, I'll never be able to enter into any relationship with other people successfully, except functional relationships. I'll never be able to enter in on a totally human level. I rather suspect that this might account for the breakdown that's so common in our society of human relationships, not only marital relationships, but ordinary friendship relationships. Finally, one of the aspects that emerges in this is that compassion, the knowing of oneself and accepting of oneself, presupposes that basic disposition about which we have spoken many times, that I experience myself as a participator in the mystery. So that when I come together with other people, I come together as a participator with co-participators. That's what genuine interformation is about. When I come together in intimacy with another, say in a close friendship or in a marriage situation, I would suggest it is not going to be a fruitful relationship unless it is a tripartite relationship. That is, each experiences himself, herself in terms of this co-participation, participation in the mystery. A relationship that is not grounded in that sense of participation in the mystery will tend to smother itself. The participation must be at least implicitly present, if not explicitly present. As a matter of pastoral fact, I think we priests and people guiding other people have an obligation to challenge people preparing or intending to be married. I've had occasions, for example, in the past where people have got married in the church, and I have participated in it, and I've wondered afterwards, when I know that neither of them have any really strong faith in God, let alone a Christian faith. My attitude now is, if you don't believe in God, you don't have a Christian faith, in all honesty, let's not go through the business of a ceremony in the church, because that ceremony in the church symbolizes the tripartiteness of the relationship. That symbolizes the presence of God. That symbolizes that we are entering into this relationship in the context of the mystery. We experience ourselves as being called together as participators in the total mystery of life. And it is in that context we begin and continue the relationship. Outside of that context, the relationship falls back heavily onto itself, and I don't think any human relationship can bear the strain of that. No wonder so many break down. Let us pause there for reflections, comments. Let us begin recalling the construct of the formation field. We are moving, if you like, into an ever-widening forum of that construct, from the pre-formation, the intra-formation, towards the inter-formation. Now we'll look at a slightly wider forum, the situational formation. That refers to the giving and receiving of form that takes place between the person and the immediate physical environment. And also we'll look at world formation. Situational formation. Brief and obvious, but important factors. If you're inside a building, things like the size of a room, the height of the ceiling, the shape of the room, the colour of the room, if it's dishwater green, for example, the furniture, the carpeting, whether it's a room filled with smoke or an airy room, artificially air-conditioned or not, the lighting, does it have plants in it or not? These are all factors that help the life formation, help to shape the person. If you're outside, it's interesting to see the factors that affect a person, like whether it's night or day, that affects the shape that you take inside as well. Whether you are, for example, near the seaside or near a lake, or on the curb at George Street down there, or whether you are any one of a number of different places, can affect the way you feel. Father Van Kam recalls his experience in Japan of seeing young Japanese children, like 18 months old, 2 years old, 3 years old, able to sit and sit and sit and do nothing but sit. It's pretty hard to imagine a Sydney side child just sitting for an hour or two and doing nothing. I can't quite imagine it myself. You might find the odd one or two, and they would indeed be odd in our society. Now part of that is interformation, that the mother and the environment of the people in a Japanese village, this is not the typical city, mediate to that child a certain environment, but also the architecture of the physical environment of the Japanese is very different from that of ours. The way the house is shaped and the various pieces of furniture and so forth, and the way the house is kept, and you take your shoes off when you enter and so forth, and the clothes that are worn, creates an environment that is perhaps more peaceful. I have noticed too a difference in my own experience between people born and raised on farms in the countryside and people born and raised in the city. Now, again, it's not only the physical environment, but obviously that has something to do with it. Farmers, people who work the land, have to work with the physical environments in a very dependent way, become very dependent on the seasons and the rhythms of life. You're not so dependent as in the city situations. I can remember my experience of working down at Morris Chapel soon after I was ordained, and walking from St. Patrick's down to the chapel, how I used to get caught up in, there was a certain vibes in the air, and I would find myself walking flat out down there, even though I was way ahead of time. I pulled myself up one day and said, why the big rush? And the only reason I could give is everybody's rushing. Now part of that, again, is interformation, it's the other people, but part of it too is the cars, the noise, the pollution, just the general physical environment helps to shape one's life. Very interesting to reflect on what a closed-in environment, physical environment, may do to a person. It's worth reflecting on that on a broader and perhaps less significant, on a broader scale in our own society. What happens to people when they're put in living situations where they are hemmed in, physically hemmed in, like in slum situations, where a person doesn't have the opportunity to shift environments. One of the important parts of mental health, I think we would generally regard, is the opportunity to have a break, to get away, to put yourself in a different physical environment, or at least change the physical environment in which you live. Shift the furniture. I have a friend who, when he gets to the end of his tether, he shifts the furniture around his room. He will spend a whole day unpacking books and doing things and just rearranging the physical environment, and it seems to work for him. I would rather go for a walk somewhere myself. Going to the beach can be a very helpful way of doing that, if you can. But some people can't do that. The ability to alter one's physical environment, have some control over one's physical environment, opens up possibilities which counter the oppressiveness, and I would suggest the anger and the loss of energy that result from a sense of I can't alter my physical environment, I'm hemmed in, I'm stuck. Pastorally speaking, I think there are two groups that need to be considered in particular in this regard: teenagers and mothers of young children. Teenagers in the sense of young people who are in suburban situations, who for whatever reason cannot seem to be able to get away from those situations. They get home from school and they're there in the suburb, and on their holidays that's where they stay, and they just hang around. The physical environment can become oppressive in those instances. When anything becomes oppressive, takes away realistic options from people, you get a lowering of the energy level and you get an increasing of the anger level. And something will happen somewhere along the line. Mothers of young children, I've never been a mother of a young child, so I don't know, but I've watched it from the sidelines, and it must be hellish sometimes, especially if you've got 3 or 4 of them. It's interesting, in more settled, long-standing cultures, the focus of looking after the children is spread. The mother doesn't do it all the time. She might be the primary person, but the children go to grandmother, to grandfather, to older sister or whatever, and there's a sharing around, because it seems realistic to expect that one person cannot possibly cope with it. The hemming in, the closing off of possibilities tends to create a situation of anger, of rage. We could talk about the vocation of those associated with ministering or serving the community by affecting the physical environment. For example, the vocation of being an architect, the vocation of being an interior decorator or an interior designer. I would say those people do a very godly work. It seems mundane, it doesn't seem very holy, but to me, that is a very wonderful way to expend one's energies, one's creative energies, one's God-given talent, to be able to make physical environments that are conducive to human beings being fully alive, to arranging the workplace so it's they're comfortable places to work in, to arranging homes and so forth, so that they're conducive to humanity and not to institutionalization and just mere oppression of people. Some practical applications and consequences of this. With regard to places of prayer or places where we pray, we ought not confine ourselves to officially, institutionally recognized places of prayer. You pray where you can pray. What is a sacred place for you is a sacred place for you. It might be under a tree, it might be in the bathroom, it might be in the church. Whatever physical environment appeals to you has a feel about it that is conducive to contemplation, to prayer. Use it. Interesting to reflect on the architecture of buildings in which religious communities establish themselves. Traditionally, and here again I think the buildings of many religious communities reflect the institutionalization to which they were subjected. Huge buildings where large masses of people gathered. Is that conducive to genuine human personal living? By the same token, I've seen some experiments where groups of religious tried to live in ordinary as a slip of the tongue, in ordinary suburban dwellings, and it becomes very distressing. It's something to be considered, the style of a house, the style of the living situation in which a person lives. Another practical point concerns religious symbols, physical symbols such as statues and pictures. Up until recently, they had a certain given credibility for all of us. I'll never forget my experience as a little boy going into the Villa Maria Church at Hunters Hill on Mary Street there. And above the sanctuary, if any of you remember it before it was renovated in the late 60s, above the sanctuary there was the interior of the dome was painted blue with gold stars. awful kitsch. But for me, as a little boy, that was awe-inspiring. I can still remember it quite clearly, literally the awfulness of that. It made me aware that I was in some place very, very special. It had to be for them to have done that. Isn't that fantastic? It would turn my stomach now if it was still that particular colour and design. So the credibility of symbols is important in terms of eliciting a worshipful response. The same church today has oodles of statues all around the walls. I don't notice them anymore, but people who come in and they say, "My God, who are they? Who put them?" And what typically has delineated Roman Catholic churches from, say, Protestant churches is the statues, amongst other things. The altar in the centre is another one. What are physical symbols that we can put in our houses, in our workplaces, in our places of worship that are conducive to reminding us of who we are and where we're going in life? Not an unimportant question. We tend now, by way of reaction to that perhaps sentimental piety that characterized us before, to have wiped the slate clean and have a very bland environment. I think it's worth considering the religious dimension of your life. Is it symbolized physically anywhere in your house? How does one successfully do it in the church? How does one successfully do it in a work environment, if that's feasible? Another question concerns liturgical action, the physical symbols that are associated with the environment of liturgical worship. For example, incense was a very big part of liturgical worship before. Is it a viable physical symbol anymore? Does it elicit awe? Does it elicit worshipful responses, or does it simply elicit allergies, physical or otherwise? Worth considering. And the same with vestments. And this is part of the anguish, but also part of the possibility of our time. And this is, I think, is what the liturgical renewal is about. Finding symbols, physical symbols and symbolic actions that are meaningful for us today, that elicit a worshipful response, that provide a situation within which we can truly worship as a community. Fourthly, it's part of genuine spirituality or life formation to consider the effect on the environment of building roads and mines and the like. It is pertinent to a Christian to know when and where roads are being built and how they're being built and what are the effects they are having. The same with mines and the same with cutting down forests and what have you. That is important to a society, and it's important to a Christian. In this regard, it is interesting when I was doing this to reflect on the tremendous symbolic power held over the community by the sewage treatment plant workers out at Maroubra and other places, because they can flood our major recreation area, the beaches, with the unspeakable at a moment's notice. They hold an enormous threat over it. And of course the unspeakable is symbolic of death, and it's the last thing we want in our places of play. Fifthly, a simple matter, and anyone who's looked after the sick I'm sure will bear testimony to this, the value of changing bed linen, pyjamas of a sick person, and looking after the room where a sick person is. The physical environment is important to that kind of a person. Sixthly, considering group work. For example, when you come in to do group work where some element of self-revelation and intimacy is asked, I have experienced, I know a number of other people experience, that goes better at night time than in the daytime. It also goes better inside than outside, typically. Why? I don't know. It's just an example of the fact of situational formation at work, that the physical environment is not insignificant. It's part of it. It's part of that whole formation field, which includes the pre-formation, it's at work there, intra-formation, inter-formation, situational formation, and now let's consider, finally, world formation, the wider situation. Typically in terms of our, I'd say our Roman Catholic tradition anyway, we've tended to disregard the effects of, implicitly I think we had great regard for situational formation, as is evidenced by the statues and the tremendous richness of symbols in our liturgical worship. But in terms of world formation, that the effect, and this, our consciousness is only becoming aware of this anyway, the effect that the world has on the formation of people, and probably too in our time, that effect is far more marked than it ever was. And what we're talking about by world formation is simply the giving and receiving of form between a person and the world, the total political, economical, physical, geographical world in which that person lives. Because of the global village fact, the fact that we are so close together now, that is even more important. One of the very important aspects of the world in which we live is the communication, because that, in a sense, determines the size of the world. 50 years ago, the world was huge. It was an enormous event to go from Sydney to London. Now it's nothing. People are doing that kind of thing all the time, every day of the week. Communication. I would like to quote to you here from an author by the name of Dempsey, writing in Spirituality Today, spring of 1983, volume 35, number 1, page 10 and following. And he talks about 5 technological inventions that give rise to 4 sociological developments. And the 5 technological inventions are the invention of broadcasting, which means mass instantaneous communication. And he cites the example of the wedding of Prince Charles and Lady Diana, which was watched by approximately 750 million people live throughout the world. Most of those were in the United States, I think. The Americans are fascinated by royalty, largely because they don't have it themselves, I think. Number 2, the whole idea of computers. If you've never used a computer, you probably don't appreciate what a difference it makes to the way people think. It was quite an experience for me to learn to use a word processor and begin to do my work on a word processor rather than an electric typewriter. For me now, electric typewriters are passé. It's like going from the quill to the fountain pen. I mean, who would dare to use an electric typewriter having used a computer? It makes you think differently. And one of the hazards of it is, of course, you can't do without it. So everywhere you go, you've got to have your computer. Our kids are growing up with it. They think differently about the world. Thirdly, satellites. Transmitters that are about 23,000 miles above the world and provide for instantaneous communications, like telephone communications now, I believe, are by satellite rather than by coaxial cable. I could get on the phone in Pittsburgh and in a matter of 4 or 5 seconds be talking to people here in Sydney or anywhere else in the world. Fourthly, miniaturization. A $20 computer now, which you can hold in the palm of one hand, has the ability that a computer which cost several $1 million in the 50s and took up the space of 3 rooms had. So the whole miniaturization process is important. Lasers, highly specialized light beams with their ability to be used in telecommunications. Now, having cited those 5 inventions, he says there are shifts that are happening in society that affect society. One is there's a shift from products to information as the source of wealth. We are in a post-industrial age. Data is power, increasingly more valuable than manufactured goods. 1/3, now approaching 1/2 of all jobs in the United States are related to information creating, handling, storing, retrieving, and changing. When I went to back to Pittsburgh in 1981, there was something like 80,000 people still employed in the steel mills, and that was a big drop on what it had been 10 years before. When I left in 1984, they were down to 40,000. It had halved in that 4 years. The chairman of US Steel came on TV in an interview when I was there and said, US Steel is not in the business of making steel, it's in the business of making money. And they in fact shifted their headquarters from Pittsburgh and sold their big 64-story building and moved on. And that was very symbolic because Pittsburgh was really the epitomized industrial America with its massive steel mills and productivity. And that's all gone. It's all gone. The city's a lot cleaner, but the jobs have gone. The industrial might has gone. And there's a whole shift to high tech, and it means a lot of different things for people's lives. A second shift is from verbal to visual as a dominant style of learning. 80% of what Americans now learn, they learn via the eye, not the ear. Visual is different from verbal learning. Its pluses and minuses are different too. Among other things, that could say things about teaching, about preaching, the effects of that on life formation. Thirdly, a shift from reality to images as the key to influencing others. It's no accident that an actor is now President of the United States, a man who knows how to work the media. And if he's nothing else, he's brilliant at that. And that began, and people became very aware of that, with the battle between John Kennedy and Richard Nixon. Nixon came across on TV looking sinister, had a 5 o'clock shadow, and his nose was the wrong shape. The man wasn't any less intelligent, any less competent than John Kennedy. He just didn't have the image. So he lost the election. Not by much, but he lost. Fourthly, there's a shift from local to mass audiences. Reach has been altered radically to the point that anyone with access to media can address virtually everyone who will listen or watch. Again, something that the church, I think, ought to look at is the whole question of what we are doing with media, with radio, with TV. The church here in Sydney, I believe, owns a radio station. Interesting to analyse what we do with it. Another person, Alvin Toffler is one person often quoted when you start to talk about the wider world and the change of environment and so forth. But one person who's written a very readable book is John Naisbitt, Megatrends, 10 New Directions Transforming Our Lives. Worth looking at. Those 10 megatrends he lists. The first one is, we have shifted from an industrial society to one based on the creation and distribution of information, and that's basically what Dempsey was saying there in his article. Secondly, we are moving in the dual directions of high-tech, high-touch, matching each new technology with a compensatory human response. And that is a fascinating thing, and I'm inclined, the more I think about it, the more I think he's onto something very insightful. Namely, whenever technology moves forward and there's some kind of major achievement, like in the whole booming of the computer industry, there is some compensatory human personal development. For example, the human potential movement runs complementary parallel to this whole development in the 60s and 70s and 80s of technology. In the United States, in the hospitals, high tech is big. Side by side with that, you've got the development of the hospice movement, where it's not high tech, it's high touch. It's not a question of technology that is present to the person, it's people present to the people. And he says that is due to the fact that there is something in the human person that cannot be satisfied by machines. There is an indomitable spirit and an indomitable need there, a human need. Human beings need human beings, like St. Basil says. It is of the nature of the person to be sociable, to enter into the company of others. Third, and it's interesting that is in fact a trend, that is happening. Number 3, no longer do we have the luxury of operating within an isolated, self-sufficient national economic system. We now must acknowledge that we are part of a global economy. And this has got immense practical difficulties, but it's a question that needs to be constantly asked, a challenge that needs to be constantly put before us. Namely, the imbalance in the world economies is becoming very, very evident. And is it realistic for the affluent economies to live out their affluence and say, well, it's just hard luck for people in Ethiopia and Uganda and so forth? On the other hand, you've got the romantic idealists who say, well, everybody should share everything, and we ship a whole lot of money or a whole lot of grain or whatever over there, and we'll solve their problems. And there's no simple answer to these issues. It's not just a matter of giving people money or people being more generous. They are highly complex human issues, but they're ones that need to be raised and need to be addressed because they affect our lives. They're part of what happens in Australia, what happens in Ethiopia. Number 4, we are restructuring from a society run by short-term considerations and rewards in favour of dealing with things in much longer time frames. Moving from thinking about things in terms of a week or 10 years or 20 years or whatever to something in terms of 50 years' time. What are the next generations going to reap from putting this mine here? Or will our children have a planet to live on if we keep working at the business of nuclear war and so forth? We are shifting from institutional help to more self-reliance in all aspects of our lives. That is a key one that I think all of us, in fact, have experienced. In other words, moving away from the, rebelling a little bit, at least, against the institutionalization. Moving towards evoking in people their talents, their human resources, rather than having people relying on the physical resources of the institution, becoming dependent upon the corporate body. 7, we are discovering that the framework of representative democracy has become obsolete in an era of instantaneously shared information. We have to question, I think, the very notion of democracy these days. It is very evident in the United States that the people who get elected are those who can mobilize the most voters. That's not the same as democracy. Lobby groups are very, very powerful in the United States, especially lobby groups that have money. Very interesting to notice Rockwell International, which is one of the big weapons manufacturers in the United States. They have placed their company in about 46 different states in the United States, so they are in many, many different constituencies. They are, in other words, an extremely powerful political force, so that, if you don't push for us in Congress or the Senate, there are a whole lot of jobs in your constituency that are going to go down the drain, sort of a thing. Now, I'm not saying Rockwell International actually does that, but it would be possible for them to do it if they wanted to. So when we talk about democracy, we ought to be very tentative and rather cautious and rather humble and rather modest. 8, we are giving up our dependence on hierarchical structures in favour of informal networks. This will be especially important to the business community, and I would say especially important to the structure of the church and church authority and parish structures, for example. I rather suspect that this, in fact, is happening, that people are moving from the mass society concept to we need to gather together small networks, informal networks of people, where people know each other and can depend on each other, can relate with each other in a more human kind of a way, so they can enter into that interformative process without the interruption of the institution being too excessive. The institution has to be there. Number 9, he says, more Americans are moving from the industrial north and east to the south and west. Not terribly significant for us. Number 10, from a narrow either-or society with a limited range of personal choices, we are exploding into a freewheeling, multiple-option society. Pluralism is an important mark of our secular society and the church. Pluriformity, multiple belief systems. We've grown up in a church and in a society which says you just don't do that. If you belong, if you join the club, then you've got to believe the same things that everybody else believes. I think it's possible to belong, to be a faithful Australian and still question what our government does. Question it most fiercely. It is still possible to be a very faithful Catholic, one who loves the church, and still question what the Holy Father does, or what the bishop does, or, for God's sake, what Father does. Not only possible, I'd say, but demanded. And the questioning is not in terms of being nasty and being petulant and being childish, which is often presumed that that's what questioning means. Questioning means entering into, in an adult way, the processes of obedience. Listening. What's happening here? Okay, you've said something. I have a responsibility to listen, Holy Father, to what you say. But you can't possibly claim the absolute last word on what you say. Let's together work at it. You depend on us, the people, just as we depend on you to guide, to exhort, and teach. But don't expect us simply to conform and do exactly what we're told to do without questioning and without thinking. I think some people are going to get a surprise on Judgment Day, and I'm being a little bit arrogant presuming this, but I can just see the picture where someone turns up to God and God says, what have you done? And they'll say, well, I did everything I was told to do. And God will say, you did what? Didn't you question anything? Didn't you think? Didn't you make any of your own choices? Father Karl Rahner, in his book Concern for the Church, which is number 20 in the series Theological Investigations, has an interesting thesis about the various stages of development of the church. And he lists three particular epochs or eras in the church's history. One is a very brief one, the Judeo-Christian church, he calls it. That is the time when there was an immediacy to the life of Jesus Christ, the resurrection. It was basically an Israelite church, a new emergence in the Israelite nation. Then there is the movement, which brings in the second phase of the church's life, the period of the church in a particular cultural group, that of Hellenism and European culture and civilization. And you might say, well, how can he say that? Because he says that extends then, and begins with really St. Paul, and he's preaching to the Gentiles, right through to the Second Vatican Council. Whenever the church moved in her missionary endeavor around the world, she took her European culture with her, her Hellenistic mindset with her. And that is, I think, Rana's point, that's within that world view. So what the Vatican Council ushered in was a third era in the life of the church, the period in which the church's living space is from the very outset the whole world. It talks about the world church. Now, some people have criticized Rana for blurring the boundaries, for being rather bland, but I don't think, if you read him carefully, that is a fair criticism. He too talks about pluralism, but he talks about it in terms of different expressions of the mystery, different ways of living the resurrection. No longer can we talk about mere conformity and uniformity, that everybody has to be orthodox, in the broadest sense of that word. Everybody has to be believing exactly the same thing, as if we ever did. We all said the Nicene Creed, but if you went round the church on Sunday and said, okay, here's a pencil and paper, write down what you're saying, what you believe, you would get an amazing variety of explanations as to what that all meant. I'm sure you would. So that, in a sense, orthodoxy is an illusion. Now, I'm not saying that we won't have basic creedal statements, that we won't have basic, fundamental, foundational truths that delineate a Christian from a non-Christian. I'm not pretending that that is an ideal thing, that we blur the boundaries, it doesn't matter, everybody's the same anyway, and tut-tut-tut, just don't talk about your Christianity. Talk about your Christianity, proclaim the gospel, be happy that you are a Christian. Jesus Christ makes a difference. But we don't emphasize the doctrinal content to the extent that we say that is the faith, that is what it means to be a Christian. To say things this way, and if you don't say things this way, you're not a Christian. This book, Evangelization and Justice, New Insights for Christian Ministry by John Walsh, is a very good one. Very simple, very practical. And one of the things that he emphasizes is that shift in the church from what he refers to as the parade mentality to a more self-directive, guiding kind of a dialogical situation. He bases it on Fowler's stages of faith. The fact of the matter is that church that most of us grew up in has gone. History has taken it away from us. There's no point in bemoaning the fact that it has gone. Still less is there any point in trying to recapture it, trying to pull in the strings, trying to tighten up the discipline and get everybody back in step and saying and doing and believing the same things. It will not work. It cannot happen. I like Pope Paul VI's statement in Evangelii Nuntiandi, I think it's paragraph 75, where he talks about this time as a privileged moment of the Spirit. Very hopeful, very optimistic. And I would suggest that any attempt to pull things in is an attempt really to frustrate the work of the Holy Spirit. What is happening cannot be presumed to be bad. It's a matter of fact. The changes are happening. With respect to renewal in the church, there's an interesting article in Review for Religious last year, September, October, by a man by the name of Paul Collins from ANU in Canberra. He's writing about religious communities in particular, but I think it applies to any group and any institutional group and the whole church. He says, as a matter of historical fact, renewals happen when individuals and groups of individuals charged with some measure of new insight, new vision and creativity and imagination get about the business and make it happen. It doesn't happen when people all get around and wait for consensus and all move together in the one happy big family. And that's precisely what many religious congregations have been struggling hard to do, expending enormous amounts of energy over the last 20 years getting everybody to agree. So we come up with these magnificent documents from our general chapters, which say all the very, very finest things about living the gospel life. But we're still entrenched, we're still unrenewed, we're still struggling way back there, and nobody will bite the bullet, because what sometimes this involves, this renewal, is that one group will break away. Paul Collins talks about an elite. I don't especially like the word elite, but it will not surprise me in the years ahead if some people do break away from their congregations and you find new congregations and communities being formed. I have, for example, met quite a number of people, some older, some younger, who are keen to consecrate themselves to God, to serve the church, to serve people. They don't want to do it in the context of many of the religious communities that they see today. So what I think is going to happen is people who have some vision, have some vitality, have some initiative, some creativity, some imagination, will gather those people and new communities will form. Religious life won't die in the church. Some religious communities will. And what I think that points to is that we are living in a very exciting time, a time of opportunity. We can look at the time and say, oh my gosh, isn't it dreadful the way things have fallen apart? Wouldn't it have been good if things had stayed together? How much more distressing it is today, etc., etc. Or look at it and say, this gives us a tremendous opportunity. This cuts me free from the institutionalization that happened. Now there are possibilities for me as an individual to do things that there never would have been 20 years ago. And there wouldn't have been, because the institution was so powerful. It controlled the group life in a most radical, powerful way. Now the institutions, I believe, are turning to the individuals and implicitly at least saying, please do something. Because the institution doesn't have the strength anymore to sustain the individuals. And one of the mega trends that Naisbitt says is that shift from the institution to the individual, self-reliance. And my encouragement to religious men and women, and to Catholics generally and Christians generally, is build up your inner resources, explore your possibilities and your talents, experiment, go where the Spirit leads you. Don't be all the time trying to look for what the institution is asking of me, what the institution wants, what the institution needs, what the system demands. The system is important, the institution is important, but so is your vocation. So is the reality that God made you to be. Be that. Don't let your vocation be lost in the system. Don't let your individuality, your unique contribution be subsumed in the generic system. A couple of practical consequences which we'll move through fairly quickly. Number one, what we are finding with this changes in the world is that there is a threat to our familiar world. And again, that is distressing, because we don't like the familiar world to be threatened. We like things to be predictable, to go on as they are. But what the world is saying to us with the cultural upheaval, the emerging nations and so forth, there's the economic problems, the political problems, and no longer can we just sit and live on as if nothing has changed. It's plunging us into an experience of death, into a transitional crisis, into a transcendence crisis. Second practical consequence, we are forced to look more carefully at issues that seemed fairly cut and dried before. Democracy, economic systems, Christian denominational boundaries, allegiances to institutions and centralized authorities, use of resources, what really matters for us as Christians, and so on. Thirdly, we can no longer consider war as a satisfactory way of solving international disputes, and we did once. Well, we'll take up arms and fight over it, and whoever wins. And you even have, don't know whether you saw that film called Oh, What a Lovely War. Well, they took the dialogue from that, from actual documents. And one of the generals stated on the side of the Allies that at the current rate of attrition, in so many months, all the enemy will be dead and there'll be 46,000 of us standing. So we'll win the war. The First World War came as horror because they had such things as machine guns and so forth, and people still getting up out of trenches and charging across with bayonets and being mowed down. Then the other group would get up and do it. And to look back on it, it's just a savage an awful thing to contemplate that could have happened. But the mindset was problems can be solved by wars. Fourth, justice and peace have emerged as critical issues for life formation. No longer can moral theology think of itself in terms of sexuality. Moral theology in traditional Catholic circles is preoccupied with sexuality. What is happening now, we're beginning to realize there are more important things than sexuality in the world. Things like the fact that millions of people starve to death every year because they don't have enough to eat. That's a fairly important moral problem. Things like the fact that we have the power now to annihilate the human race and every living organism from this world. That's an important moral issue. Fifthly, the Church's missionary endeavor has to be radically reshaped. Again, in Evangelii Nuntiandi, Pope Paul VI said, the Church must first evangelize itself. The Roman Catholic Church would never have said that 25 years ago. Sixthly, the Church's stand in Western society can no longer be taken for granted. We have lost much of our status. There was a time when, for example, to be a priest or a nun had considerable social status. Not anymore. Not in Western societies, anyway. Seventhly, individuals must be grounded in inner authority rather than institutional authority. That they must be people who are overtaken by the mystery, that their grounding is in their personal relationship with Christ. Not that they take it there and hold it there in an isolated individual sense, but they move out to people on the basis of that internal directedness, inner authority, inner power, inner ability to participate in the mystery. Number 8, church ministries will undergo radical restructuring and reshaping. No longer can we think of ministry in the parish simply in terms of father. It's being foisted upon us because father won't be around in 10 years' time. Who's going to minister and how is that ministry going to happen? It's all part of the changing world. Finally, and again to repeat, what this office offers is tremendous scope for the energetic, the creative, the imaginative, the person with some kind of initiative, the person who's willing to get in there and have a go and take some risks. The opportunities are there. The world has created them. History has dumped them in our laps. We can take one of two, or perhaps one of three actions. We can bemoan the fact that it's happened. Secondly, we can sit around and wait for others to take the initiative and tell us what to do, or we can get in there and take the initiatives ourselves. Let's pause there and throw it open for reflections or comment.
Before we begin, I'd like to recommend a couple of books to you. One is on vocation and mission of the laity in the church and in the world. This note on the upcoming Synod of Bishops. It's a very positive document, one that talks about the ecclesial mission of the church in totality, where everybody who belongs to the church is part of the mission of the church. And it's not so much singling out certain groups as being better than or whatever, but it's very positive, very encouraging, very constructive document, I would say. This one, the Daughters of St. Paul have copies of it. I would encourage you to get that and read it. Another book which is excellent and pertinent to both the topic we've just looked at and the upcoming one, The Catholic Heritage by Lawrence S. Cunningham. If you do happen to belong to the Catholic tradition, this is a very helpful, very readable book, published by Crossroad. The way he does it is by way of theme. He takes the theme of martyrdom as characterizing the Catholic tradition, and he deals with martyrs in the early church, martyrs through the ages, martyrs today. Takes the theme of ascetics in the early church, through the church today, etc., and looks at those. Very, very good book. Okay. Turning now to our second topic, that of culture and life formation. It's very difficult to draw the line between culture and tradition. I think they are constructs that overlap, and to be perfectly honest, I find it very difficult to define one so that they are clearly defined each from the other. But it's valid, I think, to take a look at the reality that tradition attempts to look at, and then use the construct of culture and look at
that same reality, I would say, from a slightly different angle. What are we talking about when we talk about culture? Groups of individuals, through successive experiences of shared formation fields, tend to develop particular ways of responding to life through language, dress, rituals, symbols. That constellation, which we call the way of life of a particular group, I'm going to call culture. By culture, I'm not talking about the fine arts. By that standard, Australia doesn't have too much culture. But by the more broad standard, Australia has culture. That is, it has a way of life, a series of rituals, customs, language, myths, legends, etc., a whole constellation of human structures that go to make up what can be called a way of life. Like tradition, it is an unavoidable, inescapable part of life formation. We can state a foundational principle, one that is absolutely true of all people in all time. All human life formation is cultural. You cannot get away from it. Like tradition, it provides us with a place to stand. It is a structure which facilitates and protects. It facilitates our ability to face life, but it protects us from too much reality. All structures do that, as we have seen. The role of a structure is to give us tidgy little bits of truth, let them get through, but to block out most of truth, because it would be too much for us to get hold of them. Culture forms that. Now, having made those general statements, I'm going to turn now to one particular author, namely Edward Hall, and his book Beyond Culture, which I would thoroughly recommend to you. It's a very readable book, entertaining, insightful. I've put it on the reading list there, I think. Now, whilst I say that culture is a necessary part of life, that there is culture is unavoidable, how we analyse culture is a debatable point. And it is precisely in that area of debate that we're going to introduce Hall as a provocative, stimulating thinker. I'm not using Hall as if he has the answers. I'm using Hall as a jumping-off point to provoke, to promote discussion. And let me begin with a brief summary of the points that he makes in this book, and they are found on page 281 and following pages. The first point, he says, is an individual cannot, through introspection and self-examination, understand himself or the forces that mould his life without understanding his culture. You cannot understand yourself without understanding the culture in which you have grown up, the culture which has helped to shape you. Like it or lump it, if you grew up in Australia, that is part of your life story. Just as, like it or lump it, if you grew up in a Catholic family, that too is part of your life story. Second point, cultures won't change unless everyone changes. There are neurological, biological, political, economic, historic, and culture psychodynamic reasons for this. We won't explore that one any further. Number 3, culture is dictatorial unless it is understood and examined. That is a very practical one. When people grow up thinking that their cultural way of doing things is the only way to do things, or the best way to do things, that culture becomes dictatorial. And when we talk about culture, remember, we're talking about it as a way of life. So there are cultures within cultures within cultures within cultures. So in the broadest sense, each family has its own culture. Churches have a culture, denominations have a culture, schools have a culture, nations have a culture, segments of the world have a culture. When, for example, the church cuts itself off and presumes it has a corner on the truth, it has all the truth, cuts itself off and becomes locked into its own culture, that culture becomes dictatorial. In order for a culture to be really formative, it must be open to intercultural experience. Fourth point, it is not that man must be in sync with or adapt to his culture, but that cultures grow out of sync with man. When this happens, people go crazy and they don't know it. Let me say that again. That's a very important practical point. It is not that man must get into sync with culture. That is, it's not a question of culture is the given and human beings have to get in step with culture, but rather that cultures grow out of sync with man. That is, cultures get out of step with the nature of the human person, and when that happens and people get caught up in that culture, they go crazy and they don't know it. William Kraft, in his book The Normal Modes of Madness, discusses this precise problem. He says, in Western society, abnormally mad people are quickly cited and dealt with. They're kept off the streets generally. But our streets are crowded with normally mad people. People who suffer from the madness of workism, religionism, classism, and so forth. They become obsessively involved in some aspect of life at the expense of other aspects of life. I can remember reading a book a number of years ago called The Western Way of Death. And the discussion was by a doctor, and I can't for the life of me remember his name, something like Carruthers. He's a fellow of the Royal College of Surgeons, analysing the incidence of heart disease and the development of modern culture. And there seems to be a close relationship. This would be a case, I would say, of what Hall calls it culture getting out of sync with man, and man getting caught up in, people getting caught up in, a life formation that is deformative. They go crazy and they don't know it. Number 5. In order to avoid mass insanity, people must learn to transcend and adapt their culture to the times and to their biological organisms. In other words, in order to avoid getting sucked into this whirlpool where a culture gets out of sync with the nature of the human person, starts to operate according to rules that are dissonant with those that pertain to healthy life formation, people must take it in their hands to adapt, to make culture alter, to make culture march in step with humanity, not vice versa. 6, to accomplish this task, since introspection tells you nothing, man needs the experience of other cultures. That is, to survive, all cultures need each other. I think that is one of the great advantages of Australia. It is a cultural mixing bowl. There are many cultures here. I was talking to somebody recently, and they were talking about the highest incidence of ethnicity of any city in the world. And the city in the world that has the greatest number of different ethnic groups, people with different ethnic backgrounds, is Jerusalem. The second highest is Sydney in the entire world, even more than New York City or other places. Now, I think that's got fantastic possibilities, positively and negatively. I think the figure I heard, and this is 140 or something like that, is it? Yes, and most of those would be represented in Sydney. The value of mixing with, having a cross-cultural experience. I can remember when I first went to study at Duquesne, one of our philosophy lecturers said, "I hope all of you have the opportunity for culture shock." Now, you wouldn't wish culture shock on your best friends, you might wish it on your enemies, but in a sense, yes, it is a most educative experience to know that the way you've been brought up to do things is not the only way, to know that there are other ways of seeing the world. I'd like to look at 4 particular aspects of culture and the way it affects life formation, and the spin-offs of this are quite significant in practical terms for spirituality, for renewal of the church and so forth. The first is that culture provides a context and meaning. Culture, that is, sets up a kind of a world view. You tend to see the world in a specific way according to the culture from which you come. Secondly, a significant part of culture is language. Thirdly, a significant part of culture is the experience of time. Fourthly, a significant part of culture is the experience of space. Looking at that first one, culture creates context and meaning for life. It tends to create a certain world view. It both limits and facilitates. It protects and enables you to see life. It gives you a place to stand. Hall here on page 84 talks about information overload. If you didn't have a culture, you would be so overloaded with information coming to you from the world that you couldn't possibly stand it. You would disintegrate as a person. Reflect for a moment. When you got up this morning, you got out of bed, you got dressed. Now, the simple matter, today you have met a whole series of people. People in the house where you live, people next door, people on the bus, people on the street, people at work. Culture has taught you a taken-for-granted way of dealing with all those meetings, so that you didn't have to think twice, probably, for any of them. You just, if you had to think, think of the absurdity of this. If you had to think and work out how am I going to adapt to every person that I meet, you would spend your time hopelessly weighed down with figuring out what's going to happen next. Culture does that job for you. And that becomes ingrained at a very early stage, so you take that for granted. You're pre-programmed. In our society, you walk past a person on the street and you don't look at them. You certainly don't engage eye contact. And you don't brush against them, certainly not deliberately. When you're standing on the bus, you don't deliberately brush against people, not unless you're a bit weird. When you're at work, you normally greet people, you smile. These little customs, little rituals, these constitute our culture, make life livable. They give us a place to stand. On page 214, he says some interesting things. Ultimately, what makes sense or not is irrevocably culturally determined and depends heavily on the context in which the evaluation is made. The result is that people in culture contact situations frequently fail to really understand each other. I would suspect that at least some of the problems encountered in the protracted peace negotiations throughout history could have been traced to matters of this sort. People from different cultures do not understand what the other people are saying. They think differently. They see the world differently. Years ago, he gives an example from his experience of the Indians in Arizona. When I was working with the Navajo and the Hopi Indians in Arizona, there were continual struggles and misunderstandings because the cultural gulf separated three systems: Navajo, Hopi, and white Americans. None of them made sense to the others. The white school principal of the 20s simply could not understand why unused land belonging to Clan X at the foot of the Mesa lay fallow while members of Clans Y and Z walked 20 miles to their fields. Ultimately, his meddling in Hopi affairs created such a crisis that he had to leave the reservation while it was all straightened out. Deeply eroded Hopi institutions, already weakened by repeated encounters with white culture, were hanging on the ropes. The school principal's white logic was unconsciously self-serving. It made him feel superior to the Indians because he would have better sense than to walk 20 miles when only 1 mile would do. What he did not understand was that the logic of the Hopi system was based on maintaining the integrity of the system and all the relationships that went with it. To rend the fabric of Hopi's social and religious institutions made very little sense. Tilling one's own ancestral fields was a small price to pay for peace, which the Hopi had a hard enough time maintaining without some white government employee stirring things up. He gives another example of this culture-bound sense, the way people perceive the world, in quoting an example of a dog that was found on an island called Ruffle Bar just outside of New York City. This dog, as the New Yorkers would call it, this dog was there by itself. There were no human beings on the island, and somebody from the American Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals found us there. Ha-ha! Notify the bureaucracy, and the bureaucracy gets working, and like a tank that somebody started and got out of, it goes in search of the dog, and it sends up helicopters to circle the island to find the dog. They set baits with traps in it. This is a report in the New York Times. Set baits with traps in it to catch this dog, to save it from God only knows what. They had police launches circling the island to catch sight of this dog, and the police, when questioned about it, said made comments like the dog, they called it King, looked in good shape when we last saw it. When questioned, representatives of the American Society for Prevention of Cruelty to Animals said, when we catch the dog, we will have it examined by a vet, and if it is in good health, we'll find a happy home for it. Poor dog. Let us pray they didn't catch it. But that fits a certain social, cultural setting. A lot of people would say that is crazy. Another situation, the whole Watergate affair, the Nixon experience. For the Americans, that was so important. They became obsessed with that. Europeans looked at that and said, what's the big hassle? I mean, this goes on in government. You expect a bit of graft and lying and so forth. Get on with the business of life. Different cultures see things in different ways, make sense of things in different ways. Now, this ability to find a context and a meaning and make sense of life is a great help to us, because there's no way a human being can be absolutely open, absolutely available to all cultures and all possibilities. As we said last week when we were talking about, or the week before, intra-formative processes, every person's perception of life is perspectival. It's limited. It is a certain perspective. Culture gives you a certain perspective. It is, as it were, hands you 0.0000001% of reality and says, can you cope with that? And that's an advantage, to have reality dished up in a minuscule piece at a time. If you didn't, you'd get operation or information overload. However, part of the problem there is cultural blindness. If you grow up in a situation where everybody experiences just that one minuscule piece of reality, you tend to think after a while that this is reality. You tend to believe that it's not just one example of reality, but reality as such. Hall says, for example, what makes it doubly hard to differentiate the innate from the acquired is the fact that as people grow up, everyone around them shares the same patterns. So if people grow up within a Catholic environment, don't know Protestants, say an Australian Catholic environment, don't know other Catholic traditions, they grow up sharing the same patterns, you just don't question them. You don't ask the question, well, is there another way of doing things? And it comes as a hell of a shock when they go into the army or they come and live away from home and they find, my God, there are people, they're strange. They don't do things the way we Catholics do. This is not true, of course, if one grows up in a bicultural or tricultural situation, which can be a tremendous asset because it accustoms one to the fact that people are really very different. In bicultural cases, I have seen people shift from a Spanish to a German way of interacting without knowing that the shift occurred. Also, I have seen others start with a Greek pattern and slip automatically into a German-Swiss pattern as the situation demanded. Fantastic? Yes, but reasonably common. A function of the way the information processing and control mechanism of the brain operates. He talks about the cultural unconscious, like Freud's unconscious, not only controls man's actions, but can be understood only by painstaking process of detailed analysis. Hence, man automatically treats what is most characteristically his own, the culture of his youth, as though it were innate. This is the way human beings are, isn't it? All human beings behave like Australians. He is forced into the position of thinking and feeling that anyone whose behaviour is not predictable or is peculiar in any way is slightly out of his mind, improperly brought up, irresponsible, psychopathic, politically motivated to a point beyond all redemption, or just plain inferior. How often that happens. So culturally bound is our life formation. So important it is to understand that. And hence the value, the importance, the necessary importance within life formation of intercultural contact. Coming up against people from other cultures. Now, I don't simply mean other nationalities like Australian with Greek or French or whatever, but there's many cultural things too, like one family with another kind of a family. Valuable it is for children to mix with other children's families, to go and stay in another family. Inter-religious, interdenominational contact. Hall quotes the example. He says, imagine a room such as this, where you've got, say, 30 people and they are blindfolded. Okay. Now, the rule is that when you bump into another person, you must hug them. and you feel their face to find out who they are. Okay? That's the rule of this game with these 30 people locked in this room. Introduce to that group 3 people, blindfolded, and the rule for them is that when you come up against somebody, you take a step backwards. You can imagine the kind of mayhem that's going to happen. The problem for those 3 people when they get into that group and everybody's trying to grab them and they think, no, the rules of the game are that you don't touch people, stay away. You get all kinds of rejection, fear, anxieties, flailing at one another, leave me alone, don't you understand? And until both sides learn the rules that the others are operating out of, there's going to be all kinds of conflict. He goes on to talk about that. As a matter of fact, the blind man's buff, should be bluff, shouldn't it? Analogy is a much oversimplified example of the situation we face when we interact with members of other cultures or even variants of our own culture. This means that if one is to prosper in this new world without being unexpectedly battered, one must transcend one's own system. And there they're called to transcendence, and that is really the process of life. When I don't know any other culture, when my culture becomes dictatorial, the transcendent process is to that extent inhibited. I become embedded, bogged down, dominate. My freedom is limited. To do so, that is to transcend one's own system, 2 things must be known. Firstly, that there is a system. Secondly, the nature of that system. What is more, the only way to master either is to seek out systems that are different from one's own, and using oneself as a sensitive recording device, make note of every reaction or tendency to escalate. Ask yourself questions that will help define the state you are in, as well as the one you are escalating towards. It is impossible to do this in the abstract because there are too many possibilities. Behavioral systems are too complex. The rules governing behavior and structure of one's own cultural system can be discovered only in a specific context or real-life situation. The value of mixing with other human beings, of coming up and really listening to other people's belief systems, formation traditions, accompanying yourself, maintaining a gentle presence to yourself so that you hear what your reactions are. What's going on inside me? Is there anger? Is there fear? Is there anxiety? Is there joy? Is there a resonance with this? That promotes life formation. You begin to see a wider world, open up to other possibilities. And for that reason, you might say that you do, in fact, wish that your best friends would have a culture shock situation, because it typically brings on some kind of a transcendence crisis. Something has to die when you're thrown into a culture shock situation. And essentially what happens is the cues don't work. The taken for granted world of your learned culture, with all its rituals and symbols and language and myths and legends, they don't work in the new situation. So you've got to find a whole set of new cues. What goes on here? These people, when I bump into them, they want to grab hold of me all the time. And the rules of my game of blind man's bluff is that you back off when you get near people. So you have to learn a whole new set of cues, and you have to expand your vision, your perception of life, way beyond what you had before initially. Looking now at language. It's very easy to think of language as something that I create, or human beings create, just a set of symbols, more or less grammatically interrelated, that help us to convey meaning. In effect, language is not only created by us, it creates us. I can remember talking to one of our old Dutch missionaries who spoke 7 different languages, and he said, another language is another personality. Talking with a friend of mine who was a missioner a Maryknoll missioner in Taiwan. And he said the people in the language school there told him that they could tell who were going to be the better missionaries by the way they studied and learnt the language. Not in the sense that they mastered the grammar and the vocab. Some people did that beautifully and learnt the language better than the locals, but they weren't good missionaries. That wasn't what constituted the good missionary, but rather the respect they had for the language, the feel of it, the willingness to make mistakes and make a fool of oneself and flow with the process and get inside the cultural mindset that creates and is created by that language. If a person can do that, they will have the best chance of becoming a good missionary. The person who stands outside the cultural mindset and learns the language just as a grammatical phenomenon, will tend to remain outside the context of that culture and probably will deal with them in an arrogant sort of a way. One missioner I know of, for example, never fitted into a particular culture where he was. He learnt the language so well, he used to correct the local people. Need I say more about his effectiveness as a missionary? Looking at, considering the phenomenon of language, Remy Quant, Kwant, in his book Encounter, is a philosopher, writes, "The children of different nationalities learn to think in different ways. The average Frenchman thinks differently from the average German. They speak, they express their thoughts differently. This means that a different way of thinking is present in every language. Americans think like Americans. Sometimes they may learn a foreign language thoroughly enough and even enter into the thinking of another nation, but they still remain Americans who understand the thinking of other people. It follows that we should have a great respect for our language. We owe our way of thinking to it. The thinking of a nation lives embodied in its language. Thanks to language, we take part in a precious heritage. We are most ungrateful if we do not use our language with respect. Lack of respect for language is rooted in lack of self-respect." Fascinating to see the way different mini-cultural groups emerge, and they always invent a language of their own. Like the hippies of the 60s was one phenomenon where that happened, and people today. It's one way of excluding people, of course, and creating a kind of a specialized group, but it's also one way of expressing and creating an identity. The value, I'd say, in the schooling process of teaching people language, respect for language, love of language is found in good literature and how to speak correctly and how to express themselves in language and listen to language and discern good language from bad language. Interesting on that point of language too, humour is fascinating, and it shows up the way language and the use of language is different. I was talking to one of our Japanese missioners recently, and he was saying that in Japan, the Australians have learnt that if you're talking to a group of Japanese and you want to tell a joke in the course of the talk, you have to tell them before you tell the joke, "I am telling a joke." Because the Australian manner of humour is packed with irony and subtlety and innuendo and implication. For example, two Australians in a car driving along, and the guy alongside doesn't say anything for 2 hours, and the driver turns to him and says, "You're a noisy bloke, aren't you?" Now, it's kind of a bit humorous to us. It's not real funny, but it's a bit humorous. But the Japanese would say, "But he hasn't said anything." Different use of language, different cultural mindset. I found this in the United States. It is very, very embarrassing, and it is part of the culture shock because the cues don't work. Instead of a laugh, you just get a sort of a bland expression. Are you speaking the English language? What's the matter with you? Kind of a response, because the American language and the American use of language and humour is very different from our own. We're much closer to the whole British one. Time as a manifestation of culture. Culture creates context and meaning. Culture is manifested in language and is created by language. Each culture has its own experience of time, and this is fascinating. Hall uses the example of in Mexico City, if you make an appointment, the person with whom you make an appointment is likely to say hora americana or hora mexicana. You mean American time or Mexican time? He also quotes the example of a fellow in Afghanistan came down out of the back blocks to Kabul looking for his brother, and he asked around, and they said, "When are you going to meet the brother? Did you arrange to meet?" He said, "We agreed to meet here in Kabul in the spring." He said, "I wasn't sure what year it was, but we had to meet here in the spring." Hall says he distinguishes in two kinds of time: monochronic time and polychronic time. Monochronic time is time on a continuum where you've got A, B, C, D, the ticking of the clock, where you compartmentalize, you schedule, this happens here, that followed by that, followed by that, followed by that, and so it goes on. And you can compartmentalize and schedule a whole 24-hour period, a week, a year, 10 years, whatever. Polychronic time focuses on a point, not relative to other points, just a point. It's like a flowing now. Different cultures, like Mediterranean cultures, Latin cultures, tend to operate in polychronic time. We tend to operate in monochronic time. Our time frame is very linear, is very available to scheduling. And we're talking this morning in our group about different habits, like in Morocco, a number of years. If you're invited to dinner, or in Italy too, if you're invited to dinner, typically you don't turn up at 7 o'clock when you're invited. You turn up at 7:30 or maybe 8 o'clock. Because whereas in some other cultures, and I've forgotten which one Hall refers to here, it's more polite to turn up an hour early. On that same business too of time, I was talking to someone who lived in Bangkok for a number of years, and you're quite likely to find there, if you invited people to dinner, say half a dozen people are going to come to dinner and 2 of them turn up. And you meet the other 4 2-3 days later and they say, oh, we got a better offer. That's part of the culture. Quite acceptable. So looking at the time question, and there's some practical points here, because Hall intimates, or says rather clearly really, and I would suspect it, that maybe there are a lot of us caught up in monochronic time that don't belong there. What's it do to our creativity? What's it do to the rhythm of our life? He writes, an economist once told me that Eskimos working for a fish cannery in Alaska thought factory whistles were ridiculous. The idea that men would work or not work because of a whistle seemed to them to be sheer lunacy. For the Eskimo, the tides determined what men did, how long they did it, and when they did it. Tide out meant one set of activities, tide in another. This same man later worked in a large international agency and observed in himself signs of stress resulting from futile attempts to gear his own productivity, particularly its creative aspects, to a time schedule. Finally, convinced that it was impossible to schedule creativity, he gave up trying and compromised by adopting a schedule in which there were periods when he was tied to a desk and handled trivia, followed by other periods in which he worked around the clock. And here is a very good practical point to ponder. One wonders how many individuals who have been forced to adjust to 8-hour, 9-to-5 schedules have sacrificed their creativity, and what the social and human cost of this sacrifice has been. I wonder too, for example, in religious life, where every minute of every hour traditionally was hacked out for people in a very excessively monochronic way, what that did to the creativity of people, the imagination. What does it do to a society where people are locked into the hard time schedules? You can see it very often in the faces of people. It can be rather deadening. Valuable to reflect on the body time clock, the way you experience time, and so forth. Sometimes there's no way around it. If you've got a 9-to-5 job and that's how you make your bread, that's it. It's not all very well to say, well, theoretically, I just don't operate best on that way. Well, you have to make do with the best you've got. Finally, looking at the question of space. The experience of space varies from culture to culture. This was brought home to me recently when I was talking to... I'd noticed it a number of times when I was talking to different Asian people from a certain country in Asia. And when I was talking to them, I would stand there, and because they spoke softly, I'd have to sort of get close to hear. And when I got closer, they took a step back. So that I realised after a while that it was almost a predictable, approximately a metre was left between myself and each one of these people each time we spoke. It was quite fascinating me, because in our culture it's permissible to stand a little bit closer. Hall writes with respect to the experience of space. Space and its handling also signal importance and priorities. The amount of space allocated and where a person is placed within an organisation tell a lot about him and his relation to the organisation. We do a lot with place and space. Where you put people says a lot. At the dinner table, for example. Equally significant is how he handles his time. In fact, discretion over scheduling, the option of determining when one will be in the office, indicates that one has arrived. In other words, you've got control over the space, the place where you spend your time. The exceptions are salesmen, whose jobs demand that they be away from their desks, or those who hold unusual positions. For example, the city editor of a newspaper, whose job is inherently polychronic. The importance of place, where the activities are permitted to occur, has become so much a part of modern bureaucracy that some employees, whose performance would be enormously enhanced if they could get away from their desks, are seldom permitted to do so. For example, American Foreign Service officers assigned to Latin America should be out interacting with the local people. But because of immutable bureaucratic custom, they can't leave their desks. Cut off from the people with whom they should be establishing ties, how can they ever be effective? In another American-based bureaucracy, an important and famous research program was threatened because the space required for the experiments was greater than that appropriate to the rank of the investigator. Mad? Yep, completely mad, but bureaucratically very real. The way we use space and place, we've talked about this when we talked about situational formation, the effect that place had. Culturally, it is highly significant, not only in the kind of space that personal space you allow people, but living space. We're quite extravagant in Australia in terms of the living space that we demand when you go to other parts of the world where people live in very small areas, and so are the Americans. I noticed in Pittsburgh a number of Cambodian refugee families came there, and they were given typical American houses, which are at least 2 stories generally, sometimes 3 stories. They're not that much bigger than ours, but because of the heating problems, they build them like doll houses. They're small areas, floor areas on each floor, but they're high. Cambodian families, unlike the American counterparts, wouldn't occupy the whole house. They'd occupy, say, the top floor. They'd live up there, all of them, together, sleep up there, eat up there, entertain up there, because that space was just too big. That doesn't make sense to use all that space to live. They soon learned the American way. But it is an example. I think we might conclude it there and throw it open to comment and reflection. Let us begin with a meditation from Psalm 119, verses 1 through 8. Blessed are those whose way is blameless, who walk in the law of the Lord. Blessed are those who keep his testimonies, who seek him with their whole heart, who also do no wrong, but walk in his ways. Thou hast commanded thy precepts to be kept diligently. Oh, that my ways may be steadfast in keeping thy statutes. Then I shall not be put to shame, having my eyes fixed on all thy commandments. I will praise thee with an upright heart when I learn thy righteous ordinances. I will observe thy statutes. Oh, forsake me not utterly. God our Father, bless our work tonight. Open our minds and our hearts to the wisdom of your Holy Spirit, the Spirit of the risen Lord. As we reflect on our tradition, the power of tradition, and our cultures and the power of our cultures, open our minds and our hearts to receive the goodness and the truth that is there. Help us to use our tradition creatively, imaginatively. Help us to use everything that is part of our life formation to your glory, to lead people to the wonder and praise of your name. And so, Father, we pray to you in the words that your Son, Jesus the Christ, gave us. Our Father, who art in heaven,
hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. Our topic in this first section tonight is faith and formation traditions. Before we begin to talk precisely about faith traditions and formation traditions, I'd like to make some general comments about tradition as such. And I would ground those comments in something that we have already discussed, namely the formation field. Briefly going over it, the idea expressed in this field concept is that there are 5 areas of influence in our formation. Those influences are interacting with each other all the time. We are always in a formation field. No one is ever outside a field of formation, and you can't understand life formation unless you take into account all those various influences. Human beings share similar formation fields. For example, we are together in this room. We live more or less within the bounds of this city. We share this weather. We share the political, economic climate of this country, etc., etc., etc. When people share similar formation fields, they tend to develop similar patterns of life, similar responses, similar reactions. I'd like to look at those patterns of life under 2 headings. The first one under the heading of tradition, the second one under the heading of culture. The whole notion of tradition is an interesting one and does different things to different people when you mention it. Typically today, the word tradition is a bad word. Today, to say of someone or something it is traditional is not calculated to endear that person or thing to people. It's almost a put down to say of somebody, he's very traditional, you know, or she's traditional. However, to say it's new is almost regarded as something positive. It's good if it's new. It's not real good if it's traditional. That is a little bit of a generalization, but there does seem to be that tendency. I would like to put forward a view of tradition that removes it from that rather negative and static view of life and say that tradition is something very positive, potentially, and always very dynamic. The first thing I would like to say is a foundational principle, namely every human being at all times is caught up in a tradition. Just as you can't live outside a formation field, you cannot live outside a tradition. You might deny it, you might repress it, but you can't avoid it. You have a tradition that helped to shape your life in the past. You are living in a human context which involves a tradition in the present, and in the future you will always be part of a tradition. To understand yourself, you must understand your tradition. So the issue is not getting away from tradition, or getting rid of tradition, or repressing tradition, or avoiding tradition. It's rather accepting the fact that tradition is part of life, a dynamic factor in life formation, and making it work for us rather than letting it be a hindrance against us. Looking at the notion of tradition, why it is that I say it is a dynamic word rather than a static word. The very word itself comes from the Latin word tradere, which means to pass over. Tradere is an action word. It has the idea of doing something. Tradition is about doing, it is about action. Part of the problem with our notion of tradition is that it's not about action, it's about repetition. And we confuse repetition with tradition. And nothing could be further from the truth. Repetition is about handing on. Now, I've made a number of distinctions here, which I'll go over briefly, then come back and explain them more precisely. Broadly speaking, the dynamism of tradition operates at two levels, two dynamic levels. The level of process, that is, the level of the struggle that each generation inspires in the next generation to go on with the human project. At a content level, each generation passes on to the next generation lessons learned. At both those dynamic levels, you have different levels of tradition. You have the level of faith tradition, which concerns what we believe. You have the level of formation tradition, which concerns the structures of life that we use to concretize what we believe. So you've got tradition, which is process, maybe understood in terms of process and content, both together, never one alone. Process can be understood and further distinguished at the level of faith tradition and at the level of formation tradition. Content can be understood at the level of faith tradition and formation tradition also. Let's look particularly, first of all, at the dynamism of tradition in terms of the handing on of a struggle, the passing over of a work, the process side of tradition. We can speak of the handing over aspect as emphasizing the ongoing struggle to participate in life. Now, what is handed over in terms of that struggle will be more or less positive or more or less negative. E.g., in a certain family, at the very basic human level of tradition, some parents might pass over to their children a very positive sense: life is worth living. It's good to be here in the universe. It's great to be about the business of being a human being. What a wonderful project it is. Another family might hand over to the child: it's terrible to be a human being. It was never meant to be easy. It's a struggle. It's awful. It's a dog-eat-dog world out there. It's a jungle. If you don't kill, you'll get killed. That kind of a thing. Then I would suggest you have there a more or less positive tradition versus a more or less negative tradition. Let's take it for granted that it can go either way and just talk about the basic dynamisms that are happening. In terms of the process, each generation at the human level inspires, facilitates, fosters, engenders the struggle to go on with life in some way in the next generation. If they didn't, they wouldn't go on with life. So you pass on that tradition. Hopefully, the more positively and powerfully you pass it on, the more that generation will be positive and creative in its handling of the human project. At a more Christian level, say, what you pass on is the struggle to understand Christ, to work at the business of knowing Christ, what Christ means in the world today, what Christ means for me, what Christ means in terms of my work, my family, etc. The essential point is that what is passed on is a struggle, is a work, a process, which immediately indicates that what we're talking about here is not simply repetition, and I will come back to that because I think that is where tradition gets the bad name. Tradition is understood simply as repetition. Tradition is very far from repetition. Tradition is about movement. It's a dynamic thing. Each generation passes on to the next the business of struggling, of going on, passing on the baton, and the relay continues. Therefore, tradition from this perspective is always old and always new. It's always old in the sense that we're all about the same project in every generation, essentially about being human. It's as old as the human race. But it's very new in the sense that each generation and each individual in each generation brings to that project something unique, something new. You have never existed before, therefore when you do exist and you engage in that project, there's something new added. So that tradition is constantly being nuanced, that struggle, that project, that handing on of the project is constantly being changed as individuals enter it and as new situations arise. Therefore, no generation can say to the next generation, we've done it all, we know how it's supposed to be done, we know what it is to be human beings, you've got no option but to live the way we live. Do it or else. And that is a tendency amongst human beings for the sake of security, to hold the next generation back from engaging in the struggle as they can, as they will. What each generation must do is release the next generation to carry on with the project as best they can. The second
factor here is the content. That is, each generation in the process of struggling and trying to work at the business of being human, of being Christian, of being Australian, of being whatever, comes up with a certain amount of insight. Mistakes are made, lessons are learned or missed. At the partings of the ways all along dead ends are sometimes taken. Some routes are taken which open out to possibilities, so that each generation can pass on to the next a certain amount of information, a certain content. Very often that's where the static notion of tradition comes in, that it is identified simply with that content. The tradition means simply living off the information that previous generations have given us, or that one generation has given us. We look at that content and we keep it in tension with the call to go on struggling, because that content is always growing, is always developing, must always be open to question. You cannot deny it, you cannot leave it behind, just as you can't leave the process behind. This content takes the form of implicit and explicit knowledge, reflective and pre-reflective knowledge. Much of the content of tradition is quite implicit. It's caught in the household. It's caught in the marketplace. It's caught in the vibes of a town or a city or whatever. The atmosphere is charged with the content, how you go about life, how you're supposed to live. And if you don't believe that there are vibes there, try going to a party or something and doing something absolutely different from the others, contrary to the rules of that system. I know of a case not too long ago where a wife arranged a party for her husband, and it was a black tie dinner, and everybody turned up in their black ties, and he was late coming. He turned up finally in a black tie and nothing else. Now, he would have picked up the vibes that he was doing something inappropriate, I'm sure, in that particular meeting. Okay, we have a problem whenever we tend to fixate in either the content or the process, and it is possible to fixate in one or the other. Take, for example, where people fixate in the process and ignore the content, the lessons learned from previous generations, the knowledge passed on. And they simply say, we've got to start all over again. We can't learn anything from those who've gone before us. There's no content coming to us from previous generations that's worth listening to. There you have the very tragic situation epitomized in a gross way in the year zero theory that was operative in Cambodia in the early and mid-70s. The idea was that you wipe out the previous generation and all that was learned in that generation, and you start all over again at year zero, and you engage in the process of being a human being, particularly a Cambodian human being, according to a whole new form. We start a whole new history, is the idea. Whenever people do that, and I believe there was something of that in Hitler's Third Reich, I believe there was something of that in the communist approach to society in Russia, I believe there's something of that in Mao Zedong's Cultural Revolution. Whenever it happens, violence is the inevitable result. Because what must you do? You must get rid of the content. And how do you get rid of the content? You've got to get rid of the people who hold the content. I would recommend that you see the film The Killing Fields. It's a stark, dreadful situation that is portrayed, but it is a very, very salutary, potentially formative film. And what they point out there is that the children were given a special role because they don't have the content in their memories of the old civilization. So they are the wise ones. And the children, for example, if they pick somebody out in one of these labour camps that they don't like, I'll take you, and the guards hold them down, and the child puts a plastic bag over the head and asphyxiates them. That is the inevitable result. You might say, well, this is just theory. If you understand the theory, if people can understand the theory, they won't enter into practical kind of situations which must inevitably end up destructively. before the Cambodians ever instituted their year zero process, you could have told them that will inevitably lead to wholesale massacre. It will have to succeed. You'll find also on a more mundane scale in our own society, people who've gone, say, through the entire Catholic school system. They're very angry about the way, quote, the Catholic school system messed them up. So they reject the Catholic school system, they reject religion, and they reject God, and that's right out of their life. They're going to start all over again. Now, the fact of the matter is, they might reject as invalid the Catholic worldview, the Catholic dogmas and so forth. That's one issue, and it's not the issue that they're really struggling with. What they cannot reject is that Catholicity is part of their system. It's in their bones. It's part of their story. And unless they embrace that and work through that and acknowledge that, it's going to stick in their craw for the rest of their days. And you'll find these kind of people who protest vigorously that they don't believe in God and the Catholic system as history for them and so forth. Unless they've worked through it, they will inevitably be cynical, negative, resentful people, angry people. Why? Because Catholicity is sticking in their craw and they're trying very hard to get rid of it, but you can't get rid of it just by deciding to get rid of it. You've got to work through it. And then as an adult you can say, well, do I want to accept this or don't I? And then you go on and you make your decision. But you've got to accept the tradition in which you accept at least the fact of the tradition in which you are brought up. Everyone is in a tradition. You can't deny it. It's part of your history. It's part of the shape that your life has taken. Get to know the tradition in which you're brought up, even if you don't like it. It's part of your tradition, the religious tradition, the school tradition, the family tradition, the cultural tradition, the historical tradition. Some people fixate in content. And here typically you have the reactionary religious person, or the reactionary political person. That is, why do we have to go on with all this newfangled stuff? Why do we have to change the liturgy? It was okay before the Vatican Council came along and changed it all. Can't we just keep on to the things that always worked for us? It's kind of a repetition process, that you just keep the information going, and that defines reality. If you just hang on to the schema, everything will be fine. Fixating in content, cutting out an important, essential part of tradition, namely the need for each generation to struggle to understand what it means to be a human being, to be a Christian or to be a Catholic, and so on. You can't afford to fixate in either. You can't afford to cut either one of those out. Tradition without one of those ceases to be tradition. Tradition with both of those becomes a very dynamic, always changing, always moving process, which involves each generation in a new challenge. Okay, let's look now at a further distinction. At the level of the dynamism of process, we can see two levels, the level of faith tradition and the level of formation tradition. At the level of content, we can see the same two levels, dimensions, faith tradition and formation tradition. Let's look first at the meaning of faith tradition. Faith tradition at the level of the struggle, faith tradition at the level of the content. By faith tradition, most simply we mean what is believed, the meanings, the principles, the theories, the ideals that make up a belief system of a certain group. Whether it's a religious group or a secular group doesn't much matter. The same principles apply. Each generation must struggle, and here we see faith tradition at the level of process, each generation must struggle to discover the meaning and ideals and principles involved in human existence as they experience it, in Christian existence as they experience it, in Roman Catholic existence as they experience it, in Anglican existence as they experience it. They must struggle to find those meanings, to understand those meanings, to question those meanings. That's part of being traditional, to ask these questions, to participate in the struggle, to expand our understanding at the level of faith tradition. And, apart from that, then pass the fruits of that struggle on in philosophies, theologies, worldviews, etc. And there you have faith tradition at the level of content. Let us take an example. Within the Roman Catholic faith tradition, we would say such things as Jesus Christ is the Son of God. That's part of our belief system. That's part of our faith tradition. Each generation has to engage in the struggle, discovering what that means. What does it mean to say Jesus Christ is the Son of God? We look at the content of the faith tradition as it's passed on. Certainly, we listen to what the fathers of the church said, to what the mystics have said, to what the theologians have said. But we don't bind ourselves simply to that. That would be repetition rather than tradition. We engage in the struggle in the light of our new situation, struggling to find out what that really means. And there you have what they call Christology, that branch of dogma which looks at the nature of Jesus Christ and the implications of Jesus Christ. And it's an ever-changing, ever-renewing science. That's if it's about its business properly. Another part of our faith tradition would be love your neighbour as yourself. That's a belief that we have. Another part of our faith tradition would be the assumption of the Blessed Virgin Mary. You can think of any one of our dogmas. Most of the catechism questions that you learn pertain to the faith tradition, mostly at the level of content rather than process. The content of the faith tradition is summed up in the catechism generally. What the catechism can't capture is the process, the struggle. And what the catechism typically doesn't engender is the struggle. So passing on the faith very often is isolated in that one category, faith tradition, the content of faith tradition, just the words that other generations have come up with. Ignores the fact that this generation has to come up with its own words. The church teaches about the development of dogma. That doesn't mean that truth changes. What it means is that our ability to understand truth shifts. The symbols and words that we use to talk about truth, they changed from generation to generation. So it is up to us to struggle in each generation to develop our faith tradition and then pass on some content where the progress we've made, the accumulated progress over the generations of our faith tradition. Looking now at formation tradition. The struggle at the level of formation tradition and the content at the level of formation tradition. By formation tradition we mean simply those life structures we use to concretize the beliefs. The rituals, the rubrics, the customs, the mores, the myths, the legends, the symbols, so many different things that we use to concretize what we believe, to uphold what we believe, to continue the dynamism of what we believe. At the level of process, every generation must work at understanding and developing appropriate ways of incarnating the faith tradition. Must work at examining the formation tradition in all its aspects and ask the question, is it really incarnating what it says it's incarnating? For example, the Eucharistic liturgy, what we call the Mass, is part of our formation tradition that attempts to incarnate the whole dogma concerning the Eucharist. Jesus Christ present under the form of bread and wine, the body and blood of Christ really present, symbolizing the sacrifice of Calvary, the efficacious death and resurrection of Jesus Christ. That's in our faith tradition, concretized in what we call the Mass, the Eucharistic liturgy. Now come the Vatican Council, the Council Fathers looked at that formation tradition, that ritual, and said some changes need to be had here. This doesn't fit. This doesn't encapsulate the faith tradition properly. This doesn't fit our generation, so we start to change it. Now note this. Formation tradition, the rituals and the customs of life have an element that cannot be lightly dismissed, and it is the element of habit. And we'll come back to this when we look at culture. In order for genuine worship to happen, there must be some habit there. If you're constantly having to look around every minute to know what's going to happen next, you can never enter properly into worship. Worship can never be totally always spontaneous. In fact, when you start to move in that direction, it can become quite absurd. One of my confreres was at a certain university in the United States, and at their graduation mass, some of the students were given the task of planning the liturgy, and it was going to be truly a celebration. You hear about that, celebrate. Liturgies must always be celebration. When you say Alleluia, it must sound like you mean Alleluia, etc. So what they did was they gathered everybody outside the church and, to begin with, painted a tear on the face of everybody and an upside-down mouth. And come the consecration, they rubbed out the upside-down mouth and painted a smile on and rubbed out the tear. Deeply meaningful and symbolic. Very anti-worship, anti-liturgical. Failing to note some of the fundamental dynamics of what goes on with people. Can you read? There might be a place for that every 50 or 60 years or something, just for a fun thing. But in terms of genuine worship, see, formation tradition, the rituals and so forth, depend on a certain take-it-for-grantedness, that you don't have to be wondering what's going to happen next. So when a formation tradition is disturbed, then you get problems because you have to rebuild all that habit and that taken-for-grantedness again. One of the anguishes of our time is precisely that those rituals and customs and mores and symbols and legends and myths have been taken from us. They don't work anymore. History has destroyed them. It would be beaut, we might think, if we could simply regain them. But the problem for us is that they're no longer there. They don't work. So we've got to anguish along without that taken-for-granted world being there. We have to experiment. We have to explore. We have to endure people doing foolish things, silly things, irresponsible things. That's part of our time. It has to happen. It's inevitable. We cannot get away from it. The Chinese curse comes to mind, and I've mentioned it before. May you be born in an exciting time. The Chinese understood the psychology of it. An exciting time is one where there's a lot of movement, where the taken-for-granted world has erupted, doesn't exist anymore. The possibilities are immense, fantastic for the energetic, the imaginative, the creative, but some of the others make hay too, whereas some of the others many people lose their way. They get a feeling of being lost, ungrounded, insecure, because that taken-for-granted world has been taken away from them. And it pertains particularly to the formation tradition. At the level of content, we pass on a certain content of rituals and so forth, like the rosary, like the Mass, like religious dress, like certain names, father, sister, Mr., Mrs., so forth, certain role identities. Now, these are being questioned. One of the important things to note is if you want to know what a belief system is, whether it's a secular one or a religious one or whether it's the family one, look at the formation tradition. Look at the rituals, customs, mores, legends, myths, the little things that go on in the family or in the church or wherever it is. That will lead you to not often what the people think it's incarnating, but what it's actually incarnating. Let me give an example. Sexuality has been a preoccupation in Roman Catholic circles, particularly with morality. In fact, sexuality and morality generally came to be identified almost. The faith tradition says purity, chastity are virtues. That's the belief, that's the ideal. Now, how do we incarnate that? Well, how do we encourage people to be pure? Well, we encourage custody of the eyes. We have certain groups of people, say, in religious houses, wear bathers into the shower. Can't have them getting naked. Nuns sprinkling talc on the water of the bath so they won't see themselves when they get into it, etc. They became part of the formation tradition. I kid you not. Now, you've got to ask, when you look at those little rituals, customs, what are they really incarnating? What are they achieving? Let's take one that is more publicly controversial, say nuns' habits. Now, they are part of the formation tradition. They're not part of the faith tradition. Is it appropriate? What does a 17th century woman's garb incarnate in the 20th century? Interesting question. Because that's the kind of thing. Now, Don't dismiss lightly the whole question of what people wear. It's a very, very important thing. It's a structure of life which has a lot of repercussions. And I think a lot of disrespect was shown to many women in religious orders by forcing them to get out of traditional garb too quickly. And I can remember a psychiatrist saying to me once, doing that, just asking a woman who's been wearing a traditional garb for, say, 50 years to change into secular dress within a year would be like asking someone else to strip off in a bikini and dance in Martin Place at lunchtime. Psychologically, that's the kind of thing that was happening. The formation tradition becomes part of us, our personality. So when you start to attack that, you attack the person. One of the things that you find happening in both faith tradition and formation tradition is that over the years accretions develop. Barnacles get lowered down. Things that don't really matter become regarded as important. Seminaries and novitiates were great places for accretions, where a whole lot of petty rules and regulations accumulated and took on the significance of major matters, like wearing a biretta. When you go into the chapel, I don't even remember, you take it off, you put it on, and so many times you have to take it off and put it on, you ended up sitting on the jolly thing, and it was crazy. But it was so important, and I can remember when I first went into the seminary, learning all those rubrics off, I used to get very anxious. I can remember one particular occasion where the deacon went to read the gospel, and I thought at that point I had to pull the dalmatic over the back of the chair, and I grabbed hold of him, and he went one way and I went the other way, so it was a struggle. But when accretions get onto the formation tradition, get into the formation tradition or the faith tradition, we tend to lose sight of the foundational truths. There are not too many really foundational truths that really ultimately matter. And one of the challenges of our time is to get back to those foundational truths. What really matters? And for each and every one of us to do that, to engage in that struggle at both the level of faith tradition, what really matters? What do I really believe as absolutely essential? What will I die for? What won't I die for? I think the difference between the mystics and the really great men and women of society and ourselves is that they typically see what matters. We don't. We get caught up with so many barnacles, accretions, things that don't really matter, and regard them as if they did really matter. And we become anxious and defensive and angry and resentful when they are touched. There's not too many things in life really matter, ultimately. When in the home, in religious contexts, in religious communities, in the church, if you're going to have an argument, make sure it's over something that matters. If there's going to be any bloodletting, make sure it's over something that matters. Unless you're just into bloodletting for the sake of bloodletting, well, get into it. But try to discern, when you look at so many human conflicts, ask yourself, does it really matter? The accretions, it's a fairly normal human process that at the theoretical level and at the practical level, we gather around truths many other secondary truths, half-truths, and downright lies that hide the foundational truth. One of the primary tasks of the science of foundational human formation is to get to the things that matter. In life formation, what are the foundational principles? What are the things that you cannot do without, you cannot deny? What are the things that really matter ultimately? And in particular, one of the functions of this science, as I would see it, is to help people bridge that gap from the faith tradition to the formation tradition. We have presumed in our typical formation processes in recent times that if we figured it out intellectually, that is, we described the belief system, the ideals, the meanings, it was just a matter of people using willpower to incarnate it. And it doesn't work that way. The remote sciences, such as philosophy and theology, they give us the faith content, the belief system. But then the proximate sciences help us to develop appropriate life structures which will incarnate those belief systems, which will concretize those belief systems in a human, reasonable, realistic way. So much of the formation in the seminaries and novitiates was in the hands, implicitly or explicitly, of theologians and philosophers, remote thinkers. And I use the word remote very respectfully. We cannot do without remote thinkers. I'm not saying remote means unimportant or insignificant, but remote means theoretical, at the level of faith tradition. The best novice masters and seminary professors in terms of personal formation were those who were down-to-earth, good common sense people, very often crazy. They had a crazy streak in them because they didn't fit the system, which was very much oriented towards the intellectualist, the academic, the remote. Very interesting to reflect on your own life with respect to this distinction between faith tradition and formation tradition. Look at the elements of the formation tradition, the rituals, the customs and so forth that you have in your life. Ask yourself, firstly, what belief do you think they are incarnating? And then secondly, ask yourself, what belief or theory or ideal are they really incarnating? In other words, what are they really fostering? What is your lifestyle really fostering? What are the life structures which you now live really engendering in your life? The relationships, the way you spend your time, the way you spend your energy, where you spend most of your time, how you spend it, etc. What does that really foster in life? What kind of a belief system does that imply? If you really got to that, you might get a bit of a fright. One final point with regard to passing on the faith. I think these distinctions are extremely practical and pertinent to people who teach catechetics in the schools or are anyway engaged in the whole business of passing on the faith. Because to pass on the faith means to include that total constellation, process and content, faith and formation tradition at all those levels. Passing on the faith is not a matter of passing on simply the faith tradition, the content of faith tradition. That is, a series of dogmatic statements. Nor is it a matter of simply passing on the content of the formation tradition, a series of rubrics, what the priest wears at Mass, what you do when you are at Mass, how to say this prayer or that prayer, etc. That's part of it. I'm not saying it's unimportant. I'm saying that's not the whole of it. Passing on the faith also involves that whole area of process, engendering in the young person the call to struggle with life, the call to work, the call to take responsibility for one's own life, to be accountable for one's own beliefs, one's own choices, one's own faith and formation tradition. And you won't inspire that, you won't teach that to a young person unless you've got it yourself, because that's caught, not taught. That's something that's picked up by osmosis, that is communicated not by the things you say, but by the person you are. That is the tricky part about passing on the faith. It's relatively easy to pass on the content, the information about the faith tradition and the formation tradition. It is very, very difficult to pass on the process, the struggle. Let's break there and have some questions, comments, reflections. In with a meditation from Psalm 139, verses 1 through 6. O Lord, you have searched me and you know me. You know when I sit down and when I rise up. You discern my thoughts from afar. You search out my path and my lying down, and you are acquainted with all my ways.
Even before a word is on my tongue, you, O Lord, know it altogether. You beset me behind and before, and you lay your hand upon me. Such knowledge is too wonderful for me. It is high. I cannot attain it. Loving and all-knowing God, we praise you and we thank you for the wonder of your being. You are the Alpha and the Omega of all creation. We bless you and we ask you to bless us in our work this evening. As we meditate on the wonderful gift of our minds, open those same minds to understand the gift that you have given. Help us through the power of your word incarnate in the Lord Jesus and in the power of your Holy Spirit to be co-creators with you, co-creators of our own lives, co-creators of this world you are redeeming. Father, we pray to you now in the words that the Lord Jesus has given us. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. For the benefit of those people who might have just joined the course, the topics that we will be discussing in the coming weeks will be related to topics we have discussed in the previous weeks. However, I think the topics, the subjects, will stand in their own right. I do suggest that for your own background reading and to help you, however, there are notes available. You might like to take copies of them and read them at your leisure. During the coming weeks, we'll concentrate on some practical aspects of life formation. We will continue to look at some theoretical aspects, but we'll keep a special eye to daily life and ways and means of fostering that in concrete, practical sorts of ways. Our first series of lectures, the first four, that is the first 2 nights, concern the role of the mind as a power of formation. Let us situate the mind, recall the context of formation, the formation field that we discussed, which has those 5 dynamic poles that are always operating in any experience of formation. The formative mind is one part of one pole. It is part of the intra-formation, the processing of experiences that happen. In our 4 lectures, we'll proceed as follows. The first one, we'll look at the mind as it has developed in Western technological society. In other words, I am going to argue that we have developed a peculiar way of thinking in the Western technological societies. Secondly, tonight we'll look at some of the consequences of that development, and more broadly look at some of the consequences in a general life formation way of any kind of deformative thinking. It is possible to think in a warped way that affects one's behavior and one's life formation. Next week, as we reflect further on the mind, we'll look at the proper nature of the mind, and secondly, some practical, mundane, ordinary applications in daily life. First of all, tonight, we'll look at the development of thinking in the Western world, and obviously we can't give a thoroughgoing overview of that, but I will zero in on 2 individuals who epitomize the kind of thinking that has become predominant in the Western world. The 2 individuals are Francis Bacon, who was born in 1561 and died in 1626, an English philosopher, lawyer, and political figure. Most of this information is in the notes, incidentally. And René Descartes, a French mathematician and philosopher who was born in 1596 and died in 1650. Francis Bacon was the first one to enunciate in any kind of a schematic, clearly articulate way the scientific approach to life. That is the approach that says knowledge is power. The mind's role, its ability, and its role, in fact, is to master, conquer nature, and make nature deliver the goods for human happiness. So, knowledge equals power, we might say, is Bacon's equation. Knowledge delivers to the human person control, the ability to make nature yield what we as human beings want. The aim of science, the scientific mind, and Bacon is generally the one regarded as the initiator of that scientific mindset. The aim of the scientific mind is to bring mastery over nature, which in turn offers prospect of the ideal society in which we will have what we want. Happiness, no hostile powers, no enemies. Nature will be forced to provide all the necessities for comfort and well-being. Let me say from the beginning that the scientific mindset is neither good nor bad. The problem throughout this is an exaggeration of a part in place of the whole. The problem is fixation in the scientific mindset, as if that was the only way or even the best way to think about life. There are some realities which demand the scientific mindset. And typically, what Bacon has introduced and drawn our attention to has yielded some extraordinary results. Reflect for a moment on the progress within the field of medicine over the last 100 years, for example. That is the result of human beings employing their mind in a mastering, analytical, calculating way, in a very functional way, which is very good, very healthy, provided it is used in to the benefit of humanity. The problem arises, as Frankl says, not with specialists specializing, but when specialists generalize. When those specialists turn around and comment on life as life. In other words, step out of their field of specialty. We will see, as we reflect in a moment, when we reflect on the consequences of an excessive scientific approach to life and excessively functionalistic thinking, that cuts us off from certain realities which are necessarily part of life. Leaving Bacon for a while, René Descartes, a later contemporary of Bacon, inventor of analytic geometry. You would have heard of Cartesian math when you were in high school. You probably played with the Cartesian diver in the laboratory. René Descartes was a genius. He tried to bring his mathematical processes and methodology to philosophy. Descartes was struck by the fact that in the history of ideas and thought and philosophy, no one had ever yet come up with a watertight philosophy. No one had ever yet been able to answer all the ultimate questions about life. And Descartes presumed as a mathematician that there had to be, as there is in math, so he thought, a watertight system. If you can start with the basic numbers and build a watertight mathematical process, surely you can start with some basic indisputable truths in philosophy and build a watertight philosophy of life. Again, there are tinges of Bacon's approach, that there are answers, and it's our job to find the answers and bring things under control. Descartes was after answers, as mathematicians are after answers, answers to problems. Descartes, of course, thought he came up with that basic, indisputable foundation of a watertight philosophy with his famous cogito ergo sum. That is one thing that you can't dispute. I think, therefore I am. If you think, you must exist. The trouble is with that is, it's all in the realm of thought. I think, therefore I am. And Descartes could not get out of that ideal world, could not get out of that thought world. And it is quite significant for Descartes that he conceived of the person as existing in the pineal gland. In the pineal gland, the person is in the body like a pilot is in the boat. And another expression that has come down to us is Cartesian dualism. No wonder Descartes' system finished up with an alienation of the body, because he's all in the mind. The whole system operates within the mind. I think, therefore I am. In order to get out to the real world, he invented his notion of clear and distinct ideas. If you have a clear and distinct notion of something, then it exists. And really, neither Descartes nor Bacon ought to be regarded as a villain or a hero. They are, as far as we can see, honest seekers after wisdom and truth. In the history of the human race, trying to find out what life means, what we can trust, what we cannot trust. Is it worthwhile living? Why? And they both moved in their own ways. But their heritage is an interesting one. They're not the only ones, but they epitomize a certain style of thinking. A certain style of thinking that operates on that equation: knowledge equals power. Therefore, I get knowledge in order to have power. The role of the mind is purely a functional one, to get control of nature, to find answers. Descartes' contribution there, to find a watertight system. I would encourage you, if you want to read a little bit more about this, one of the references I give there is Houston Smith's Beyond the Postmodern Mind. He is very perceptive. Houston Smith his area of expertise is really comparative religion. He also has expertise in the area of education. His two essays within that book, Beyond the Postmodern Mind, Chapter 4, Excluded Knowledge, and Chapter 6, Science and Theology, are well worth reading. In that book, on page 72, he quotes from E.F. Schumacher's Guide for the Perplexed, which is another interesting book in the same area. Schumacher talks of his story of being in Leningrad with a map provided by the government authorities in Leningrad. And he was finally standing on the street, perplexed, noting that there were differences between the map and what he saw in the environment around him. And he couldn't work it out. And a communist official came along and said, "Can I help you?" And Schumacher pointed out that there seemed to be buildings there that looked horribly like churches, but weren't on the map. And he pointed this out to the communist official and said, "Where are those churches?" He said, "They don't exist. They're not churches." He said, "But there is one here, that one over there, that church is on the map." He said, "Oh, that's not a church, that's a museum." And Schumacher goes on to draw the example that education very often left us with a map, a way of thinking, which didn't enable us to find access to certain realities. It leaves certain realities off the map of life. Typically, our Western technological society educates us to a peculiar, limited way of thinking that leaves us alienated from certain possibilities. We tend to presume that thinking is thinking is thinking. If you think, you think. There's no two ways about it. That's not quite the way it is. Different people think in different ways. Different cultures think in different ways. Thinking is, in some measure, a learned attribute. It is a basic potential that every human being has, but not all human beings activate it in the same way. I'd like to quote from a very interesting book here, The Dancing Wu Li Masters. And a little aside, this book by Gary Zukav is very like a book which I read a number of years ago by Friedrich Capra called The Tao of Physics. Some of you may have read it. He published another book not long after that, I believe it was called The Turning Point, which gathered together many of the same kinds of insights. And their thesis is that basically what the empirical scientists, in particular the physicists, are coming back to is the wisdom of the ages. Heisenberg's principle of uncertainty: the more you get into nature, the more uncertain and ambiguous it becomes. Or put more simplistically, perhaps, the more you know you don't know. That the empirical sciences are bringing us back to a recognition and discovery of something beyond that which is accessible to the empirical mind. And quite apart from physics, this author here, Zukav, talks about something that you would have all heard of, the two hemispheres of the brain. That the brain operates in different ways according to different parts of the brain. On page 39 he writes, "The human brain is divided into two halves which are connected at the center of the cerebral cavity by a tissue. To treat certain conditions, such as epilepsy, the two halves of the brain sometimes are separated surgically. From the experiences reported and the observations made of persons who have undergone this surgery, we have discovered a remarkable fact. Generally speaking, the left side of our brain functions in a different manner from the right side. Each of our two brains sees the world in a different way. The left side of our brain perceives the world in a linear manner. It tends to organize sensory input into the form of points on a line, with some points coming before others. For example, language, which is linear, is a function of the left hemisphere. The left hemisphere functions logically and rationally. It is the left side of the brain which creates the concept of causality, the image that one thing causes another because it always precedes it. The right hemisphere, by comparison, perceives whole patterns. Persons who have had split brain operations actually have two separate brains. When each hemisphere is tested separately, it is found that the left brain remembers how to speak and use words, while the right brain generally cannot. However, the right brain remembers the lyrics of songs. The left side of our brain tends to ask certain questions of its sensory input. The right side of our brain tends to accept what is given more freely. Physiologically, the left hemisphere controls the right side of the body, and the right hemisphere controls the left side of the body. In view of this, it is no coincidence that both literature and mythology associate the right hand, left hemisphere, with rational, male, and assertive characteristics, and the left hand, right hemisphere, with mystical, female, and receptive characteristics. The Chinese wrote about the same phenomena thousands of years ago, the yin and the yang, although they were not known for their split brain surgery. Edward Hall, in his book Beyond Culture, also develops the notion of the distinction between the different kinds of thinking, and he makes a point with respect to the management of society, the way governments operate and their inability to handle certain problems because of their inability to think in certain ways. We live fragmented, compartmentalized lives. I'm reading from page 11 of Beyond Culture. We live fragmented, compartmentalized lives in which contradictions are carefully sealed off from each other. We have been taught to think linearly rather than comprehensively. And we do this not through conscious design or because we are not intelligent or capable, but because of the way in which deep cultural undercurrents structure life in subtle but highly consistent ways that are not consciously formulated. Different cultures, in other words, teach their people to think differently. In a footnote to that, he writes, "In making this statement about thinking linearly rather than comprehensively, I do not mean to imply that linear and comprehensive are being used as synonyms for irrational and rational. Sequential or linear statements are suited to solving certain kinds of problems, whereas comprehensive processes are better adapted to other kinds. What is irrational is using one where the other is required." And that is precisely the thesis which I will again come back to a number of times tonight. That what Western society does uses the functional mind appropriately in some cases, very often inappropriately in other cases. There's nothing wrong with the functional mind, with functional thinking, with scientific thinking. It has delivered to the human race some magnificent discoveries. What is the problem is when that is used inappropriately, or, more generally, when the functionalistic mind dominates life. He goes on, like the invisible jet streams in the skies that determine the course of a storm, these hidden currents shape our lives, yet their influence is only beginning to be identified. Given our linear, step-by-step, compartmentalized way of thinking, fostered by the schools and the public media, it is impossible for our leaders to consider events comprehensively or to weigh priorities according to a system of common good. He also mentions a footnote to that, quoting from Buckminster Fuller and Marshall McLuhan, both in public utterances and in their writings have distinguished between two different ways of thinking. McLuhan talks about linear and non-linear thinking. Fuller about comprehensive and non-comprehensive thinking. The distinction popularized by McLuhan and Fuller is also made by less widely known but highly respected academicians. A recent article in Science, November the 28th, 1969, by Beryl L. Crow, comes to the same conclusion that I have reached, namely, that the answer to some of our most basic problems lies in the way we think. Some of our most basic political, social, international problems, the way we think. It's fascinating in international relations to see different countries moving into areas and coming up against different modes of thinking and getting a blank wall and no result to often very hard work and a lot of dialogue. I would like to distinguish what I see as three outstanding characteristics of scientific thinking. And when scientific thinking is carried to an extreme and tends to dominate life, so these three characteristics tend to dominate. And I think they do in fact dominate in our life. The first characteristic is that answers are all important. I think in the society in which we live, answers are all important. And the key to that are the importance of numbers. Opinion polls are very important to us. Statistics are very important to us. Now, obviously, they have some relative importance for doing functional things, but they seem to assume a role in our society which is beyond their value. In the United States, the whole political process is fascinating now, especially when you consider the ideals of democracy. Ronald Reagan's political machine involves a whole computerized program which is constantly being updated to find out, on the basis of opinion polls, what political statements go down well or badly in certain parts of the country. So if he goes to Alabama or to New Mexico or to Minnesota, they ask the computer what kind of statements best fit the environment of these particular places, and they're the kind of statements that are made. Control answers. It makes a mockery of democracy. It's a fact of our life. An interesting aside here, and one that is practical, I think, for people like school teachers and parents. This need for answers has crept into our daily life so that anyone in authority, before they give a decision and make a command, has to give a reason, has to give an answer, has to rationalize why they're giving the command, which I think is stupid, if not downright destructive, that parents are expected to explain to their children why they ask them to do certain things. Some things you cannot explain. Some things it's quite appropriate to explain. But very often it's quite inappropriate. Quite inappropriate sometimes for teachers to have to explain to pupils why they're asked to do certain things. You cannot explain so many things. And it messes up the flow of, makes destructive and deformative the flow of authority if the person who is supposedly the obedient one in the exchange expects from you an explanation. Explain why I should do this. And a lot of that arises out of the naivete and the romance of the 60s, where all of a sudden we discover the double standards. They don't practice what they preach, these adults. They tell us to avoid drugs, but they smoke and drink. Therefore, we expect them to explain themselves. And it's pernicious, I think. There are many things you cannot explain. Like try to explain to somebody a hug or a kiss. Try to explain a handshake. Try to explain why we wear clothes. Try to explain why we wear certain kinds of clothes. Try to explain, I remember teaching a grade 10 math class, the lower level, and we were doing algebra of all things, which was about as much use to those kids as a hole in the head, but I had to teach it and they had to do it. And one kid said, "Father," he used to moan all the time, "Father, why do we have to do this? And one kid, quick as a flash, popped up and said, so you can teach your kids how to do it when you get married. And I said, good answer, carry on, or I'll break your leg. The second aspect of this kind of thinking is objectivity. Objectivity is very necessary when you come to scientific experiments. But objectivity is impossible in many circumstances of life. We've already referred to Abraham Maslow's experience as a behavioristic psychologist when he got married and looked at his first child, and he said that child made nonsense of most of what I held to be so sacred as a behaviorist, because I could see the mystery and the subjectivity and the uncontrollability, ultimately, of that human being. The scientific mindset taken to an extreme cuts out subjectivity. In a word, it cuts out mystery. Ultimately, life becomes a problem to be solved, or a series of problems to be solved. There's no respect for mystery. In some measure, life is a series of problems to be solved. Budgeting, house cleaning, bus timetables, getting to work, getting dressed, keeping healthy, good diets. These are all, in a sense, problems to be solved. Proximate. At a more remote, ultimate level, life is not a problem to be solved, it's a mystery to be lived. There are no answers to the ultimate questions. The functional mind is scandalized by mystery and therefore attempts to shun it. And that's its nature. There's nothing wrong with that. The problem is when the functional mind predominates over life, then mystery is shunned from life. Subjectivity is cast out of life. It's interesting to reflect on the popularity of Carl Jung today. And I think one reason for the popularity of Jung is that he opens up that whole mystery subjective dimension of life that so many of the other psychologists and psychiatrists have closed down because it's inaccessible to telescopes, statistics, graphs, tables and so on. Jung talks a lot about symbols and myths and legends and dreams and archetypes and the unconscious. That's an absolute, he was called a shaman. He's not a scientist like the other psychologists, because Jung couldn't come up with any graphs, any statistics, because you can't graph these things. It is beyond the graphable. It's beyond that which can be numbered and closed off in a series of categories and answers. And Jung was a scandal to the scientific community, and quite happily so too. Bravo for Jung. The man was a genius. The third point, characteristic of the scientific mindset, and there's nothing wrong with this, but again, when it's taken to an extreme, it presents problems. The scientific mindset cannot say anything about intrinsic quality or ultimate quality. The scientific mindset is about quantity, not quality. It's about quality insofar as the quality is instrumental. For example, a physicist can say that pipette is a good pipette, or that beam balance is a good one or a bad one. They're not talking about intrinsic value, they're not talking about ultimate value, they're not talking about value and quality as such, they talk about usefulness, functionality. The functional mindset can't say anything about value in an ultimate sense, in an intrinsic sense. Cannot talk about norms, morality, ethics, which is okay, provided the functional mindset doesn't become all-embracing. Because if the functional mindset embraces life and that is the only way we think, then in the entire ambit of our life we can't talk about normative values. We can't talk about intrinsic values. It's interesting to note in some hospitals now, in Catholic hospitals this has been a practice for many years, they're beginning to employ philosophers to reflect on values. The scientist can say of a certain operation, say a heart-lung transplant, this will be useful to do that, or this young person, if we do this, will have so many more years of life. It will be good from a medical point of view in the
sense that we can achieve this operation and we can prolong this person's life. But from a point of view of intrinsic ultimate value, it's unfair to expect that scientist to make a decision, because qua scientist, he or she cannot make that kind of a decision. That is not available to the functional mindset. We want our experts to be excellent, experts to specialize. Let us not ask them then to generalize about life. One of the really difficult situations that we are placed in now, the functional mind, the scientific mind, has taken technology way beyond what we are able to coherently talk about in terms of normative values, intrinsic values. In vitro fertilization, for example. What do we say about that? Can we speak coherently about it in terms of morality? It is not for the scientists to speak about in terms of value. He or she does his or her job by inventing and discovering and pushing back the frontiers of science. I'm not to say they aren't bound by values. The whole articulation of values belongs to a whole other mindset, belongs to a whole other way of thinking, is another contribution altogether, which ought to be interactive, each interdependent.
looking now at the formative mind in terms of A, the consequences of an overly functionalistic way of thinking, and B, the consequences of simply irrational kinds of thinking. One of the first consequences of the functionalistic thinking is egocentrism. When I experience myself as being the one who can and must find the answers to all life's riddles and all life's questions, I become the center of the whole process. There's no sense of a center with a capital C. There is just a whole lot of centers, individual people trying to find the answers. It becomes very egocentric. We become, in fact, arrogant. An arrogant person literally is someone who arrogates to themselves that which doesn't belong to themselves, claims potentials, possibilities, tasks, talents that aren't theirs. The person who thinks in an exclusively or an exaggeratedly functionalistic way claims for the functional mind a predominance that is inappropriate. That is arrogant. The irony of the powerful mind should not be missed. It is extremely difficult, if not impossible, to have a conversation, as distinct from simply talking at, an intelligent person who thinks he or she has the answers. And especially if that intelligent person who thinks he or she has the answers is also articulate. It's impossible to have a genuine conversation with them. Genuine conversation hinges around the two persons or the people involved in the conversation focusing on the reality about which the conversation occurs. You get an intelligent person who has the answers, what's the focus? Me and my schema. And one of two directions the conversation is going to take, them imposing the schema or them defending the schema. In neither case is genuine dialogue occurring. There's about as much communication as two TVs facing each other. You don't get through. And you'll find people like that, they are very, very difficult to be with. They are absolute torment in religious communities, and I guess in a family situation they'd be much the same. They have the answers. And precisely because they have a powerful mind, more or less, they are able to sustain the illusion that they have the answers, for that's what it is, an illusion. It's an interesting thing in life formation, and I believe we've drawn attention to it before, the way human beings tend to use their best talents for defense rather than launching them into reality. So, the very intelligent person, instead of using that mind to open up to reality and allow reality to form them, they use it to close down. Answers are about closure. Answers are about bringing down the shutters, are about creating a limited, controllable world. So that the person with a very good intellect can, very often, use that intellect not to bring them closer to reality, but to bring them further away from it, close them off from it, to protect them, to hold reality at bay. The person with a strong will, the person with a good sense of humour, the person with any one of a number of other talents. If they are insecure, the chances are they'll use that talent as a barrier against reality. Fascinating to see the way we use our God-given gifts to keep God at bay, to keep reality at bay. This is probably why so many so-called conversations about religion and politics achieve precisely nothing. Because on those two issues we typically have closed systems. I have my answers, you have your answers. And we proceed by way of, as it were, lobbing answers at one another from within inside the barricades and go away even more secure than ever that we are right. It's very difficult to have an open, fruitful, genuine conversation about religion with people. It very easily degenerates into a slinging match or a confrontation or some kind of an argumentation, a standoff situation, because religion is so near to the basis of our security, and the same with politics. I've met people who just refuse to talk about those two subjects for that very reason. It is fruitless. If a genuine conversation is to occur, there must be a focusing not on my system, not on my schema, not on my predefinitions, not on my dogmatic perception, but on reality. What is happening here? What is the subject we're talking about? What's it revealing? What can we both learn? Only mature people can really converse in that way. A second consequence of excessive functional thinking, when the functionalistic scientific mindset tends to dominate the whole of life, is the emergence of pragmatism and utilitarianism. Life tends to be reduced to useful units or non-useful units. And the mind becomes, or is experienced, as a useful tool or instrument for bringing life under control. This useful tool is then brought to bear on life in search of the useful and the practical. The functional mind necessarily deals with the world in a functional way. That is the purpose of the God-given gift of the functional mind. We blithely equate efficiency with progress. It's part of that utilitarianism. If it makes life more efficient, it's good. Interesting to reflect on the Australian ethos. Someone has described it as the first post-utilitarian country or society. And if you look in Patrick O'Farrell's book, somewhere near the introduction where he quotes from Ullathorne, describing Australian society, it's fascinating to read Ullathorne's comments on the irreligiosity, the general degradation of Australian society, and the way their fellow members keep each other under control by ridicule. We are a very irreligious society in terms of observable facts. Now, human beings essentially are religious animals. We can't avoid that. We are more or less successful in repressing it, if that's what we want to do. Australians seem to be pretty successful in repressing it. Of course, it finds its emergence in many other different ways. For example, in drugs. I think the whole rock scene is an expression of misplaced religiosity. Our lunging after pleasure and the easy life, I think, has something to do with unfulfilled religious aspirations. But this blithe equation that efficiency and progress in science equals human progress equals quality of life is something that needs to be questioned, because we simply believe it, but it's simply not true, I don't think. Whether or not we have computers which make word processing easy is not good or bad. Depends on how we use it. We might use it to produce pernicious materials, or we might use it to write good materials. It depends on the quality that is given it by the human user. There's nothing wrong with technology itself. There is a lot wrong with a thinking process that overprizes it and judges life at a functional, against a functional criterion. We find it very difficult, because of this utilitarian pragmatic attitude to life, to play. I would say typically a person who is a typical product of the Western technological societies cannot play. We approach play, we seem to play. You go to an Australian beach on any summer's day and it's crowded with people supposedly playing. You go out to the SCG or Belmore Oval or Cumberland Oval or whatever on the weekend, you'll find people playing. I would say look a little bit more closely. Play has to do with a relaxed abandonment to life. How many of those people on the beaches and at the SCG and Belmore Oval and so forth have that relaxed abandonment to life? In the biblical perspective on work, the whole process is you work, typically 6 days in the week, in order to create space, the Sabbath, when you relax, you have leisure, which gives rise to contemplation. Play. Play before God. Playing in the presence of God. You relax and enjoy your humanity, enjoy the cosmos, enjoy the presence of God. That's the biblical progression. The typical Western technological progression is a regression. You have holidays in order to get back to work. And very often our holidays are by way of convalescence from work. It's a fact. For the simple reason that we find it very difficult to flow with the harmony that is God-given, that is part of life. We are caught up in that functionalistic, pragmatic, utilitarian approach to life, which forbids play. Whatever you do has to be useful. Play is essentially useless, in the best sense of that word. It's outside the realm of functionality, genuine play. And as soon as you bring it into that functional perspective, it ceases to be genuine play. It's the business of play. It's the business of sport then. It's the work of recreating, or the business of relaxing, the work of relaxing. And I'm determined to relax at all costs. Interesting to see the emergence. R.D. Laing, the English psychiatrist, suggests, and others have suggested it too, that our society, Western technological societies, are basically insane. Mad. Now, I'm not going to agree or disagree with Laing, but there are some factors in our society that are quite mad. For example, the tremendous incidence of disease that is related to stress is becoming more and more obvious to us. Diseases that haven't traditionally been part of more primitive societies. Now we might say, well, that's the price you pay, because in primitive societies they die at 30 or 35 years of age from smallpox or septicemia or something. And if you're going to do away with those and live to be 70, the price you're going to pay is other stressful diseases. But it seems that there is built into our Western approach to life, and the English cardiologist, I think his name is Carruthers, wrote a book called The Western Way of Death, has pointed this out. Built into the Western way of life is a stress factor, or a distress factor, that tends to promote disease, especially cardiovascular diseases. Interesting to reflect on, especially in the light of experimentation done by Dr. Ainsley Mears, the Melbourne-based psychiatrist, and Dr. Simonton in Texas in the United States, with cancer patients and meditation. In some cases, the meditation has even brought about the healing of otherwise diagnosed terminal cancer. Now, you can't say for certain that the person was cured because of the meditation. It might be a simple case of remission that happens quite inexplicably sometimes. But there does seem to be a pattern that those who can learn to reduce the stress, who can learn to meditate in the secular sense of that word and relax and begin to work in harmony with their bodies and not just use life and act in a utilitarian sort of a way, cope with the disease better, typically live longer than was predicted, feel the pain less, and overall cope better. Interesting to reflect on. A third characteristic or consequence of this Western tendency to overprize functional thinking is closely related to the pragmatism and the utilitarianism, and it's an impersonalism. Typically, if you have a utilitarian attitude to other people and yourself, that is, you value other people and yourself for what they can do rather than what they are, you tend to alienate yourself from others. To the extent that you use people, you alienate people. And if you only relate to them in a utilitarian way, you will end up totally alienated from them. Related closely to the pragmatism, then, is this tendency to think of both ourselves and others in a functionalistic way, and therefore in impersonal ways. We think of ourselves as work units, as units or machines capable of delivering certain products, such as rewardable work, such as pleasure, such as play, all within a utilitarian perspective. The functionalistic mind cannot cope with the subjectivity, the mystery that constitutes the person as person. The individual is thought of in terms of categories and stereotypes. Extrinsic, instrumental value rather than intrinsic, existential value dominates thinking about the person. The thinking is in terms of what you can do rather than who you are. Reflect for yourself at this very instant. Do I value myself for what I can do or who I am? And if you want to be graphic, imagine yourself laid low with a peculiar disease that paralyzes you from the neck to the toes. Do you cease to have value? Do you cease to be valuable? Or do you suddenly become just a burden? Burdens are very much related to the functional. You're difficult to cope with. You're not useful. Besides, you make it difficult for me to be useful too, because I've got to look after you. Being, and therefore the person as someone who is, before he or she does, can only reveal itself to the transcendent mind, the mind that is not intent on questions, but the mind that is open to mystery, the mind energetically receptive to what is, the mind as contemplative and meditative rather than analytical and calculative. We're going to note the influence in spirituality of this whole impersonal approach, which is grounded in the utilitarianism, which is grounded in a functionalistic mindset. First of all, I think it has had a profound effect on the training of priests. Again, related to what I said earlier on about the philosophical and theological training, which was focused on the system, the set of answers, our training was terribly intellectualist. That the focus in faith and spirituality and pastoral care was an intellectualist one because it was focused on answers. You dealt with life with your intellect. Your intellect, you're a rational animal, that's what it's about. And in the area of prayer and faith experience, emotions were more of a block, more of a hindrance, something to be kept to one side. It's interesting, in the research done by Kennedy and Heckler in the United States in the early 70s on a large number of priests, the overwhelming impression, one of the overwhelming impressions of those men was that they tended to operate in life out of their intellects rather than out of a total personal response. When people asked them for responses, their responses came out of an intellectual analysis of the situation. Again, please have sympathy for us clerics. Our minds have been bent. Another factor, too, the spirituality tended to be what I would call a head and teeth spirituality. Figured out, the schema was figured out in the head, and you gritted your teeth and did it. Here are the answers. Here's what you're supposed to do. Try harder. Have you ever heard a try harder sermon? This is what Jesus said. The 10 lepers, one of them came back, he was grateful. You go and do the same thing. But I've been trying all my life to be grateful. Well, try harder. And here's a little technique to try harder. The try harder sermon is very, very frustrating. The phenomenon in the confessional of repetitious grocery list style confessions. I keep on saying the same things. That will necessarily happen out of a head and teeth spirituality. When people don't get into and listen to their experience, when they start with the ideal, what I'm supposed to be, and then, having figured it out intellectually, willfully try to impose it, you will keep finding the same repetitive peccadillos and things happening again and again and again. It's boring, quite apart from the fact that it is uselessly burdening and terribly deadening. Whereas if you start not out there with the schema, with some kind of a predefinition of what's right and what's wrong and what I must plug into, but start on the basis of a dialogue. What's happening? Start where you are. What am I experiencing? What's happening in my life? Meditate on the ideals. Take up the scriptures, take them up as the living word of God and meditate on them, and come back to your experience and make choices and listen to what happens and foster the work of the Holy Spirit and your spirit within yourself so that there's a gracious flowing with life rather than a grim determination to impose a sort of a schema. That kind of an approach to life is very impersonal. It begets the generic holy person who is not really very holy at all except by default, as distinct from the person who is very compassionate and humane. Another factor, I think, which emerges in spirituality is the predominance of what has generally been called discursive meditation. That is, a meditation which operates particularly out of the mind, with reference then to the will. The mind thinks about these things, and having thought about them, typically figured out some mode of action, then you make a resolution and go and do it. In the order of the day, when I first entered the seminary, you got up in the morning and you had examination of foresight, 5 to 6. After examination of foresight, you had morning prayer, then a half an hour's meditation, which was, according to the supposed Ignatian method, but I'm sure Ignatius turned over in his grave all those centuries when he saw what they were quoting him as saying. On that point, Thomas Keating, in an article in America in about 1978, Thomas Keating is a Trappist, makes the comment that the two superiors general subsequent to Ignatius of Loyola both forbade Jesuits to contemplate. The problem at that time was the heresy of quietism, and the Jesuits, being the Pope's special troops and very much at the forefront of the Catholic Reformation, could not afford to be associated, even by inference, with any heresy. So you get the whole mystical horizon of Ignatius becomes blurred and in some ways lost. The Jesuit spirituality tended to filter through most of the religious congregations that were founded last century and still survive today. In other words, the Jesuit spirituality, which is a special spirituality, which is suitable to some people but not to most, with all respect to it's a special spirituality. It's not the Christian spirituality, nor is the Franciscan spirituality, nor is the Marist spirituality. And I think one of the challenges for us today is to find out, and that's our work in this particular course, what really matters. What are the foundational principles? And then we can find special principles that are suitable to us, that facilitate the emergence of a spirituality that's compatible and congenial for us. So what you have developing in the teaching on prayer is a very heavy emphasis on discursive meditation, a very intellectualist approach to prayer, which stifled many people in their prayer life, which didn't allow them to fly, to develop, which prevented people from fostering and facilitating the fire of God's life that was in them and becoming contemplatives as we are all made to be. There is a danger today, on the other hand, in spirituality of what I would call soft thinking. We might have been too intellectualist, too remote from the rest of humanity before, but there's been a swing back so that we tend now to exclude the functional, exclude hard thinking from our spirituality, in favor of the imagination, using images and symbols and so forth in our prayer. I'd be very careful of that. If you look at the great guides in the spiritual life, both from the fathers down through people like John of the Cross and Teresa of Avila, something they always come back to is the nothingness of God, the imagelessness of God. God is beyond symbols, images, thoughts, ideas, things. God is literally nothing. Now, there's nothing wrong with using the imagination early on in our development of prayer, using ideas, using symbols, but they are relative. They are stepping stones. And ultimately, if they are not used as stepping stones to go beyond, they stand between us and God. There is the problem of them becoming, as it were, idols, because we start to talk to the image rather than letting the image open us up to the mystery. Jesus is about setting people free, not giving them schemas, not locking them in cages of dogmatic thought, of philosophies that are watertight. Jesus Christ comes for the sake of people, to allow people to be what God made them to be. Finally, fourthly, one of the most serious and sad consequences of this excessive functionalistic thinking is that we become alienated from God. Closely related to the alienation from the self and others, and implicit in impersonalism, is this alienation from God. Alienation from self and alienation from God go hand in hand. Alienation from self, God, and others. We become cut off because God is ultimately mystery. and the functional mind cannot cope with mystery, cannot deal with mystery. Therefore, the functional mind cannot deal with God. The functional mind is a relative tool that brings us a certain way and then must leave us. The functional mind can be used, for example, to gather texts that might be useful in meditation, to make study, to experiment with certain possibilities, but the functional mind, as it were, brings you to the brink and then must stand back and let you go, because the functional mind, as it were, stands at the door of mystery and says, I can't go in there, I don't know how to cope. That's precisely the value of the functional mind, that it can bring you to that door. The problem comes when the functional mind says, there's nothing beyond that which I know. So it comes to the door of mystery and says, there's nothing in there. Turn away. Or, yeah, that's mystery, we know what that is, file it under M. One other thing that we control by knowing the answer. The functional mind must leave you at the door of mystery, and then that transcendent mind takes you and again opens you up to the mystery. It's interesting to reflect on the notion of knowledge of God. To know God, what does it mean? In the biblical sense, knowledge, the analogy for knowledge is sexual intercourse. To know God is to have that deeply intimate personal relationship with God. Jesus is referred in John chapter 10, the Gospel of John. He said, I know my sheep, mine know me. There's a deeply personal relationship. The knowledge of God is not, as the Western technological mindset would have it, knowing the answers, knowing the dogmas, knowing about God, but rather it is a deeply personal involvement with God. It is literally knowing God. Well, in our language, perhaps more precisely, experiencing God. In that functionalistic mindset, our theology tended to be knowledge about God. And my gosh, we knew so much about God. It was all in so many definitions. And there's nothing wrong with knowing a lot about God and writing theology in that sense. But it must be always held in tension with the knowledge of God, knowing God, the mystery, the unknowable. Our knowledge of God, our language about God, as Doc Woodbury used to say, is always likey, notty, and mory. Like, but not, so much more. When we say God is love, what we're really saying is God is like what we mean when we talk about love. In other words, think about love. Allow that to get into your bones and ferment in your guts, and when that starts to orientate your mind, that's the direction you've got to look. But remember, God's like that. He is not that. He is more than that. When you say God is He, what do you mean? We've got to refer to God. Our language has to come up with some designation. It's just as realistic to call God she. God is good. God's like what we call good, but God's not good. God is more than good. Our alienation from God stems from that functionalistic mind that cannot cope with language, knowledge that is likey, notty, mory. It doesn't want any of this likey stuff, certainly doesn't want any of this naughty stuff, and no way can it cope with the mory stuff. It wants, it is this. Not that, this. Clear-cut, unambiguous, definite. When we reflect on ideas and thinking, we ought to have a very, very profound respect and caution about academia. Because what is thought and taught and talked about in the halls of learning in the universities throughout the world, sooner or later probably will filter down into the marketplace. A very good example of that is Friedrich Nietzsche's talk about God is dead. 100 years ago, Friedrich Nietzsche's talk, churches are the graves of God. And people laughed at Nietzsche, mostly. And then what do you find happening? Wonder of wonders, in the 1960s, we start saying God is dead. And we have this famous God is dead debate. Nietzsche's come home to roost. The idea of a crazy philosopher. The thinking, the way people think, gets down into the kitchens of our homes. The functionalistic scientistic thinking of our society generates alienation from God, cuts people off from God. Our society cannot think about God whilst ever it remains within its typical mode of thought. You can't talk coherently about God. So when people start to talk about God, about proving the existence of God, be careful. If they're in that functionalistic mindset, there's no way you can talk to them about God. Because what they're talking about, if they have that functionalistic mindset, is one more functionalistic thing, one controllable possibility. Prove to me that God exists. In other words, give me an excuse for not surrendering my life to the mystery. Give me an excuse for being selfish. I'm sorry, if you stay within that functional mindset, I can't prove anything to you. About God, anyway, about mystery. That language belongs outside the door. Come to the door and step outside the functionalistic mind. Be open, let us explore with some open questioning, beyond answers, and then we can start to talk about God. And maybe the way in for you in that kind of questioning is to ask yourself, what's happened as you ask those questions? What prompts the questions? What do you feel in your guts when you ask about proving the existence of God? My typical response now to people who want to talk about the existence of God is to ask questions. Don't try to prove the existence of God. And don't try to talk to them about God, typically. Especially if they're in that functionalistic mindset, because you'll be bashing your head against the wall. Prompt them by questions to come to a whole other perspective. To start to think about the situation in a different way. And don't let them pin you down as if you have to be the one who's constantly defending yourself and your situation. There is one other consequence. It's over the page. Moralism. In place of genuine moral thinking, you get excessive objectivism. Moralism. The good becomes an objective, quantifiable thing out there. So when people make moral decisions within that functionalistic context, they always look out there. They always look out there to the schema. Tell me what's right or wrong and I'll do it. There's never any sense of reflecting and acting from their guts. They look at their consciences are out there in the safekeeping of some system. I'd like to quote to you from Thomas Merton's The Way of Chuang Tzu, page 23, when he talks about the kind of morality that emerges within this framework of mind, the moralism. The more one seeks the good outside oneself as something to be acquired, the more one is faced with the necessity of discussing, studying, understanding, analysing the nature of the good. The more, therefore, one becomes involved in abstractions and in the confusion of divergent opinions. The more the good is objectively analysed, the more it is treated as something to be attained by special virtuous techniques, the less real it becomes. As it becomes less real, it recedes further into the distance of abstraction, futurity, unattainability. The more, therefore, one concentrates on the means to be used to attain it. And as the end becomes more remote and more difficult, the means become more elaborate and complex, until finally the mere study of the means becomes so demanding that all one's effort must be concentrated on this and the end is forgotten. Hence, the nobility of the Chinese scholar becomes, in reality, a devotion to the systematic uselessness of practicing means which lead nowhere. This is, in fact, nothing but organised despair. The good that is preached and exacted by the moralist thus finally becomes an evil, and all the more so since the hopeless pursuit of it distracts one from the real good which one already possesses and which one now despises or ignores. Very powerful statement and analysis of what happens when morality gets locked into a functionalistic mindset, when it gets reduced to schemas of right and wrong which are out there and everyone must simply conform to in that head and teeth approach. Let us look now having looked at a few of what I suggest are consequences of the excessively functionalistic mindset, the scientific mindset taken beyond the ambit of its proper activity, typical of Western technological society, let us look at the general deformative consequences of irrational or unrealistic thinking. It can happen anywhere, to any person, any time. And I'd like to refer you to the work of Albert Ellis, who has developed what he calls rational emotive therapy. His basic thesis is that underlying every mental or emotional disturbance is some kind of irrational idea. There's a lot of truth in what he says. I'd like to quote from his book, which I have indicated there on the book list, I think. On page 117 he writes, talking about the requisite conditions for basic personality change. My personal inclination, after working for the last several years with rational emotive psychotherapy, is to say that yes, there is one absolutely necessary condition for real or basic personality change to occur. And that is that somehow, through some professional or non-professional channel, and through some kind of experience with himself, with others, or with things and events, the afflicted individual must learn to recognize his irrational, inconsistent, and unrealistic perceptions and thoughts, and change these for more logical, more reasonable philosophies of life. Without this kind of fundamental change in his ideologies and philosophic assumptions, I am tempted to say no deep-seated personality changes will occur. I think here there's at least a grain of truth in what Ellis says, and I think there's a lot more than a grain of truth, actually. And I think herein lies the tremendous value of adult education, of ongoing education, of constantly questioning your assumptions, of re-examining and reflecting upon your worldview. If you get stuck in a worldview so that your worldview, your philosophy of life, your understanding of your faith becomes a closed schema, there is, built into that, a certain irrationality. That's going to affect the way you experience the world, and it's going to affect the way you behave. Whereas if you're constantly reflecting, challenging, questioning, learning, that too is going to affect the way you behave and the way you experience the world. Constantly challenging and looking for unrealistic ideas, constantly trying to develop realistic ideas. And no one ever develops a perfect set of realistic ideas about the world. There is always something a little bit irrational about our ideas about the world. On page 93, Ellis writes, again in the same book, neurosis in some seems to originate in and be perpetuated by some fundamentally unsound, irrational ideas. The individual comes to believe impossible, often perfectionistic goals, especially the goals that he should be approved by everyone who is important to him, should do many things perfectly, and should never be frustrated in any of his major desires. Then, in spite of considerable contradictory evidence, he refuses to surrender his original illogical beliefs. It's a very practical process to enter into, examining the ideas that underlie your feelings. For example, if you are feeling fearful or anxious about something, depressed or whatever, ask yourself, see if you can find what's the idea underlying this. A simple example, one that's close to my own experience, for example. If I am going to give a talk somewhere and I'm beginning to feel anxious about it, fearful, and you examine that, and I examine that fear, that anxiety, invariably attached to it somewhere is the idea, I'm going to fail, I'm going to look silly, I'm going to be thought an idiot, I'm going to embarrass myself, or something like that. I say that's an irrational idea. And if I catch myself doing that and substitute a more rational idea like, hey, you've got something worthwhile to say, and if you haven't, don't say it. But if you have, say it. Say it with conviction. Say it competently. Prepare as well as you can. And if they don't like it, that's their problem. Rational idea substituting for an irrational idea, and I can tell you from experience, it changes the way you look forward to that event. Simple, practical. Same applies to the way we experience people, and I'd like to apply this most especially to the whole question of freedom. Our ideas, our thinking, can limit or enhance our freedom. Father Van Kame's book, Religion and Personality, and here I'm quoting from the original Doubleday edition on page 125 and 126, says, "It's true that my behavior is conditioned, but I can influence the kind of conditioning by the meaning which I freely impose on my tendencies and my environment. For example, when I perceive my father, teacher, boss, or superior as an authoritarian guardian who watches my movements in order to inhibit my growth and spontaneity, my behavior will be conditioned by that perception. In the presence of my superior, I shall behave as an anxious and subdued or as a rebellious and aggressive person. On the other hand, when I perceive my superior not only as a person with authority, but also as a human being who is able to understand me to some degree, my behavior will be conditioned to this image. I shall be more at ease, relaxed, and spontaneous in their company. An interesting result is that in the latter case, I shall be less and less able to speak of conditioning my behavior in the strict sense. As we have seen, the more relaxed, spontaneous, and open I am, the more I grow to unique responses which are newly created, at least in part, by this free spontaneity. I can freely decide that my sin or neurosis, in those cases, is a challenge, an occasion for growth in humility and self-understanding, a repeated opportunity for affirmation of my basic commitment to God. In this case, my behavior will develop in the light of this freely chosen meaning. The meaning I choose to give to people, events, and things has a lot to do with how free I am with regard to those people, events, and things. You can create enormous anxiety within yourself simply by setting up anxiety-producing ideas. You can diffuse a lot of that anxiety by setting up more realistic, rational ideas. And a very rational idea at this point is for me to stop and throw it open to comment or question. Let's begin with a reading from St. Paul's letter to the Romans, chapter 11, verses 33 through 36. Oh, the depth of the riches and wisdom and knowledge of God! How unsearchable are his judgments, and how inscrutable his ways! For who has known the mind of the Lord? Or who has been his counselor? Or who has given a gift to him that he might be repaid? For from him, and through him, and to him are all things. To him be glory forever. Amen. Loving God, we praise your holy name. You are our God, all-knowing, all-loving, all-wise. In the power of your Spirit, bless our minds tonight as we contemplate your wonderful gift of the mind. Open our minds so that we might use, activate, actualize that wonderful potency to think creatively, to think with a constant openness to your mystery and our call to be participators, fellow creators. We pray to you, Father, in the words that Jesus has given us. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. We continue tonight with where we left off with the last two lectures, namely reflecting on the nature of mind. The first two lectures on mind were perhaps a little bit negative in the sense that we focused on some of the deformations of the mind, looking especially at the way the mind has tended to develop within the context of Western technological society. It has a certain functionalistic bent. We looked at some of the consequences. Tonight, in this first lecture and in the second lecture, we'll focus in a more practical, positive way on the use and the nature of the formative mind. Before we do that, let us go back and situate the mind. Recall the context of formation. Remember the formation field with those 5 poles interacting. In every moment of every life, there is a constant interaction of forming dynamics. The pre-formative dynamic, the body-soul formation, is at work in you, the primary datum of your formation. The interformative dynamic, the interaction with people. The intraformative dynamic, the inner processes. The situational forming dynamic, the immediate situation and the wider world situation. The mind and the will and the anticipation and the memory and the imagination are all powers within the context of the intraformative dimension. They are all experienced at different levels of emotion and different levels of consciousness. When we reflect on the mind or the will or anticipation, memory, imagination, as we will in the coming lectures, try to bear in mind this total context. For example, this evening when we are reflecting on the mind, we're talking about one power that is one part of a total formation situation. A problem for all of us constantly to be aware of in life formation is to be careful not to totalize the relative, not to absolutize the relative, not to let the part become regarded as the whole, so that the mind becomes everything, or that the will becomes everything. I think one of the serious problems of spirituality in recent decades has been precisely that the mind and the will became everything. That we tended to have a spirituality that focused not simply on the mind, but infected by the functionalistic mindset, and the will as functionalistic too. That head and teeth kind of a spirituality that we spoke about one other time. Figure it out with your head and grit your teeth and do it. So we're going to continue reflecting on the mind as one part of the intraformative dynamic. Let us go back to the point with which we began this course, the notion of the formation mystery. And we said there is a constant giving and receiving of form throughout life. It never ceases. And you and I in our lives are caught up in this, whether we like it or not. Our vocation is to respond and to freely participate, which involves discerning the movement of the mystery and cooperating with it and enhancing it and facilitating it, fostering that giving and receiving of form. When we reflected last week about the mind becoming excessively functionalistic, the difficulty is then that the mind becomes a form giver simply and never a form receiver.
It becomes a tool of mastery. Okay, the formative mind as participating in this giving and receiving, the mind as participating in the receiving process, I would call transcendent mind. That is, the mind energetically receptive to reality. The mind as participating in the giving process, I would call functional mind. The mind as energetically giving form to life. As we reflect tonight in this first lecture on the proper nature of mind, we'll develop those two aspects. I think they help us to understand the mind and how subsequently it can be used. Let us talk first about the transcendent mind. The mind as transcendent. The mind as open to reality. The power of the mind to be impregnated with reality, to be formed rather than to give form. It's the mind's radical openness to all that is, to reality with a capital R, to truth with a capital T, beyond and before definitions. It's the mind as open to reality without preempting what reality might say or do to the mind. It's the mind's ability to be impregnated with reality, more or less unedited. This facet of the mind as transcendent, as open to reality, I think is implied in the writings of the Greek philosophers, both Plato and Aristotle, called wonder the parent of philosophy. People experience ignorance, and then they begin to wonder. They begin to ponder and pursue what it is, what is happening here, what makes this thing tick. They love wisdom. That is what philosophy essentially is about. Being put in motion by wonder. This openness to what is before you know what it is. It is a movement out of ignorance. The transcendent mind is, if you like, creative ignorance. A sense that I don't know, so I wait upon reality and allow reality to come to me. Meister Eckhart, a 14th century Rhineland mystic, used a term, German term, Gelassenheit, Gelassenheit, which this century was picked up by the German philosopher Martin Heidegger, who was one of the foremost proponents of a system of philosophy that has become known as phenomenology. Let's explain those two words. It is helpful to understanding what we mean by the transcendent mind and the unique way of thinking that the transcendent mind gives rise to. First of all, phenomenology. Phenomenology comes from the word phenomenon and logos. And a phenomenon literally in Greek is something that manifests itself. Logos is the science of or discourse about something. So phenomenology is discourse about things that manifest themselves. Okay, that's not as murky or as silly as it sounds, because then you combine that with Eckhart's notion, Gelassenheit, which is generally translated by the Middle English word releasement, that the mind has the ability to wait upon life, reality, and be released into the mystery, to be caught up by the mystery, to become one with the mystery, to receive energetically. You combine those two, and Heidegger says philosophy has to be a waiting upon reality, so reality reveals itself, manifests itself. Now, I'm not going to argue whether that is philosophy or not. The point is that that is a particular way of thinking, and it is interesting that that should emerge as a school of philosophy this century. Its founding fathers were Franz Brentano, a man who lived at the end of last century, and Edmund Husserl, who straddled the two centuries, last in this one. The point of the matter is they are reacting against a traditional attitude to philosophy, which we indicated last week in an extreme case with Descartes, where philosophers thought in terms of a system that would gather all the information together and answer all the primary ultimate questions of life.
When I studied philosophy in the seminary, that was the way we approached it. A system that gave you the answers. The phenomenologists are saying, that's not the way philosophy is. The philosopher, and on another occasion Heidegger says, the foundation of philosophy is homesickness. The philosopher is someone who is homesick for being, with a capital B. And there are echoes of St. Augustine there. Our hearts are restless until they rest in God. That human beings are made to pursue, to long, to search for God. And the philosopher is one who scientifically, very reflectively goes about that process, supposedly according to Heidegger's view. And it's one that I find very attractive personally. But this mode of thinking is by way of reaction to a philosophy that is too systematized, too schematized, that tries to bring life down to predefinitions. It's one that respects what is and waits upon reality to manifest itself. It does not preempt what reality might say about itself. It doesn't come to a rose and say a rose is a rose is a rose is a rose. It comes to a rose and says, what is this? And waits upon the rose and allows whatever to emerge in that dynamic situation. It points to the possibility that a human being can, in a very profound way, have a dialogue with a chair or a cloud or a tree. Not in the sense that the chair or a cloud or a tree can talk, but in the sense that that can reveal more to us if we just let it. If I come to a chair or a cloud or a tree and say, that's a chair, end of that, that's a cloud, end of that, that's a tree, where do we think poetry comes from? Where does mysticism come from? It comes from this ability of the mind, along with other powers, but primarily of the mind, to open us to reality, to receive, to wait there and be receptive. In Eckhart's phrase, to be released into reality. Getting back to the notion of wonder, and that's a fairly primary, practical, obvious manifestation of the transcendent mind. Thomas Carlyle, the English author who died in 1881, said, worship is transcendent wonder. Without the transcendent mind, there can be no genuine worship. A functionalistic mind, a person who is dominated by a functionalistic mindset cannot engage in authentic worship. They can go through the rubrics, and they might even follow them meticulously, and have all kinds of vows and symbols and servers and lectors and choirs and you name it, it's all there. But if it's done in a functionalistic way, it's non-worshipful. And if you've ever participated in that kind of ceremony, you'll know what I mean, the difference between genuine worship and that which is not. The functionalistic mind cannot engage in that wonder, that openness and presence to the mystery that is of the essence in worship. Again, Carlyle says, a man who cannot wonder is but a pair of spectacles. The person whose mind is not open, not able to wait upon reality, is essentially cut off from reality. I mean, they can see, but there's a blandness and even a blindness about it. The formative mind as transcendent gives rise to a specific kind of thinking, a kind of thinking that might be called formative thinking. Again, Martin Heidegger uses the expression meditative thinking versus calculative thinking. If you wanted to look further into Heidegger's view, and I would encourage it if you're prepared to do a little bit of mind-bending work, that little book out there called A Discourse on Thinking, with the memorial address in it, is very, very helpful. The memorial address itself is quite easy to read, actually, and valuable for meditation. Meditative thinking is the most difficult kind of thinking. It's the thinking which requires you to wait upon, to live without answers, to simply sit and stare, to ponder. Calculative thinking, on the other hand, is about finding answers, bringing closure. It's that functionalistic approach. That is fairly easy to engage in that kind of thinking. Meditative thinking is a different kettle of fish. Formative thinking, I would rather speak in terms of formative thinking rather than meditative thinking. Formative thinking is about dwelling upon life so that life has a chance to shape me and form me, so that I give the mystery access to my being, so that I allow the mystery to participate in my life rather than just dominating the mystery. Without that access, I go on creating a counterfeit personality in a functionalistic sort of a way. There's some fairly practical kinds of spin-offs from reflecting in this way. The Christian faith tradition divides our talk and thought about God into the positive way and the negative way. The positive way is concerned with what you can say by way of affirmation about God. God is good. God is love. God is infinite. God is all-knowing. And that gives rise to a particular kind of spirituality or strand of spirituality which is known as the cataphatic dimension of the spiritual life. Again, the way of affirmation, what you can say about God. Here you have words, definitions, names, symbols, clarity of thought, logic. And that is a necessary, essential, valid, authentic part of spirituality, of talk and thought about God. But ultimately, what we must all come to, and what the mystics always give witness to, is the fact that our thought and language about God must sometime, sooner or later, come to the negative way, in which we know God by saying what he is not. God is not goodness. I mean, that's a human category. It's human words. That gives rise to the apophatic strand in spirituality. The spirituality whereby you reflect on God and commune with God beyond symbols, beyond images, beyond names, in the cloud of unknowing. The more you know you don't know. And this is really the normal progression of prayer. You go beyond words, beyond images, beyond the discursive meditation that has tended to dominate the horizon of our spirituality, much to the detriment of many, many people. True contemplation takes you into that negative way, that apophatic way. Doc Woodbury, who is the founder of this particular institution, used to talk about language about God, thought about God as always likey, notty, and mory. Whatever you say about God, what is presupposed in it that it's like that, it's not that, it's more than that. When you say God is love, what you are really saying is God is like what we call love, but he's not love. God is more than love. God is good. No. God is like what we call good, that puny, finite, relative concept that we have of good. If you think of that, you point in that direction rather than the direction of evil, point in that direction, and that's sort of the direction in which you'll be able to contemplate God. But remember, God is not good. God's more than good. God is literally nothing. No thing. God is no thing. Again, that functionalistic mindset tended to make things out of everything, quantify everything, because quality is not available to the functional mind. Quantity is. So grace is quantified, sin is quantified, virtue is quantified, days in purgatory are quantified, and even God is somehow quantified. It's only when you move into the transcendent mind with that formative thinking, that ability to dwell with mystery, to move into a whole manner of thinking that is beyond images and symbols, that you can really move into the area of contemplation, mysticism, which is an essential dimension of the spiritual life. One of the tragedies of the recent history of spirituality in the church is the loss of the mystical dimension. I wonder sometimes about many people who've traveled the route from Western institutionalized Christianity to Eastern sects, whether or not that is something of what they are looking for, the mystical dimension, which is lost in the Western church and, of course, in Western secular society. No wonder the functionalistic mindset it is absolutely impossible for the functionalistic mindset to find access to that mystical dimension of life. It cuts itself off from that. It's only by that formative, transcendent use of the mind. Likey, naughty, mori. When you think about prayer, about thoughts about God, talking about God, remember that. And I'd like to make one practical point also. Interest in Carl Jung at the moment is providing people with a lot of support and insight. A danger. The Jungian perspective emphasizes symbols, legends, myths, and the like. Be careful of it because it's in the area of the cataphatic. So long as you remain in the area of the symbolic, the mythical, the definite, even symbols are definite in the sense that they define reality, they have substance, you're in the area of the cataphatic and you run the risk of holding back your development. You need to go beyond that. I would suggest that you take what you can from Jung. I would strongly encourage you not to become a Jungian, not if you want to be thoroughly Christian, because Jung wasn't Christian. I protest that very, very strongly. His perspective is psychological, a very good psychological perspective. Stand outside it, take what you can, and move on. If you want to learn more about the spiritual life and this kind of thing, read somebody like Gregory of Nyssa, or John Climacus, or The Cloud of Unknowing. They will tell you a lot more about that. I would encourage you to, again, in fostering this transcendent use of the mind in a practical way, in Father Van Kaam's book, In Search of Spiritual Identity, Chapter 7, he has an essay on transcendent self-presence versus introspection. One of the difficulties in encouraging people who have a functionalistic mindset to pursue self-awareness is that they become introspective. Again, the functionalistic mindset only gives you access to certain realities. It doesn't give you access to reality as such. In terms of being present to yourself in a gentle, compassionate, objective way, the functionalistic mindset can do a lot of harm because it can lead you into that delving, scrutinizing, figuring out, calculating, analyzing, trying to get it together approach. Whereas the transcendent mind says, no, hang back, let's listen. Let's wait upon things. Let's accompany ourselves. The transcendent mind maintains a respectful distance, doesn't seek answers, can engage in process. The functionalistic mind gets right in there, avoids the distance, and wants answers. Okay, moving on now to the functional mind. And it's very important, at the same time you think about the mind as transcendent, you also talk about the mind as functional. You can't have one without the other without getting a deformation. Just as we saw that the functionalistic mind, when overemphasized, causes certain grave deformation, so does the transcendent mind. We've used an expression which comes from Gabriel Marcel, which goes something like this: life is not a problem to be solved, but a mystery to be lived. And I think that is a good symbolic way of gathering together a certain perspective. But I'm going to qualify that. The transcendent mind focuses on the fact that ultimately life is a mystery to be lived, not a problem to be solved. The functional mind focuses on the fact that approximately life is a problem to be solved. If you just think out of that transcendent mode, in terms of life as a mystery to be lived, you'll never be able to draw up grocery lists, get the washing up done, sweep the house, catch the bus, get to work, etc., etc., etc. There is a whole functional dimension to life that is not just necessary, that calls us to be resigned to it, but is part and parcel of the mystery of life. And the mind has the ability to participate in life as a giver of form, as a functional agent, as well as to participate in life as a receiver of form, as a meditative agent. Both are part and parcel of the one power. Both ought to be held in tension. Both are interdependent and complementary of each other. Healthy life formation maintains a continual tension between these two truths. A transcendent mind, dislocated from a functional mind, gives birth to impracticalities, loss of earthiness, an ungrounded life, floating idealism. Listen for that floating idealism today, and I'd say this is something that would apply especially to very important and critical issues facing our society, issues of social justice and peace. There's a lot of what I would call floating idealism involved with those issues. I'm not saying those issues aren't very important. I think they're absolutely critical. But the floating idealism involves thinking about them that is not well grounded, that is not functional, that lacks a hard-headed, practical, functional approach. And also in religious communities, floating idealists can do enormous damage, especially if they get onto provincial councils, chapters and so forth. It's very easy to talk at the level of ideals and to rant and rave and make people who are more practical and earthy feel very, very guilty that they're not aspiring to these great ideals that I am aspiring to. And what's the matter with you all? You know, you're just cowardly and all the rest of it. And cower a group into writing in legislation or drawing up constitutions and so forth that arise more out of a floating idealism than a genuine appreciation of what is real. Beware of floating idealists. The function, that's the transcendent mind dislocated from the functional mind. The functional mind dislocated from the transcendent mind gives birth to this pragmatism, utilitarianism, impersonalism, alienation from God, those various facets that we talked about before. In individuals, you will find some individuals who have a great aptitude for the functional use of the mind. You'll find some who have a great aptitude for the transcendent use of the mind. In certain groups, in a healthy society, for example, you will find a mixture of both. But whether it's the individual or the group, there must be some tension, there must be some admixture of both the transcendent and the functional. For example, a society made up simply of poets, artists, inventors, and these kinds of people would be an intolerable place to live. The same as a society made up of hard-headed pragmatists, without poets, philosophers, artists, inventors, would be a terrible place to live. Society needs its poets, and it needs its mechanics and computer whizzes and people who can organize timetables and get things done. And if you've ever lived with a person who might be a great ideas person, they're really open to the transcendent, but you've got to be all the time telling them what time it is, or getting them to buses on time, or waiting in cars for them because he or she is late or is forgotten or something. They're a menace. You can tolerate a few of them around the place. The healthy functional mind is always grounded in the transcendent mind, and it is our ability to find answers, to pass judgments, to solve problems, to find possible ways to get on with the ordinary business of living. Drawing up grocery lists, household budgeting, doing an assignment, making a diagnosis, preparing a class, catching a bus, etc., 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 etc. Most of the stuff of daily life demands the functional use of the mind. But it ought to come out of and be grounded in a general sense of the mystery, which depends on an openness to the mystery, which is the role of the transcendent mind. The functional mind gives rise to a specific kind of thinking as well. The transcendent mind gives rise to formative thinking. The functional mind gives rise to a kind of thinking we could call informative thinking. That is, it is about information. Information which allows us to collar life to some extent, to rein it in, to master situations, to make decisions, to control situations. That's the purpose. That's why the functional mind is there. The problem is not that we have a functional mind, is that we exaggerate. The part becomes the whole. The relative is absolutized. We must, for sanity's sake, bring limited closure on most of life's issues. If you're preparing a meal and you're not quite sure whether you're going to have green beans or peas or carrots, and you sort of say, well, let's think formatively about this and dwell on it for an hour or two or three or four. Sooner or later, you've got to put the carrots in the pot and boil them, or the peas or the beans, and eat your dinner and get on with life. Again, I think a danger in spirituality, in reaction to the excessive functionalism of recent years, I think there is a backlash. A backlash which says being comes before doing, which is true, philosophically very sound, which says being is more important than doing. Yeah, true, philosophically sound. But a kind of an approach, a transcendent attitude, which ceases to be transcendent, ironically, because it gets unhooked from the functional. It gets unhooked from the business that says, the day has dawned, there is a job to be done, I must work, I've got to earn my living. And it worries me a little bit about religious life. There is a loss of that sense of hard work. We look at some of the old times and we say, my God, how did you ever teach 90 kindergarten kids and work flat out like that, 10, 15 hours a day, 360 days? Well, I'm not suggesting a return to the good old days, but I am suggesting that part of a fulfilling life is hard work, is a practical, hard-headed involvement in a functional way in living. It's getting up in the morning about the business of doing something functionally with your life. In fact, at a given time in life, and this is an interesting thing to reflect on, the functional is paramount, especially for a young adult. It is important for a person, I believe, to go through a process whereby they experience functional success, functional expertise in something. One of the tragedies of religious life is precisely that it has typically denied people that. You're good at music, all right, you'll teach metalwork. Or you're an artist, you'll go and coach the under-13B football team. If you deny people that functional expertise, and our society to some extent is doing that with young people today in terms of not offering them gainful employment, you develop rage, a repressed rage typically, which then might manifest itself in chronic depression or authoritarianism or bitchiness or severe arthritis or coronary occlusions. It can happen, it can manifest itself in many different ways. The functional is important. John of the Cross epitomizes the authentic mystic's hard-headed functionalism. And I make no mistake, make no apology for saying John of the Cross was a most functional man. And I would say Teresa of Avila was even more functional. But for both of them, their functionality was very much grounded in the primary business of that openness to the transcendent. Reflect for a moment on John of the Cross's counsels to religious on the pursuit of perfection. Now, by the way, I would say my general advice about reading John of the Cross is don't. The best thing that you can hope when some people start to read John of the Cross, say, oh, I'm reading The Living Flame of Love, and you say quietly to yourself, well, I hope you don't understand it. It's dynamic stuff. It's fantastic. It's incredible. It's potentially wonderfully liberating for someone who is in that particular area and is under good guidance, but potentially also destructive for someone who thinks they're there and they're not. The counsels to religious, talking about the functionalism of John of the Cross, he says, live in the monastery as though no one else lived in it. You say, hey, hang on, what about the interpersonal dynamic of growing up, Jack? You know, you've lost the personalism that we fought so hard to get. And then he goes on to explain, basically, in a word, what I'm saying is mind your own business. Nothing will destroy a communion of people, whether it's a family or people living under the same roof or religious community than nosy Parkers, than people who can't keep their nose out of other people's business. Busybodying, sticking your nose in other people's business, can end up getting your throat cut or someone else's throat cut. Very practical advice. Look, go about your business, do what you must do, don't worry about her or him. Very hard-headed. You find all the mystics, the great mystics, have that hard-headed functionality about them. Meister Eckhart was very definitely that way, and Teresa of Avila was extraordinarily that way. I love that story that Katsantzakis tells about Teresa of Avila in Report to Greco. Fascinating book. But he says Teresa of Avila one day was eating partridge. And you can imagine Tess getting into this partridge and the grease is coming down her chin, you see. And one of the sisters said, she was obviously enjoying this partridge, and one of the sisters said, Mother, you seem to be enjoying that. You should be at prayer, Forget the fact that you're eating partridge. And Teresa said, Sister, when you pray, pray. When you eat partridge, partridge. So, practical, functional, down-to-earth kind of a person. The functional mind gives rise to this informative thinking, which is necessary, mundane, common process that we must all engage in. But let me stress, and let me conclude with this, the functional mind gets out of whack, out of tune, deforms our life unless it is grounded in the transcendent mind. Just as the transcendent mind gets out of whack, gets out of tune, unless it is grounded in the functional mind. The mind has these two facets. The transcendent, this openness to reality, before symbols, before predefinitions and schemas, which gives rise to a certain kind of thinking which we can call formative thinking. It also has another facet, the functional side, which gives rise to a certain kind of thinking, informational thinking. Let us stop there, pause for comment and reflection. Question. In this lecture, we'll continue on with the more positive development of the mind, but focusing on the practical, mundane application of the mind in terms of the transcendent and the functional. I've listed in the notes about, I think it's 7 practical applications. We probably won't get to discuss them all. However, we'll discuss some of them. First practical application is with respect to mental distress. The way we think has a lot to do with the way we feel and the way we experience life. In particular, and I believe last time we quoted, in lecture number 2, we quoted Albert Ellis' notion that really, if any change is to come about in a person's life, at least one thing must happen, namely there must be a change of perspective. There must be a change of ideas. Now, it's a bit of a chicken and the egg situation. Which comes first, the change in the person or the change of perspective? I rather suspect, having observed people in terms of adult education, for example, that an immense difference can overcome a person's life when they change their perspective. And I think this is one of the functions of adult education, of continuing education, that it allows people to change their minds and thus change the way they experience the world and thus change their behavior. For example, many people, say Catholics within the Church, have found the time after the Vatican Council extremely distressing. Time of great anguish, uncertainty, anxiety, confusion, what's happening. Now, when that person begins to change the perspective and, say, goes through processes such as we're going through in these lectures, or the Christian Growth Program, or some other adult education program, and they begin to see what's happening and begin to be able to put words on things, and then they can begin to experience what's happening in a more creative manner, so that the apparent dissolution, the disintegration, instead of being a threat, becomes a promise. As Pope Paul VI said in 1976 in Evangelii Nuntiandi, this is a privileged moment of the Holy Spirit, this time in which we live. That is the statement of a person who has a very positive perception of what's happening in the church today, to call it a privileged moment of the Holy Spirit. But to call it the disintegration of the church, the demise of religion, the end of Catholicism, let's get back to the good old days, that kind of a mindset is a very different one. One of the functions of sound education is precisely to help people to see what is happening. I would like to indicate a couple of different ways in which we can think which affect our behavior. And I distinguish between open thinking, which is characterized by open questions. Open questions are questions which one asks with the head but does not answer. Distinguish that open thinking from closed thinking, which is characterized by rigid or dogmatic statements. For example, supposing your 19-year-old son says to you something like, I don't believe in God, do you? The open thinking, open questioning approach might say, oh, that's interesting. What exactly do you mean by God? Or is there anything in particular that causes you to say this? Or, what's really going on in your life at the moment? A kind of an engagement in conversation that says, okay, let's participate in what's happening here and see where it goes, which I would call an open style of thinking, as distinct from what I'd call a closed thinking with rigid statements, which would respond by saying, you don't believe in God? What's the matter with you? God exists. The church teaches it. I mean, can't you see the sun rises in the morning? How could the sun rise if God didn't exist? Closed thinking begets confrontation. Typically, when people talk about religion, politics, and sport, they operate out of that closed thinking, dogmatic statement style. And that is why discussions, arguments about religion, politics, and sport are generally fruitless. That is why many people refuse to talk about those topics. Because people, for one reason or other, here in Australia anyway, are very set in their views on that. So that when you get two people of closed minds talking to one another, it's not conversation and exchange, or conversation in the authentic sense of two people focusing on reality, but rather two people drawing up their defences and firing shots at one another, each going away thinking that he or she has won or scored points or adequately defended the truth. What does that achieve, humanly speaking? That creates an open style of thinking, I would suggest, creates an atmosphere of affirmation, of enhancing liberty and freedom and responsibility. That 19-year-old who challenged you with that question is probably, quite possibly, the statement about God existing is really not what he's saying at all. An open style of thinking can get at what he is saying, can get to the process beyond the content. The closed style of thinking creates bitterness, anger, cuts off relationships, stifles communication. If the parent's response is that whilst ever you live in this house, son, you'll believe in God, the chances of that person ever discussing God again are fairly remote. There's another style of thinking, and it's a nuancing of that basic distinction between open thinking and closed thinking. What I would call expansive thinking, which is characterized by learning and change, and is contradictory to circular thinking, which is characterized by repetition and inertia. Expansive thinking. These are marvelous people to be with, people who can think expansively, in the sense that they are ready to learn, they seek knowledge. I think one of the great contemporary examples of expansive thinking is Thomas Merton. Constantly learning, constantly getting books on different things, constantly trying to find out more, constantly intellectually alive, studying all the time. Expansive people typically tend to get big-minded, expanded minds. Not tiny-minded, but big-minded. Circular thinkers tend to be characterized by repetition of the same old ideas, the same old arguments, the same old thoughts. Inertia overtakes their life, a deadness. Occasionally you might find this with some of us clerics. I'm allowed to say that because I'm a cleric, you're not. Now, if it does occur in a cleric, and it might from time to time, I would suggest that one of the reasons is precisely the training in thinking that we got was circular. That is, you were taught a system that you absorbed and applied. Specifically, a functionalistic approach to education, the empty vessel approach. Here you come in, what Father Van Kaam called the cookie cutter formation process. And you come out with the system and you just apply it. And I think I might have mentioned on one previous occasion the anxiety that I personally experienced at the end of my seminary days, wondering whether I would remember it all when I got in the confessional and I was asked some horrendous question, or had to pass a judgment on a situation, and would I remember all the rules, or would I make a mistake, and therefore the sacrament would be invalid. And that begets that kind of unimaginative, uncreative, dull, boring style of thinking, where you constantly just feed back the same old answers. It's like a computer. You punch the button and you get such and such. Expansive thinking keeps asking questions, keeps wanting to know what's happening here. I'd like to participate more and more. I appreciate that the mystery, is incomprehensible, cannot be captured in any set of knowledge. Father Van Kaam, I think it applies to both of these, open thinking and expansive thinking versus closed thinking and circular thinking, talks about opportunity thinking. That is, coming to situations with a mindset that says this is an opportunity, rather than, oh, this is the end of the line. I plan a barbecue for Sunday and it rains. It always rains when I plan barbecues. Isn't it terrible? Rather than saying, well, it's rain. What can we do, eh? There's a possibility here somewhere. I don't know what it is, but there's a possibility. And learn from it and grow through it and ask the question, what's happening here? Listen to your feelings, your reactions. You'll learn a lot about yourself when you see yourself in a frustration situation. Maybe something very creative can emerge from it. No doubt some of you would have heard the story of the psychiatrist and his two sons, Joe and Pat. Joe was just a totally unrealistic, out-and-out, way-off-the-wall optimist. Pat was an out-and-out, way-off-the-wall, unrealistic pessimist. There were two extremes, and the parents, especially the father, since he was a psychiatrist, was very worried about how these kids were going to cope when they grew up, because they were, for different reasons, totally out of touch with reality. One because of his pessimism, the other because of his optimism. They just thought about life in unrealistic ways. So he and his wife had a conference, and he brought to bear his considerable psychiatric knowledge, and it was coming up Christmas time. So he said, what we'll do, we'll take Pat, who is the pessimist, and we'll fill his room with toys. So when he wakes up in the morning, that pessimistic attitude will be bound to change, because he'll see all these marvelous toys. We'll get the best toys, we'll import them from overseas, and it'll be just a fantastic Christmas morning when he wakes up. He can't possibly be gloomy. And as for Joe, the pessimist, we'll get the optimist, We'll get a truck to come in during the night loaded with horse manure, and we'll toss it all in through the window on the floor. So when he wakes up in the morning, he's going to see a side of life that he refuses to see at the moment. So, come early Christmas morning, the psychiatrist and his wife go tiptoe along the hallway and look in the room at Pat the pessimist, and there he is sitting on the floor amidst the toys with the longest face you saw, and he's throwing toys over each other. Toys, toys, toys. That's all I ever get for Christmas is toys. Isn't there anything else in the world? And they go along to the other room. Joe the optimist is there, and he's gone out to the shed and gotten a shovel, and he's heaving horse manure around the room. And they said to him, "My God, what's the matter?" And he said, "With all this manure, there's got to be a horse somewhere." Opportunity thinking. The expansive thinker reads and studies and listens to people and enters into dialogue and searches out situations where they can learn. My uneducated observation of people who grow old gracefully and graciously, one of the commonly recurring marks is expansive thinking. They are people who keep their minds active. They read, they study, they learn, they question, they are actively alive. I'm no medical person, but I wonder whether that's not more important than bodily exercise even for a person. Mental exercise, being alert, fostering learning, questioning, expanding one's mind. In terms of dealing with, if you find yourself engaged in this closed thinking with its rigid dogmatic statements, or circular thinking with its repetitious and inert kind of approach, simply ask yourself when these characteristics emerge in their dogmatic statements, why? Why must I, or why should I? Why should it be this way? For example, it rains when I prepare the barbecue. This is terrible. Question that. Is it terrible? Challenge it. Don't let those dogmatic statements go unchallenged, unquestioned. And by questioning them, you can feed in a little bit of realism. You can substitute for those irrational ideas some rational ones, which open up a whole different experience. And if you just reflect on it for a moment, the statement, "it's terrible," creates a very different mood from, well, what can I learn here? There's a whole different sound, there's a whole different feeling about the realities there. Second practical application, what I would call the ANS technique. A for acknowledge, N for be non-judgmental, and S for stay with it or strategic withdrawal. Maureen was asking earlier on about fostering a transcendent style of thinking. If you're familiar with Genderland's book Focusing and that method of focusing which he describes, I would call this ANS focusing on the run. It's a way of accompanying yourself through life, through situations. It's a way of attuning yourself to what is happening and participating rather than simply being belted around by what's happening. For example, supposing you are experiencing anxiety. Name it. Simply in that very fact of deliberately naming it, I feel anxious, owning it, it diffuses it. Just a little bit. There's nothing magical about it, but it does help. It gives you pause. It creates a little bit of distance. It creates a space within which you can begin to look at it. Be non-judgmental. Simply reassure yourself, it's okay. Say that within yourself, it's okay. Now, for a while, if this is the first time you've ever done this kind of a thing, you won't believe that it is okay. We are trained in our society, both secular and religious, to believe that feelings like anxiety, depression, anger, especially when they are associated with people that we are supposed to love, they are bad. So when you feel angry towards mother or father or authority person, whatever, you're not supposed to do that. A tape, as it were, begins to play. It's not okay. Now, if the organism experiences that feeling, experience as not okay, it only has one option. That's to get out of there. So one way or another, it's got to fight that feeling off. Repress it, deny it, ignore it, escape it, get away from it. And then you set up a whole spiral situation, typically, where you start, whenever you experience anger, you become angry that you're angry, depressed that you're depressed, anxious that you're anxious, and down you go. by being non-judgmental, you set up a hospitality within yourself. You, as it were, make a contract with your emotions that they are welcome. Yes, any time I feel anything, I'm prepared to listen to it. In fact, more than prepared to listen, I am eager to listen, because they are God-given realities. They are part of the stuff of my journey to God, my spiritual life. It's okay, okay? In a sense, I think you can say emotions are, as it were, words of wisdom, messengers of wisdom. They are like a little child in the classroom that wants real badly to go to the toilet and puts up his hand. He's real shy, and you're the teacher. Do you answer that kid and say, yes, what do you want? He says, I want to go to the toilet. You say, okay, come on out, let's go along to the toilet. Or do you ignore the hand? If you ignore the hand, you're going to have a mess. It's like when you feel anxious, depressed, or angry, that's the hand going up. Do you ignore the hand? If you do, try to repress it, you're going to have a mess. There's always that possibility that is yours to come to terms with reality and say, I'd like to postpone that. So reality says, okay, we'll postpone it, put it in the knapsack with all the other postponed stuff. Pretty soon, the knapsack will be too full to postpone anymore. And you've got such a backlog of stuff to deal with, you may not be able to deal with it. This kind of a process, constantly doing it daily, can help you to process life a little bit at a time as you are able to cope with it, rather than trying to cope with it big chunks at a time every 5 or 10 years. Every day. It gives you that transcendent self-presence, that ability to be present to yourself in friendship, accompaniment. Now the S for stay with it. If it is at all possible, ask some open questions of it. Like, what is this feeling I'm calling anxiety? Or simply, what am I feeling? Don't answer the question though. It's an open question. And very often that simple 1 or 2 questions is enough to make that process worthwhile. And you can do that whilst you're going about doing whatever other job you're doing. If at this very moment as you sit there you're experiencing tension or anxiety or worry or whatever, you can, at the same time as you listen to me, listen to yourself. Name it. I'm feeling tense. That's okay. It may not be pleasant, but it's okay. It's pre-moral. It's just a fact. What is this thing I'm calling I feel tense? And you listen. What's it like? What is this feeling? Interesting thing about questions. The difference between a what question and a why question. Why questions typically drive us back into the head and elicit a functional response. I'm feeling worried because my child is at home sick. End of discussion. Brings closure. But do you feel any better? Not at all. What questions keep you down there in your guts? Keep you present to the feeling? Listen to the difference in mood created by those questions. Supposing I am feeling tense. Okay, I acknowledge it, and then I say it's okay. Now, instead of asking a what question, I ask a why question. I say, why am I tense? Well, I'm tense because I've been rushing all day since 6 o'clock. Big deal, but I'm still tense. Whereas if you say, I feel tense, it's okay to feel tense. What is this thing I'm calling tension? What's it like? You give it. You've answered. The child has put up its hand. You've acknowledged the hand, and you've said, "Okay, come on out the front. The toilet's around the corner." There will be occasions where emotions are very, very strong and persistent. Give yourself permission to make strategic withdrawals. Go through the process, acknowledge it, be non-judgmental, then say, I can't cope with it at the moment, it's too much. I'll put it there on the shelf. I'll come back to it. I'll put it there in the drawer. When I'm able to, I'll get it out and have a look at it. I'm not denying it. I'm not repressing it. I'm not escaping it. I'm just making a strategic withdrawal. I'm taking a step back. And then I direct my energies into watching a TV program, going to a movie, going out to dinner with somebody, ringing up a friend, reading a book, writing in my journal, digging in the garden, taking photographs, painting, crocheting. But redirect your energy. And then if it is a strong emotion, it'll keep coming back at you, yapping at you like a dog, and you keep saying, okay, that's the way I feel, but it's okay. And then there'll come a point where you are able to stay with it, and you do that. Now what is very important with this, as with the focusing process, is the process rather than the product. It's not so important that you find out what's bugging you as it is to engage in the process. Engaging in the process creates a hospitable atmosphere within yourself, an environment of friendship, really a practical fulfillment of the basic gospel commandment to love yourself, and allows the intra-formative process to proceed with greater freedom and mobility. Third practical application of thinking: conversation. Conversation can be enhanced or inhibited by the way we think. In an authentic conversation, a fruitful conversation, what is paramount is what is being talked about, the reality, not the people. Where people become self-forgetful, unself-conscious in conversation, they're the best conversations. Where the subject leads, where people surrender to what is being talked about. Where people are very self-conscious, about what they think about what they're talking about, that's when conversations become stilted, perhaps even aborted altogether, because they can't get out of themselves, or they can't behave in a manner that's not self-defensive, or that's not attacking the other person. You think about the subject, and from a practical point of view, I would encourage you to practice the art of listening to the process when you are in conversation. Keep one ear and one eye to the business of what is happening here. Particularly if it's a conversation with a person who normally raises your hackles. A conversation which quite frequently turns into an argument or a confrontation. When you enter into that, do so with a sense of transcendent self-presence, maybe even working this ANS process, which incidentally can be done in a split second as you experience things. But remember the difference between process and content. Content is what is being said. Process is what is happening. For example, in a classroom, a catechetics teacher might be teaching something about the sacrament of the Eucharist. There's what is being said, that's the content. But what is very important is also what is really happening. And what is really happening can be divided into two parts: what you think is happening and what is happening. A teacher, for example, in planning a class, might intend such and such to happen, but what really happens, unbeknownst to him or her, is something completely different. In the renewal of catechesis, in reaction to the excessive emphasis on content of a bygone age, the catechism approach, answer, question, answer, fill the person up with information. That is what passing on the faith is about, pure content. We've emphasized the fact, well, there's a whole other aspect to learning, and that is process. A good passing on the faith catechetical process involves both process and content. Keep an eye to what is happening in human situations generally, particularly in conversations. Again, that fosters the transcendent atmosphere, that gentle self-presence. It's not a calculative, analytical thing, watching every move, but it's an ability to surrender to the mystery, that when I engage in a conversation with a person, both of us are caught up in the mystery, the giving and receiving of form. Both of us are being changed by this, and I participate in it. Rather than being a manipulator, a controller of it, I become someone who involves myself as a humble participant. I'm not trying to prove anything. Just one brief digression by way of developing that notion of being unself-conscious and self-forgetful. I'd say that anything we do in life, typically, that is unself-conscious and self-forgetful, those very facets are a mark of authenticity, unself-consciousness and self-forgetfulness. When we are self-conscious and not self-forgetful, when we're very mindful of ourselves in an activity, that is when the activity tends to be stilted. Take, for example, somebody giving a talk, somebody singing, or when you are, say, husband and wife trying very self-consciously to relate with one another. The whole thing becomes very stilted and ponderous. One of the dangers, for example, for parents today is there's so much literature on how you're supposed to be a good parent, a whole lot of literature on how you can be a bad parent, you know, the kinds of mistakes you can make. You become so self-conscious about being a good parent, you mess up the God-given, natural, spontaneous, original talents that you have to be a good parent. Self-consciousness and self-mindfulness can really inhibit our human activities. Look at a good tradesman at work, a woodworker or an artist. They are very unself-conscious, very self-forgetful. They get caught up in the activity. Self-consciousness, inability to be self-forgetful is a deformative thing, typical of the immature, the underdeveloped, the beginner, the novice, the tyro, but not all novices, but something that ultimately we grow out of as we mature. We grow into a self-forgetfulness. And this is really the mark of a mature prayerfulness too. In prayer we forget the self. We leave the self behind. Unless the grain of wheat fall into the ground and die, it remains but a grain of wheat. It's the same kind of a paradox. In forgetting the self and leaving the self behind, we really find ourselves. Okay, moving on. Fourth point, a practical application to relaxation. The mind is a powerful tool in helping us to relax. And here I would refer you to books such as Ainsley Mears' Relief Without Drugs and his description of progressive muscle relaxation, or Barbara Brown's Biofeedback and the Art of Stress Management or something. I've forgotten the name of it. I've referred to it there in the bibliography. Biofeedback operates on this basic premise that you can talk to your body. It has a lot to do with the way you experience your body. Herbert Benson's Relaxation Response and Beyond the Relaxation Response, a sequel. These all emphasize the fact that in terms of, if you can set in train a process of thinking and, as it were, auto-suggestion that enables you to engage in really deep relaxation. One of the things, however, just reflecting on my own experience of doing that, and I'm a great believer in Ainsley Mears' little book. I think it's an excellent book and one that I'd thoroughly recommend. It's possible, however, to enter into that relaxation process with a functionalistic mind, and what happens is you come out more tense than you went in. One of the central features of relaxation is letting go. Patricia Carrington, in her book Freedom in Meditation, uses images like being in a rowboat where you've pulled up the oars and you just relax and you let the boat go down the stream, as it were. That ability to let yourself go, to cease controlling the muscles, is part of the relaxation. Now that it necessitates you moving beyond a functionalistic mindset. That you cannot meditate, you cannot enter into this open letting go where you're just present to reality and you allow the natural rhythms of life to take over. You can't do that in a functionalistic way if it's going to be truly relaxing. It demands a transcendent possibility, an openness to what is, an openness to the facts. And one of the phrases that Ainsley Mears emphasizes, for example, is in the autosuggestion process, it is good, it is natural. To feed in the idea, realistic idea, that affects the body in a comforting, relaxing, easy sort of a way. A very good basis for prayer and contemplation. Perhaps even to do the two in a concurrent sort of way, so that you begin 20 or 30 minutes of prayer with a 10-minute or a 15-minute relaxation exercise. Because very often when you get to a relaxation exercise, there is a sense of great peace, and it easily ushers in a time where you can sit still and just be present, if it is at all possible where you live. Some houses, that is not at all possible. Again, from another point of view, thinking that affects relaxation or tension, the ability to think realistically about what you can and cannot do in life. It is characteristic of the young adult that they are unrealistic about what they can and cannot do, that they have unrealistic expectations of themselves and the rest of the world. And that's part of life. They tend to be idealistic. And part of the process of maturation is having one's expectations killed. That's not pessimistic, that's life. Happy are those who can see their expectations killed and they don't become cynical. It's very easy to become cynical. You leave school and you're going to come out into this great big world and get a fantastic job and make a lot of money and get married and have a wonderful family. And then you look back at 40 years of age and you say, my gosh, what happened to all my dreams, my expectations? But what happened to them was they got pared down a bit. You got pulled into line. You start to think more realistically. And that's characteristic of a maturing process. And until, to the extent that you fight that maturing process, it creates tension and anxiety and unrealistic experience of the world. To the extent that one's thinking is in tune with reality, so that one has expectations, for example, that are realistic, to that extent one can relax more. To distinguish also between the possible and the perfect. Some people are all the time trying to do the better thing. They can't settle for a job that's just well done. It has to be very well done. They can't settle for just what is possible to do, the imperfect, practical. It must be the best. And sometimes the better becomes the enemy and undercuts the good. Again, functional thinking brings in here. Valuable to be able to discern grandiose and unrealistic thoughts about life, thoughts about oneself. We all tend to have them sometime, fantasies of ourselves that are totally out of touch with reality. It's part of our fallenness, part of the pride form that operates in all of us. Number 5, and the question of creativity. Thinking and creativity. Excessively functionalistic thinking, and Edward de Bono makes this point very well, excessively functionalistic thinking tends to be repetitive and cuts people off from the possibility of invention and inspiration and creativity. If you remember talking to a religious who was part of a group that had commissioned a woman to write a history of their particular congregation. And this woman, who was a first-rate historian, had said, you're not paying me for the time I spend writing, you're paying me for the time I spend sitting and staring out the window. The point she was making was that there's a whole creative, inspirational process has to go on that I must wait upon. I must wait for it to happen. I can't force it, I can't program it. If you have ever tried to create anything, whether it's a piece of music, a poem, a letter, something like any kind of work that involves inspiration, you will know that you can't just do it. You must wait on the moment. That involves a certain kind of thinking which is beyond functionalistic thinking. A functionalistic thinker might get it done. They might get the essay done, for example, or get a poem written, but it'll be a functionalistic essay. It'll bear all the marks of a functionalistic thinking, and it won't be authentic literature or poetry. I have here a quotation from the Australian newspaper of Friday, July the 11th, 1980. Science moves towards meditation. Albert Einstein probably was into a form of transcendental meditation, according to a growing movement within the scientific community. The answers to the great technical problems of the age, it seems, lie not so much in data, statistics, and experiment, but in the human brain. About 200 scientists are to mull it all over at a weekend scientific conference entitled, and this is an interesting title for a scientific conference, The Interconnectedness of Man and Nature. Recall what Bacon introduced with that style of thinking that the human person as thinker becomes the dominator of nature. And whenever you have a relationship that is exclusively dominating and useful, pragmatic and utilitarian, you also alienate yourself from that which you use. If you relate with people in terms of usefulness, you alienate yourself from people. If you relate with yourself in terms of usefulness, you'll alienate yourself from yourself. No wonder the scientific community is starting to think in terms of the interconnectedness, getting back in touch with nature and working with it rather than dominating it simply. The conference chairman, Dr. John Price, said in Sydney yesterday, "Already we know that an enormous amount of information regarding the world out there is enfolded in our own consciousness, in our own thinking powers." Dr. Price, a senior lecturer in mathematics at the University of New South Wales, who claims there is something in the air, as far as the scientific community is concerned, was one of Australia's first transcendental meditators, taking up the practice 18 years ago, long before the Beatles made it fashionable. So many of the really big events in science didn't come from analysing data from out there, he said. They came from deep inside a person's own thinking powers. Einstein, the theory of relativity, is a typical example of this. His theory wasn't validated until much later, after he'd done the work. Now, I would take issue with, certainly as Dr. Price has reported here, I'm not sure that it's an accurate report, inside the human brain, it emerges out of an encounter with the world, like Einstein's theory of relativity emerges out of his observation as he travelled a streetcar in Vienna, I think, and observed the clock and meditated on time and light and so forth. It doesn't just come from in here. There's an interaction with the world which gives rise to certain insights. But that only comes to the person who has that ability to wait upon life, to be open to reality, to energetically be receptive to what is, not just be energetically about the business of imposing form on reality. Einstein was not that way. I think we'll pause there and throw it open to questions and reflections. There are other practical applications which we... one that I will conclude with. I've indicated contemplation and formative reading. Under the heading of contemplation, contemplative review. Traditionally in the church we've spoken about examination of conscience, which has fallen on hard times because, number one, conscience has fallen on hard times. It has that Freudian notion of something that is negative, when conscience really is a profoundly positive, necessary power within the person. But it also has fallen on hard times because it has been the instrument of a functionalistic approach, where you figure out and calculate what you've done wrong and try to do better next time. What I'm going to suggest to replace the examination of conscience is a contemplative review, whereby at the end of the day, as you lie in bed, for example, or before you go to bed, take 5 or 10 minutes to sit down and let the day pass before you as, for example, a video film of the day might do. So that you just quietly picture yourself, for example, getting out of bed. You see yourself, and then you pass on to breakfast time. You see yourself in the room having coffee, the people you're with, off to whatever, you catch the bus, and so forth. And as it were, observe yourself through the day in that distant, distanced, objective sort of a way, so that you're gently, compassionately present to yourself through the day. Now, as you do that, you'll find an interesting thing begins to happen. For example, you see yourself at breakfast, and all of a sudden you see her too. She was there. Why did she have to say that? And there's a whole feeling of bitterness or resentment comes up there. Stay with that. Maybe apply the ANS process to it. What is it that I really experienced there? What was happening? What was the feeling? And process it for a bit, and then maybe say a small prayer, a brief prayer of asking for forgiveness, or commending that person to God, or commending yourself to God, pray for healing, whatever, and then go on, and so forth through the day, and landing on 2 or 3 or 4 spots that seem significant, that emerge for you significantly. It's not a calculative, analysing, figuring out process. It's a quiet, transcendent, present process. A process of just listening, of allowing the events of the day to pass before you so that you become increasingly aware of what is happening in your life, so that you become a reflective, deliberate, free participator that enhances the unfolding of a life, rather than someone who is simply belted around by a lot of processes that are unknown to you, by a mass of unconscious that is uncontrolled. Let us leave it there and ask for any reflections or comments or questions.